braking zones, but the heavy braking zones that are there are definitely heavy braking zones. Interestingly enough, I'm not sure that was an 8-minute stop.
Let me test this out, make sure we are live and going here, and then also figure out audio levels. Test this out, make sure we are live and going here, and then also figure out audio levels. Okay. Seems good to me. We are, I know you're only seeing the scoring right now, but we are green. So yeah, this is just a hangout. Let me try to find chat. That's like the most important thing. Is there a separate pop-out window? Yeah, there is. Okay. So I can maybe not close it, but minimize the actual stream. Get out the chat, and I know you're still not seeing much. I'm trying to figure out where to put this. That's fine, I guess. Okay, that's my full screen right now. So when we get rid of OBS, just kind of want to peeking out there just so I can have quick access to it. But yeah, how does that look? We look at it right here. I assume I can find it on my phone live. Okay, the thumbnail works. I forgot I added that. Alright. It looks very delayed. Is that zoomed in for you guys? Hold on. Because that's not the way it is here. Why is it so zoomed in? Display capture. Okay. Okay, I don't know why it was like that. Apparently, whenever I used this last, I only had it zoomed into the corner. Okay, that should look a lot better now. So, this is the stream. We do have some empty space here. Not really entirely sure what I want to do. Let me try looking at this on my phone again just to make sure it's looking good. Let's go live. Live. There. Okay, that's looking better. So we have scoring over there. I don't know, I might move the chat. I do obviously want to see chat. Is it possible to maybe put it up here, but then I can only see, the very top of it? Sure. Can I just get rid of that message? Is there any way just to get rid of that learn more message? Anyway. Time to... I don't need to keep viewing that. So this is it. Obviously, it should get more exciting if we get people in here.
Deeper than any other DPI on the brakes down into turn 1. And it was impressive indeed. Speaking of the 48, partner, what do you got?
Well, Brian, I just want to add on to that because that is all I've heard this entire last couple days leading up to this race is people talking about Kamui Kobayashi and the speed he creates inside these DPI cars. It's just unbelievable. We've seen him have some incredible drives, and that certain 7-time champion Jimmy Johnson was telling me that in the night practice on Thursday, he did the first few runs and he was struggling through traffic. So Kamui got in it, he looked at his onboard and watched him navigate traffic, took notes from that, went back out, and turned a very fast time after looking at it, and just told me basically, oh, he really hit the curve there.
Okay, so we are officially live. We have been going for a while, but we are live here at 10:35. This is your overnight stream for the Rolex 24. And honestly, I don't really, have a structured thing here. There's no real structure for this. It's just chilling with some, extra stats and stuff. Over to the left, as I mentioned, you have the leaderboard and everything. It's weird. They all say Michelin, but they're all on Michelin tires. It doesn't really seem like something you would need to specifically say. It just seems kind of odd that they have the Michelin logo for everyone, where it's like, yeah, it's kind of a given.
He's on that curb really hard at the exit of the bus stop. And we're getting a report. Dylan, you have more on that restart?
Well, it's interesting because we just heard that the 5 car is going to get a drive-through for that restart violation. So there you go. Scott was on the radio asking, hey, what is the clarification? What's the rule on that? And the team said, well, the green was out halfway through the restart zone, and you can also pass below the yellow line. So did Duvall go too early? That's maybe what the ruling is for IMSA, but Scott wasn't sure on the ruling. Duvall maybe thought he was and tried to take advantage of it, but clearly that's not the case, as he's going to get a penalty.
Jump start, drive-through penalty for the 5. So he must have gone before the flag came out, and he went too early. You can pass, like we were talking about, on an original start, no column passing until before the start-finish line. But
let's give you another look at it, Brian, because that was interesting. Some things were right, others weren't.
Okay, so let's get EA Sports into the game here. I've kind of been on my phone and not talking. So they just had caution. The 19 car, I forget what class, kind of just died on the backstretch, had some sort of mechanical failure, and they just went back green. Just over 17 hours left. I'm not going to be streaming for that long. Not going to be streaming for 17 hours, but I will be streaming the entire night pretty much, through 7:30, and just going to hang out. Don't really have a plan. This is, what you see right now is what we're doing at this current moment. My original plan was going to be, and I still have this computer up to the side, but you won't be able to see it. I have an old Windows XP computer that my family still has on next to me, and what I was going to do, I was kind of just going to play games on that, like old nostalgic games for me anyway, because, the nostalgia factor, I could play those games all night, no problem. So that was my original plan, but then I could not figure out a way to actually get anything to stream or anything to work on a Windows XP. So that just wasn't going to happen. Unfortunately, now I could still play some sort of game on here if I wanted to. And that might still happen. But, it wouldn't be my original plan, like I said. I was going to play a game called Sims Theme Park, if anyone's ever heard of that. Like, I don't know how popular of a game it is. I mean, The Sims is very popular, obviously, but Sims Theme Park, I don't know. But that's, like, my childhood game. Like I said, I could play that for hours.
Kobayashi break going into the corners too. I
So,
know
but
it's
like
about
I
to
said,
happen.
that's not going to happen because I have no clue how to stream on a Windows XP. I couldn't find anything that actually worked. That's fine. We're doing this on a Mac. I think I have Roller Coaster Tycoon still on my desktop on this computer. You could kind of put that over here. Replace the scoreboard with Roller Coaster Tycoon. Now, granted, that's not as nostalgic of a game for me, and honestly, I kind of still don't quite know what I'm doing in that game, and it's been years since I've even played it. You can do it. Pass the time, you know.
Restarting too early to make his pass around then leader Scott Dixon, who brought the field to green.
Honestly, it would, as much as I want to play the Sims theme park over here on XP, you guys wouldn't be able to see anything. It would just be terrible. So,
if you run the same lap times that you're running, you're going to stay on the lead lap, and you'll be good to go. So get out there, get your head down, and get back in the game.
Back onto the banking, it's Dixon Kobayashi 2. Here they go again, moving by the Ferrari. Dixon back to the point.
So Kobayashi tried to use any kind of draft he could on the GT car coming back out onto the banking.
Anyone even realize that Kamui Kobayashi, well, he's in second now, but he took that car from like a 4th, 5th place car all day, and now he's fighting for the lead.
Who was the leader at the resumption of the race?
Let's
Subsequently passed, not
on.
legally
We're
by
coming
Louis
back. I just need to get to my desktop.
So right now,
It is still here. Roller Coaster Tycoon 3 Platinum that I got for like
that's okay. Like I
$2.
said, you'll get back in the game. Mistakes
Okay,
are
come
going to
on.
be made. People are going to
Mac,
have
stop being
problems.
stupid.
And so you just have to
Get
keep your head
to
down and focus forward. That's exactly what Scott Dixon is doing right
There we
now. But I can tell you that Scott's already
Steam.
doing the math on the traffic.
Might have to be careful here.
He's got Kobayashi 5 or 6 car lengths behind him now, but
I'm just gonna put on the scoring.
As he works past
I set that up as a backup if I need to put on something, because I don't think they'll give away any info about me, but I'd rather not enter my password on stream, although it is just dots as far as you guys know. God, what is my password?
Now Kobayashi looks into turn 6. He'll get held
Oh
up
boy,
just
what's
a
my
little bit.
password?
Maybe
The
not
world may never
really
know.
at all, as it looks like
Finally got it. Just like
a really
6th
good
try.
job of knowing he was there, looked in that
What's my
inside
other one?
lane and held him up very little, but look at the
There
gap
it is.
that Dixon has
pop
been
up.
able to build.
So Scott Dixon still in the lead. Kobayashi second. Oh, there's Steam. Someone added me to their friends list. How long ago was this? When was the last time I was even on Steam? There's no date attached to it. But alright. Here we go. Games. I have no idea what I'm doing anymore. Where's the goddamn games tab? Am I just dumb? What are you downloading, Steam? Why are we downloading Counter-Strike? Let me play. Preparing to launch. Launch game as soon as ready. Alright. So we're gonna put that down there. We're gonna open up OBS. We're gonna go back full screen. And as you can see, we're waiting for the Roller Coaster Tycoon to open. I have my golden Oreos next to me.
Himself and used it against Kamui Kobayashi.
Couple of Cadillacs at the point, battling it out. 2 Acuras behind them. It has been a fantastic show.
My cat's hanging around. I have to make sure. So I have like a rolling chair that I'm using right now. I really have to make sure that I don't like roll back into the cafes he's been hanging around.
Able to work around them perhaps a little bit easier than Kobayashi was. We'll see what the gap is at the line this time by. The interval last time 1.3 seconds. I would expect it to be just a little bit more this time by. Here it is. Picked up another second.
Yep. Gapping it out is Scott Dixon. Meanwhile, just a few moments ago, Parker caught up with Ollie Gavin.
Ollie Gavin catch up to the 14 car for
Like I said,
Lexus. How was it,
right
Lexus
now,
there?
I'm not doing anything on the other computer. It's just kind of open, but at least if I have to like just look something up quick, since my main streaming computer right now is kind of busy, as you can see. If I need to look something up quick, I can just roll over here to the Windows XP and look it up. So that's good. Like I said, my original plan was to play a different game, but this is fine too. I don't know as much about Roller Coaster Tycoon, but it'll be fun. I'm looking. I don't know why it's like this, but I'm looking at the icons that I have on the XP computer. I have Bandicam, right? I don't know when I installed that, but I have Bandicam. But it doesn't say. Oh, here comes the cat again. It doesn't say Bandicam. It's just 3 squares.
Some a bit fairer than others, but yeah, it's all good fun. Thanks for your time. When you get back in the car, you think? I think it's been about 4 o'clock.
It's not optimized. What do you mean? I've played this on here before, have I not?
In the morning, have to get a little bit of sleep and
It needs to be updated.
out before you get back
Like,
behind the wheel
do
of
I
the
need to
Lexus.
install an update?
Sally has a
Or are you saying
credit.
this game is impossible to run until the developer does something about it, and in which case you're screwed? Is that what you're saying? No, okay, it just popped up. Alright, that makes no sense.
Quite a few issues today. Townsend Bell, our colleague, is behind the wheel of that.
Okay, can we get back to this? Thank you.
19 cars in GT Daytona this year.
That's
Stellar
weird.
field. Of course,
How it's like, it's not compatible, and then it's like, oh, it is compatible.
It's been a good show. Speed prototypes on track
Yes.
with similarly fast but not quite
Oh,
Grand Touring cars.
I feel like I'm gonna have to
From
fix
Daytona,
screen resolution.
being led by Scott Dixon, one of those rocket ships.
But for some reason, I'm on full screen, right? I think so. But for some reason, the race wasn't hitting. Oh my god. I'm turning down sound. That's loud. I'm literally on like, well, I'm sure you can see it. I'm on 1 bar of sound right now. Okay. Let me hurry this up. Actually, can I just, because it doesn't seem to be full. Actually, I guess it is full screen. Or is it? I don't know. I'll just look in the settings when we get to it. Can I skip? It's so weird. I can do whatever with this, but the race is still like the prominent window. Okay, what is this? Options. 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 Come on. I have no idea what's them. Options. Can I do anything? Okay. I may regret that. I literally can't do anything. This is actually broken. What am I supposed to do? I can't quit. You see, like it recognizes the mouse going over it, but I can't actually click on it. What is happening? I literally can't leave. Alright. Couldn't tell you what just happened. Let's try it again. Steam. Look at these games that I don't play anymore. Where'd it go? There it is. Now the question is, would trying it again just have the same results? It's very possible that it might. Oh boy, we're doing okay. At least this might be a better thing because it actually went full on full screen, meaning maybe I can click on stuff this time. AKA options. Yeah. Okay, you guys are seeing it. God, I know this is just the most exciting thing you've ever seen. Okay, can we click on this? Holy shit, we can. Currency. Brightness, game volume, music. Well, first of all, let's turn this like very low. And turn the race up. Actually, let's just turn music off. Use music from your iTunes playlist. Hell yeah. Game setting. No? Am I stupid? Graphic. Graphics? I wanna get out of this. Oh, yeah. Screen resolution. Let's make it tiny. Not like that. Not like that. I want to get out. There's a full screen check mark. Sure. But like, get me out of full screen is all I'm asking. Get me out of full screen. This is so annoying. Get me out of full screen. Do I really need to like look up YouTube tutorial on how to do this or something? This is annoying.
I've got some news for you, Brian. Top of the hour, I'm going to be leaving you. I'm going to give you dip, though. That's going to be awesome.
These tools. Select it. Okay, I don't think it's going to help me. Am I missing something? Am I like... What am I missing?
Exclusively, and then at 6 a.m., I'll be back, Brian. You won't be here. So the continuing musical chairs here at the NBC Sports platform.
Oh my god, this is not... What am I supposed to do with this? There's actually no, Okay, well I think I'm just not going to do this because I literally can't figure out how to not do full screen. So anyway, we're back to this. You know what we're going to do? You know what we are going to do? The coolest thing. Don't know why Yahoo is the, default. You know what we're gonna do, and it's actually all right here. I kind of want to play original run, to be honest. We're gonna do a cool math game. I'm going to do regular run. If I gotta figure out how to not have these windows overlap. That's good. Now let's see. Can we like scroll over a bit? Okay, that works. Yes, let me show you this ad that you can't see. Oh wait, I didn't even know I had ad block. That would explain it. Yeah.
Plenty of guys in that paddock who could
Continue the
go to a
game.
jewelry store
No,
and
why? What? Why is this full screen?
But
Stop it.
That's not the same.
But that's not the same. It's
I just want no.
Oh, that's a
Continue the
good point,
game.
Brian. A lot of millionaires out
Why?
there, but
Why does
they
Run
wanna win it
insist on being full
outright.
screen all of a sudden?
Put it on their wrist.
Why does everything insist on being full
So
screen?
this has been a lot of fun. Appreciate you all joining us.
Run
I'll be
has
back,
never
guys,
been
once
full
again, top
screen.
of the hour.
Why?
You can switch to NBCS Center. You can leave it right here on your mobile device or your desktop computer. Ride along with Jack Hawksworth behind the Vassar Sullivan Lexus.
I didn't think Run would be a problem.
Of the 24-hour
Like, are you
endurance
kidding me?
event. Lee
But
Dibby
can I
joins us
play
next.
it?
We'll see you again soon here on
See,
NBC.
the thing is, I can't fix this screen. I can't make this any smaller. Because then if I do that, it's like you're just seeing like a quarter of the screen. Like, I cannot physically make this any smaller. But yet it's like demanding that it be that size for me to play it in a browser. How small can I make it before it just dies? There it is. Okay. So that's what we're going with right now. Which is actually pretty good. But is it actually going to load? Do I need to just reload it because I messed it up so much? Alright. Oh my god, I dropped the phone. Will this work? Okay, is everything just like broken? I don't understand why nothing is working. What does Steam want? Don't care. I stopped caring. Well, apparently everything is all good and dandy until you want to start streaming. And then it's like dead. I don't know what that is. Do you think Run 3 would work as opposed to Run the regular one? But that I saw the loading as soon as I clicked that, the loading bar actually jumped a bit. So I don't know anymore. I am at a loss for words. Okay, something popped up. Uh-oh. Something tells me, for some reason, this is going to be laggy. And how... I mean, look at this. Something tells me... You know what? Let's screw Run. What's on the... It's on the home page here. Top 10 games. Right? Yeah, I realize that. Moto X3. Could do Pool. Papa's Freezeria. Is this not going to be awful? Is the problem ad block? Do you think that's the problem? Because it hasn't been a real problem in the past. Oh, this one's loading with ease so far. I'm cleaning windshields on the race right now. But then, okay, so it's a nice smooth loading circle. Oh my god. We're getting a corner of the screen. Okay, we're good now. Excuse me. Coverage has concluded. Thank you. Okay, what do I do now? Take me back here. I did notice how it's like when you clicked on it, it was like part 1. So I don't think you can, and it was like at like 8 hours or something. Yeah, see, now we have part 2 over here. Oh, hey, it loaded. Shut up. There we go. We're good for a while. I thought I shut you off. Okay. This is actually looking like, hopefully it's not going to be awful. It's not going to lag to shit. So, it's gamer time, everyone.
And we are getting very close to a significant point of the nighttime hours here at the World Center of Racing in this
Oh, that
event.
worked.
Because for the limited amount of fans who are here and for all of you watching on TV, it's fireworks time.
Yo, it's fireworks time. No way. I actually don't know how well you can actually like hear the race broadcast, but it's fireworks time, as you can see.
By the way, as focused as the drivers are, they quite enjoy this part of the evening as well, as much as we do. You look forward to each and every one of the traditions in endurance.
We got 2 stars in that first level.
Around the world, but particularly here at Daytona International Speedway.
Anyway, moving on to the second level.
Over Lake Lloyd, like I said, for the limited amount of fans who are here, it's a beautiful sight. And it makes us feel kind of normal in a very abnormal time around the world. And IMSA has done a great job to enable us to be racing here in January. It is an annual tradition and enjoy this iconic endurance sports car race for the 59th time. And it's time to say welcome back. Hi folks, Lee Diffie along with Brian Till, Kyle Petty joins us as well, and Parker Kligerman and Dylan Walsh on pit lane for this period of time. And Brian, I want to start with you first. We've got quite the race on our hands, and 2 guys
You know what?
Scott Dixon and Kamui Kobayashi, who share the car for overall honors.
You know what I can do? Just spice this up a little bit. I am in some sort of like Discord server for Rolex. I literally don't know a single person there. Like, I've talked to them online, but never talked to any of them like in real life. But what I can do voice chat on that just to get people here. Can't guarantee how much of a shit show that would be, but it would at least be a little bit more entertaining, I think. But right now it's Moto, whatever the hell this is called, time. Okay. And eventually, if I beat all these levels, I do want to go back and make sure to get 3 stars in all of them. This is what I did, like, even senior year of high school. This is what I was doing.
has brought to the game tonight, has brought to the speedway. I mean, it is the racing has been intense. We look at the GTD class. At one point in time, it seemed like 1 through 15 was all
Gamer
running in
time.
an area you could throw a blanket over. It was incredible to watch these guys slice and dice
Oh boy.
and cut through. It has been an amazing display of driving so far, and I only see it getting better and better as we go deeper into the night. And look, we saw it right from
Don't hit your
the
head.
drop of the green flag.
Epic.
Although,
Okay, you know what?
those first few hours were punctuated by
Sorry
multiple
to take your eyes off the race real quick. I'm gonna show you the score. Why does it say yellow? Okay, that's like actually frozen from when I put it on there. Alright, that's actually, you know what? They're showing a recap right now, so in case you want to see that, we'll do this after. I'm showing a recap, and I do have Track Pass. I actually didn't pay for it. It was a free code that IMSA gave away back in July when they were all restarting and everything. So I have Track Pass for IMSA until like 4th of July weekend for free, and then later on in like September, NASCAR Track Pass did the same thing. They just had a free code, so I have access to all the NASCAR ARCA races on Track Pass till September. So, but anyway, point is, there's no commercials. This is commercial free, so you know when they're like, "We'll be right back," you'll still be able to see it on here. Let's just not get shut down by doing this. Oh, Jimbo. There's a gnat in here. It's rare to see gnats in the middle of January, but they're in here. Of course, well, not they, there's one. It's flying around.
Not so much. No, it was crunch time there, and that was the catalyst for yet another early caution. So too was this.
So, just like I said, can't guarantee how much of a shit show it's gonna be, but I will try to enter a voice chat on a Rolex Discord server with people that I kind of know. I've talked to them like through, you know, Discord chats and stuff, but never actually met them like person to person or voice or anything. So, and who knows who will even join. I think one person will at least join. Like I said, I don't really know any of them, so can't guarantee how it's going to go over, but I think it'll be better than just me sitting here. Not the most exciting person in the world. But I'm going to do that after they finish this recap here.
I'd like another shot, and he was very hard on himself afterwards, but I think he did a great job. Not so much there for BMW, another issue.
That's just dealing with traffic, isn't it? With these 5 classes on track. The Triple One, Grassa GRT Lamborghini, the Triple One was for 3 class wins in a row in GTD. 2 for that team, 1 for Paul Miller Racing. Unfortunately, it would not be a great end to the story for the Triple One going behind the wall.
But some great battles here and a great story for Wright Motorsport in the number 16 Porsche. Their car damaged to the extent they had to get a new tub, and they bought it from Black Swan Racing. Black Swan had
Damn, I just realized in that, that last round I did so terrible I didn't get a single star. You know another cool math game I played a lot, which kind of seems like a really weird game to like master, but it was this game. Both of these moto games I mastered in high school, but also like a trio of games. I think there's 3 games of like, not Parking Mania, that was the one I didn't like. There's another parking game that I completed with all perfect levels, and there was like 2 or 3 of those that I worked on for a few months during senior year of high school. Fun times. The thing is, you had to have the same computer, because you know there's no cool math games might have accounts, I don't know, but you know we never used accounts, so it was just if you're on the same computer then that's the only way your content is saved. So the fact that I was able to get the same computer and master like total of like 5 or 6 games perfectly, like that's a pretty good feat. And this isn't like across 4 years of high school. This is across like the last year of high school. Now senior year when you kind of just stop caring. This and that is still flying around. Okay, we're live. So I'm going to bring it back to the scoring, which apparently is stuck, but it's kind of like my screen to save you from just looking at black nothingness. We're going to stare at that until I can log in to Discord here. Ugh. And we are taking the time to be slow. I have so many of these accounts that when I have to log into them again, I have no idea what I'm doing, because they're just all automatically logged in for me normally. What is my email for my Discord? I think I have another Discord account that's kind of like a shitpost. And I might log into that by accident. And like it wasn't an intentional shitpost. I just didn't remember I had an account. So I made a different one. I think it was like Bolby Stroganotsky from Jimmy Neutron. I think that's what I named it. Not the from Jimmy Neutron part, but the Bolby part. Oh, this is the right account. Okay. Sleeping. Why is there... Okay, so there's... So there is 3 voice chats, right? You have in race, makes sense. Just chatting, sure. Sleeping? I'm just confused why there is a voice channel that's for sleeping. That just doesn't make logical sense to me. Alright, let's go to just chatting. Let's allow. Let's mute for now, since there's no one here. There will be a GTD Pro category in Corvette, and Chevrolet has already said we want to be a part of that. So that C8 Corvette is going to have to one more time evolve into a different animal. This time it's going to have to evolve into a GT3 based machine. And look, I think people might say, "Oh, we're disappointed that GTLM is going away." However, it's for the benefit and the health and the wealth of global. Okay. Is there a way? Oh, this is on the same tab. So let's make this a different tab. You have no idea what I'm talking about or doing right now. I'm trying to see if there's a way to where I can not give away personal information, but kind of just see who's in the chat. I have no idea. That wasn't anyone in Discord talking. All right.
Like seeing big flashes of light, and I was trying to figure out what was going on until I actually saw the fireworks lighting up the sky here at the Rolex 24.
Alright, well, Discord will make a noise if someone joins, right?
They all start going up, and you can hear them out of the sun of your car. It's amazing how much it lights up the place.
Discord makes a noise, correct?
I think it's a great
I'm not use like kind of use Discord, but not really on the computer. And when I have Discord on my phone, it's like my phone has like all notifications like turned off, so it'll make a noise if someone joins. Correct? Yeah, sure. Let's go with that. I have my mic muted anyway, so okay, we're back to this. I was confused at first because I heard like talking and stuff. Oh wait, actually, if it's just a message, I'm gonna check on my phone. If it's just strictly a message. It's weird. I'm on. Hold on, I just want to check something again. I'm on mobile, right? So I'm looking in the voice chat. I just clicked on Steam by accident. I'm in the voice chat. Okay, I am in it. It just didn't show it on mobile. Anyway, I didn't want to minimize OBS because I still need to do that. Now I can minimize it. And now I screwed everything up because I made the screen too... There it is. On to the next level. So... Damn. Hold on. Sorry, I keep doing this.
Is there anywhere else I could watch it, like, of the race?
I do not know. I mean, it's on actual TV now.
Yeah, I couldn't sign to NBCSN because I was on Xbox and I don't even know the Xfinity password. So,
But do you have like actual like TV, like cable or satellite or something, or no? Because it is on SN right now.
Upstairs, I'm at my friend's right now. I'm just be staying the night here.
All right. So Xbox is kind of like your only option then, right now. Basically, is what you're saying.
Yeah.
Couldn't tell you. I know there are. They have. As you seen in the chat, they have been finding like streams on like Twitch and YouTube. So.
Yeah, I was going through on Twitch and I couldn't find anything.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it's like some. I mean, I would think if you search it up, something would come up, but it might also be one of those things where it's like kind of hidden as well.
Yeah.
Just something where like you may need a link to it, but yeah, no, I don't know really where else you would find it for free, to be honest. If you can't, if you don't know your password.
Yeah, we might have to use the internet for the Xbox, and maybe I can get onto the website for NBCSN. Do I have to sign into anything at least for that, or is it just?
Well, I would assume so. It being it being like free though, like you know the stream being free. I don't know if you would have to sign in, but I would guess you probably would have to, as like proof of like, you know, I'm a customer of NBCSN, so I can watch this sort of thing. But I'm not saying that's guaranteed. Like you could get in for free. I don't know.
Maybe. So. I'll tell you without even something that works. So I'll be right back, and then I'll come back on it when I figure this out.
All right. Back to business. I'm just gonna restart this. I'm like at 200 seconds on this. Actually no. Since we're alone again. Turn that back on. So Kamui Kobayashi's still in the lead.
Have a cup, you know, to fight at the end. But right now, you know, the O1's doing really well. We see you again. I think about 3 o'clock. I think I did almost 5 stints then, so I'll get a little bit of rest and then come back.
Yeah, you heard it. See you, Lord. Yeah, very good, very good.
Nasser made up to 5th. Well, I guess they're kind of, that team was kind of in 5th the last few hours anyway.
That 01 Ganassi car, many thought, was that the old Wayne Taylor car? Did they get that over from WTR? And that's in fact a Pulcos Racing chassis that they got very late and did really great work to turn it around quickly, get it ready to go.
Well, it was interesting. They said that the Wayne Taylor car had been sold, they thought, to a collector. And instead of get a new tub that they would have to build up because there are some things that you want to do to it and things you need to do to it to make it a DPI car and not an LMP2 car because they run the same basic tub. He said this one from Hukos had been crashed at Canadian Tire Motorsport Park, but it had been completely repaired and was ready to go. Therefore, it was a quicker build-up for Ganassi, and everybody that's talked about it, Scott certainly mentioned it as well, that the team did such a good job. Ringer Vanda said it was amazing to see how quickly they adapted to something that they had never worked on before. I was talking to Mike Hall. He said a lot of the former sports car mechanics had moved to the IndyCar program, but then have moved back because they wanted to be a part of sports car racing again with Chip Ganassi, and they have certainly taken to it like a duck to water, and they have not missed a beat.
It's the 21 of Daniel Serra is in. At the moment, there's been a front-running car in GT Daytona. We were just hearing from Scott Dixon. He said it was a pleasure to be Kobayashi's teammate last year. And so those two know each other well. Well, guess who else knows him very well is the guy who's now in the 01, Ringer Vanda Zanda, because he was in the same situation as Dixon last year as a teammate to this man here, where they went all the way to Victory Circle to celebrate. And Ringer's fired up this year. He's excited to be teammates with Kevin Magnussen in the famed 01 Cadillac now, this time round.
Good run.
And, you know, from the moment that Chip Ganassi came into what was back in 2004 the
Why is my...
sports car series,
hold on. So, I was talking about the computer I have on next to me, right? The Windows XP. Why is the screensaver, like a bouncing around thing, kind of like the, you know, the old DVD screensaver thing where it like bounces around? But except this is text that says, there are no pictures found in documents and settings. My documents, my pictures.
I think there's still a little bit of a scab from the wound of losing his ride with Wayne Taylor Racing. I think there's still a little bitter there, and he wants to go out and prove that he should have stayed there. But you know what? The best way to prove it is to crawl in another car and go take it to the front. That's exactly what he's done. He's been very forward with his comments about wanting to win these races and being up front and win a championship.
Oh boy.
He's built a reputation over the last several years.
How am I doing
said
this?
to him on the Zoom call the other day, I used to listen to him in Prototype Challenge. He and Peter Barron, and the two of them were like kids on the radio back and forth. I said, you've come a long way from that Prototype Challenge run with Peter Barron. He said, yes, I have. And I think you could see it. He's become quite the driver. And he
I hate to say it, but I'm kind of bored of this already.
He wants it here.
Got so close last year. Really close last year.
Man, I wish I could stream the thing I had originally planned. That doesn't work. Okay, so, you know what? We are... Because I know I have this installed.
In the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship here at the Rolex 24.
There it is. We're gonna stream Minecraft. We're gonna be that guy.
Okay, so I just tried it and it didn't work.
Sorry, I had my mic muted. But it didn't work.
So I went onto the website for NBCSN.
Yeah.
And it wanted me to sign in.
Okay. You might be out of luck. I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah, I'm gonna watch yours. So.
Yeah, mine is literally just like a corner of a screen. I don't want to get hit with a copyright thing. That's why that's why mine is not just, hey, you can watch this for free. You know, you can watch it, but it's not like full screen. I'm doing other crap off to the side, and you can like barely hear the audio. So.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not trying to like pirate it. Is what I'm trying to say. I'm just trying to have a hangout.
Okay. Yeah, I was hoping I could find it somewhere else and then like watch it with the full screen, but I'll just watch yours since we can't find anything.
Yeah.
To see as well what's going on.
I'm
Some
literally
more, so.
I'm literally opening up Minecraft right now to play off to the side.
Okay, cool. We'll watch that as well since we like Minecraft.
Yeah, you know, you get the best of both worlds then.
Okay, cool. It's
Well, okay. There it is. Actually, now that's working. Such a long process to mute my mic. Uh-oh. What just happened? Nothing happened. Okay. Anyway. Oh. Ignore that. Here we go. Indie switched to Peacock this season. Yeah, that's actually better for me, to be honest. Why did the stream pause? But yeah, no, Indie switching to Peacock, like for practice and qualifying, and Indie Lights is actually a lot better deal for me, being a Comcast customer, because then I can actually like watch it for free. So I don't know if you're Xfinity Comcast customer or not. I'm gonna have to do this again because another sign-in page. But yeah, I don't know if you're Comcast/Xfinity customer or not, but yeah, so anyone that gets a Peacock Premium for free, so it works out a lot better than paying was like $50 for NBC Gold for just practice and qualifying or live qualifying, I should say, because it was always tape delayed on TV and Indy Lights. So I can actually watch all that again. It's been a few years since I've been able to watch Indy Lights, especially. You know, practice and qualifying, although I would like to watch that, it's the lights was the most important thing. So this may be another thing where might take a while to guess my password. Nope, I got it. Okay. I'm just gonna do normal. Oh, damn. Okay, so I'm gonna do, if you know anything about, okay, we're back. If you know anything about Minecraft here, you know, Optifine helps like optimize settings and everything, and I haven't installed that in a very long time on this computer, so I'm gonna have to run this real quick, then exit, and then download the Optifine thing so we can play over here. Now that I'm alone again, turn the sound back on.
Well, Lee, I think the ace in the hole for this team is Tristan Nunez, who, of course, was a factory Mazda pilot in DPI for several years, and he's been very responsible for helping all of these guys, his other three co-drivers, get up to speed. And Tristan admits, too, you know, this LMP2 car has been a challenge for him to learn, so they've all spent
there's still a gnat flying around.
Just trying to get acclimated with this race car. Said it's been
so it's kind of weird with the stream because it's everything like runs smoothly once it comes up, but then it at the same time when you are bringing it up, as you saw with some of those games I was trying to bring up on cool math games, it just takes forever, but once it's loaded it's fine. It's just kind of a weird thing, and the race is kind of losing quality here. I don't know why.
Teams that's been on the rise is in GTLM, and that is the 62
Hopefully that goes
Racing Cup
back
this year.
up.
I mean, Ferrari James Collado just jumped out. You guys have been through an eventful first couple hours, but you're not out of this. You're back in it. It's been a bit manic. Daytona it's a race where you need to look after the car, and traditionally you always fight at the end in the last 2-3 hours, but it's been drastic. Anna got taken out by it was the BMW's fault. Just a silly mistake, but it just happens, and luckily the car wasn't damaged. And then I did a bit of a silly mistake myself.
So I think it's safe to say Kobayashi is the best driver in the 48, because it was, well, first, start off with Jimmy, who doesn't have really any experience or anything, so as you might expect, he was kind of toward the back the entire time. Castroneves brought it up to like a 4th place car, and then Kobayashi, I think there's a third driver somewhere in that. I forget who the third driver was, but then Kobayashi was the last one to get in, and he takes it all the way to the lead. So, and I see Felipe Nasser has brought the 31 up to 4th from being in last for the last little bit.
He said, I made a bit of a silly move. He admitted he made a mistake, and it was a mistake that we thought we would see more often throughout the event up to this point in time, and we may see it more in the future, and that is...
And I know I'm pretty much just talking about DPI, but
the GT Le Mans, GTD,
and GTLM and the GT classes are pretty close, but look at the Le Mans classes. They're like... They're kind of jokes of the class. LMP3 we kind of knew coming in that it was kind of just going to be a nothing class. It does actually have a decent amount, but there's just such a difference between the top cars and the lowest cars, and it was kind of thrown together at the last minute. But yeah, you can see the leader of LMP3 has a whole minute over 2nd place, and then 3rd place is a lap, and then 4th place is 4 laps down. That's honestly kind of what we're expecting coming into this. LMP2, I believe, is the class that last year had 2 cars the entire time, and I saw they have 10, so they actually made a significant improvement. The racing itself, as you can see, is going about the same as LMP3, but it's better than having 2 cars. If you wanted to go race and you just had the bare minimum equipment to do so, LMP2 was the class to go in last year, because there's two full-time cars. So if you entered like the bare minimum car, even if you like went out of the race 1 lap in, you would get a bronze trophy. You get 3rd place. You get podium. You get to stand on the podium for just showing up. Okay. Every time Minecraft is in the middle of doing something, I can't like right-click on Chrome to check Discord. And yes, I'm using browser Discord. So anyway, that's the sound I think when someone leaves, so it just could be the guy leaving, or maybe I timed out and left. I have no idea. Either way, it doesn't matter right now. If someone starts talking, it's whatever. I know that I think, in there, and my mic is muted, so I'm okay. I'm on the right screen. I'm just paranoid about that now. I am, okay.
Discord browser? Wow.
I still can't. Okay, there it is. Yes, Discord browser. That you are correct. You heard that right. Noises. I don't care about showing my Discord anymore, obviously. Just still waiting for Minecraft actually pop up. Because like I said, it's once it's up, it runs, but it's just taking forever to get to that point now, and it's just the way the stream is. At least the scoreboard is actually updated though. For whatever reason, when I go to like my view of just the scoreboard, it's kind of like frozen.
LMP3 prototype from Mueller Motorsports America, and Stephen McAleer is behind the wheel right now. And Dylan, he was a late call-up for this car.
Yeah, he was, but very accomplished in the LMP3 division. Lots of laps in these race cars. And this team as well is one of the few that was able to do a 24-hour test.
Oh,
in fact,
meanwhile, fourth place LMP3 went another lap down.
For this race. And remember, they've already overcome some
and actually, I shouldn't give LMP2 too much shit. The 11 car is actually pretty fast. Because, you know, you expect pretty much every class to be lapped by the DPI cars like fairly quickly, but it actually took like several hours before the leader of LMP2 to get lapped even once. So, you know, I shouldn't give it too much shit. Number 11 is a pretty good car, it seems like.
Kind of a similar story for these guys. Car arrived
hello. How's it going? See you in chat.
Figuring it out. So having a veteran like Joao behind the wheel certainly valuable for this team as they try to sort out all the gremlins and things that sometimes come with the new race car. Doing a good job right now as they hold down that second spot. Parker, or rather Lee, I'm sorry.
Yeah, interesting stories. Actually, 1, 2, 3 in LMP3 with Stephen McAleer
you know what,
leading the way.
I'm still waiting on Minecraft to like load, to pop up. I'm doing good. Doing good, man. How about you? But yeah, if Minecraft does not load, I might just do what I was talking about before and just like play on my Windows XP computer off to the side, and this is just the screen you see. And as I say that, here it finally comes. And keep in mind that I still want to get
my friend that's talking to you right there.
Just a super guy, and one of his biggest fans was his little brother Sam, and Sam passed
away. How was I supposed to know that? I'm just being a nice guy.
Heart defect and had 8 or 10 open heart surgeries over the years, but always paid attention, always watched every one of Stephen McAleer's
Now he says, "Hola, Poppy."
This is the first opportunity that Stephen had ever had to run the Rolex 24, and they were really hoping that Sam could hang in there and be able to see this. This call came up actually very, very late, and Stephen called me the other day and said, I have a chance to do the 24, and I just wish Sam was here. The cool thing is,
I forgot what I was going to do. Yeah, I was going to look up.
And on the back of it is a picture of his brother Sam that he lost in November.
I can't type. I didn't type that right.
Stephen McAleer not only running in the Rolex 24, but leading it right now. And this team is very strong. Maurice Grants, Lawrence Hare, who run this car in the prototype challenge category, dominated the race here last weekend, and along with Kenton Cook, who is also very accomplished in these machines, they've got a
good
really
old
great
sight that
opportunity
hasn't changed a
to
bit.
walk away with a Rolex, and I can tell you that would be a special moment for all 4 of those drivers, but especially for Stephen McAleer.
So some 57 seconds in arrears, and we had just seen that car, the Sean Creech Motorsports entry of Joao Barbosa, 3 times an overall champion, first in
Show us that Minecraft world. I haven't made one yet. I was gonna make one once I get all this set up. I can't tell because of how slow everything's running. I can't even tell right now if it's actually downloading or not.
Full series this year. He likes what LMP3 offers. You know, maybe not as stressful as being at the front of the pack overall in DPI. Terrific story. He met Sean Creech a long time ago while
Something tells me
testing
nothing's happening.
a Peugeot 908 for the Daytona Classic event, and they struck up a friendship. They stayed in touch for many, many years, and Sean was actually on the first team that Joao ever drove for.
Arm for file, no way.
In the late 1990s or the early 2000s in the American Le Mans series. So friendships in motorsport go a long way.
Bridges?
Bridges. You don't burn them?
No, ever.
No, and that was he's very happy
Can't be
about
open
that.
because it. What do you
Well, we're
mean?
starting in the next round of DPI pit stop.
Your security preferences allowing us to. Oh my god, stupid security preferences. Anyway, I could change it, and if I dug around, I might be able to figure it out, but I'm just lazy right now. I'm not going to do that. Let's go back in normally. It's going to take like 10 more minutes to even load up again.
Of course, will stay in the car, so they go around to the right side and put new Michelin's on. Routine service here for the overall race leader in Ringer van der Zande.
What I like there when I look at that stop is it looks very, very choreographed, very calm. Want to hustle around because in the pro categories in DPI and GTLM, it's a 34-second
instead of, I don't even know how to do that. Instead of doing just a regular release, what if we do an old one?
Dylan, tell us more about the Maya
If I can figure that out.
And it looks like Allmendinger is getting out, and I believe that's Dane Cameron.
One. It comes up. Because this is like versions that are on
tire change, it looks like, and again adding fuel, full fuel load here for this Acura. They'll get Dane buckled in and sent back onto the racetrack.
Also a shot of oil.
Release. What if I don't want to release? What if I want like a beta?
Another one picked it up and goes to fitting in the back of the engine compartment.
Okay, what does this do? Does this matter? It really doesn't, apparently. Apparently I can only do release historical or historical.
When you see that pressurized
I don't know if that does anything.
When they carried it out there, I thought, why did they just take a shock absorber out?
There we go. Alpha. I don't want to go to the very first one because you can literally, there's like actually nothing to do. I need to find like the first playable one. Or, you know, let's go to one that I remember.
CEO of Sirius
like
XM Satellite Radio,
1.6.
owned by Liberty Media, and big boss, one of the big bosses of Liberty Media, is here this weekend. There's AJ. Okay, first part of it all done.
No, but it's Minecraft though. Like it's your own game. What do you mean risk? You should know it's on there.
One of our teammates. We'll find out what his thoughts are there. But yeah, a lot of eyes on this car, and it's first outing for Maya Shank, and humble beginnings for Mike Shank from Pataskala in Ohio, and has worked his way all up to a factory Acura program in the top tier. Isn't it a marvelous story? We could talk about
so
that for
we're
a long
under
time. Back in
16 hours now.
With our AJ, with John Pugh, with Oswaldo Negri, and the late Justin Wilson. Amazing scenes here at Daytona that we will never forget.
Oh, here we go. Hamster dance, guys. Hamster dance. Oh, why is that loud? First of all, music, sound. Do you want sound? Sensitivity. Okay, we'll figure out that sensitivity and how bad it really is when we get there. Cool names. Anyway. World. What's today? 30th. I'm very creative with my name. Seed. Launcher quit unexpectedly. Okay. I'm gonna ignore that because I don't care. Seed. Anyone, does this work at this point? 404 seed? This could be it. Man, cool lag. Let's literally change this to like bare minimum settings. I'm gonna be that guy. Go to easy. Graphics fast. Render distance. Yeah, we'll go short. Let's not do tiny. Smooth lighting, yes. Bombing, don't care. Limit frame rate, don't care either, necessarily. I don't think this is the seat I was looking for. It's actually kind of in the same biome, you know. It's still in a desert.
Nice Minecraft world.
You know what? Mic is muted. That do be a Minecraft world, though. I'm actually gonna pair that with that. So it's easier.
Endurance sports car racing. Grabbing that whenever you can. Graham Rahal just sent me a text before and said, "Wake up if you look tired on camera."
What is that?
That's because I am tired. It's a long day for everybody.
Absolutely. That's not any place
Okay.
I want to spend a lot of time.
We are going to
sleeping
change
on the
this
concrete, but
sensitivity a
you
little
gotta
bit.
get every little break that you can. You got to refresh it for the drivers. We've talked about this. When you get out of the car, you need to walk away. So hard to do. But you
Should I have gone the other way? Maybe there's like actual
renowned
trees
in the sports
the
car
other
paddock and also IndyCar in years gone by for his strategy calls and just his racing acumen. And so he's an important figure for the guy who's sitting behind him during Chase Elliott's very first Rolex 24
I can't move.
campaign.
There it is.
Our man AJ Allmendinger has just stepped from the Sirius XM Auto Nation Acura.
Hey,
And,
there's trees.
We're going to hear from him in just a moment as soon as he grabs his mask, of course, being socially distanced and COVID
Try to beat the game, my friends.
For the interview.
So,
And as soon as we get AJ, we'll give you the nod. Dylan Walsh is down there just waiting on him, and we're ready to go. Take it away, Dylan.
All right, he just climbed out of the race car. So back in a DPI in competitive race conditions, how was it out
Okay,
there?
so is there a way to beat the game in this
We
version?
got a little bit more speed right now.
Because
We're
I'm pretty
struggling,
sure there's like no ending at this point.
we're fighting hard. Everybody at Myra Shank Racing, guys are working hard, and guys and girls on this race team are working hard to keep improving the car. If we can get along yellow, I think we can make some adjustments that might help it, but it's not going to be a quick fix. So we're going to keep fighting. We got back in the lead lap. That helped, and it was fun. It's fun battling with the guys. I wish I was a little bit quicker, but we'll keep fighting at it.
We talked a lot on some of our calls this week about the traffic and the addition of the new division and everything else that comes with making this race a challenge. What is it like negotiating with the extra cars out there at this time of night?
I don't think I can use some of the words that I was
Nice.
using in the
I
car.
kind of forgot that was a thing.
I didn't press the radio button for Diffie and Calvin. I know they're probably sleeping right now, but just in case they were listening, I didn't push the
It's up there right now.
Is he? All right, so for you, Diff, I didn't press the radio button because I didn't want to hear about it, but traffic's, let's just say it's interesting. You come up on a car and you have no idea where they're going, but hey, that's part of the Rolex 24, and that's what makes it fun.
All right, what's next for you? The booth or back in the
really
race car?
gas to beat the game.
Probably gonna lay
What's
down
up?
a little bit and wait for a text message.
I'm
from
sorry,
Rolex
what?
and see what he wants me to do.
All right, we'll go get some rest. Thanks, AJ.
All right.
So that's good to know. If you get a yellow,
I didn't
they
hear
can
what
make
he
some
said.
adjustments. It's early days. One of the things that team principal, team owner, co-team owner Mike Shanks said to me the other day was, what was really nice is, they've always had their own race cars and you learn your own race cars. Getting this in conjunction with Honda Performance Development and Acura from Team Penske, he said there were lots of Penske signatures on it.
Fill a gas to beat
There were
the
certain
game, that's what I said.
niceties on this
All
car
right.
where you kind of get an insight into the Penske way.
I don't know
He
if
said
that's
that
the
was really
official
nice to
way,
receive
but
it.
sure, we'll go with that.
I mean, I didn't spend a lot of time driving Indy cars, but I drove. three
Now I
different
know
chassis.
what to do then. Now I know what to speed run.
A Lola, and I drove a Penske chassis. And I can tell you there were marked differences. And one of the things is exactly what you just said. There were certain
This mouse can be annoying sometimes. Sometimes I just get stuck.
that weren't there in the others. And they were just little things, but they to build up to something. One of the things I thought was interesting that AJ said was, having a hard time getting the car to turn. One of the knocks against the Acura, or one of its weak links, seemed to be keeping the rear tires underneath it. Would tell you that the nose is stuck, the front end is stuck pretty well, and the rear moves around. So it's
I just realized
the team in setup kind of tried to tame that down a little bit.
I have to look this up. When was the nether even added? Is there a nether in this version?
But they've lost grip with the front end, and I can tell you there's nothing more frustrating to a driver than not being able to get the car to turn in, or when you come off of a corner, get a lot of power down.
Okay, it was added in Alpha 1.2 according to Google, so we should be good.
Will kill you in a place like Daytona. When you come out of turn 6, if you get understeer and have to breathe coming onto the super speedway, you will lose an unbelievable amount of time by the time you get to the bus stop.
All right, here is the race leading Ally Cadillac for Action Express Racing, and Parker has more.
Right, we saw Chase Elliott there sitting on the box in the Wheeler team. To his right was Mr. 7-time himself, Jimmy Johnson, suited up and ready to go to take over from Kobayashi when they decide to do that driver change. If you look at his helmet there, I found this very interesting. You see that gray block? That is for his headrest, because remember, in NASCAR, or even in
Sorry, I
NASCAR, you
blanked for no reason.
you can set that headrest
Trying to
once.
think.
When you go to the banking area at high rates of speed, pulling huge G's, your neck
First of
your
all,
head gets pushed over, you have padding there. Well, when you have multiple teammates, you can't always set that padding how you want, so they put a block there on his helmet to help him through the banking areas. Just sort of keeps your head in place a little better. You don't wear out your neck as much. I thought that's pretty interesting development there, and innovation there for Jimmy Johnson in 2018.
You look at the inside of these cars, and from a
absolutely
safety
not.
standpoint, they've
Cool.
done such a good job with the head restraints, and now the head restraints on both the LMP3 car and the LMP2 go much further forward than they
Well,
ever did.
I'm
And you
going
can
to
use
dig
those,
down
as you were talking about,
and hope
Parker,
to
as a
find
headrest,
something.
but when you've got drivers who may be
And I'm
2
stuck
inches
Jimmy
shorter,
Johnston.
2 inches taller, their head may
What
be
about
a little
him?
bit bigger, they've got a slightly larger helmet size, whatever the case may be, all of a sudden that headrest that works for you doesn't work for everybody else. So you got to come up with a way, and there it is. You see it on the right side of Jimmy's helmet, and that's just that little bit extra that he needs. And I know that sounds crazy, but to a driver who is particular, and every driver is, without that pad, his head feels like it's just a little too far forward, or a little too far to the right, and he wants that little bit of extra padding that the other drivers don't want.
So Jimmy Johnson in there, so that's why I said something.
All right, just the fact that they showed him. All right.
And almost dismay. Did he see something that happened on track with Kamui Kobayashi? That was like a huge surprise. Jimmy's like, oh no.
Hey,
what
darkness.
just happened?
All right. I guess I'm
So you just saw a
gonna
live
create
shot of
charcoal then.
Kobayashi.
I was hoping to like find
Shaking
coal.
his head. It could be
That doesn't
something
seem
that
like it's gonna
Kobayashi
happen.
has said on the radio, or something that they're seeing on telemetry.
Wait, does it? No, you can't do it like that. It does have to
Didn't
be.
look pleasant. We will
wood.
follow that up and try and give you an answer on the other side. Back in a moment.
Actually, let's try to use that up. Let's put another one in. Okay, that wasn't gonna work apparently. So we got one. I just realized in video setting when I did smooth line, I think I can have that off. Okay, that actually makes it brighter. That's not what I wanted. I did not want that. Who is talking in Discord? It may not even be this chat. It might be a different chat. No, it is this chat.
Yeah, we're just talking in the chat, so
Yeah, I saw that. I'm looking at it on my phone. Yes. Mining with feather. Yes, please. I love how I've not found a single thing.
Race leaders Kamui Kobayashi, who has a 13-second lead over Ringer van der Zande. Both drivers are defending race winners, but now, of course, for different teams. When we went to the break,
Oh, there's Court. It's just near place 49 I'm at right now.
Well, it's exactly what you just pointed out.
And still not even a speck of coal.
And watching Kobayashi continue to grow that lead, he's basically shaking his head in disbelief and astonishment at how fast they're going and how big that lead's getting right now. I'd have to say a lot of the people in the paddock.
So apparently Jimmy is not pissed. He's just amazed at how fast they're going, according to the broadcast. FYI.
Well, it's been a wildly successful run for Kobayashi, that's for sure.
I really don't know over the stream how well you can even hear the audio, because when I was kind of testing it before, it kind of just sounded like muffled noise.
To the top in GTD, and Dylan has more.
Yeah, Lee, well, the prophecy of these guys behind the wheel in this 21 car is Nicholas Nielsen right now about this Ferrari coming to life at night continues to ring through. Remember, they started deep in this GTD field after some issues at the roar. Had to drive up to the front. They did that. Once they got there, as everything continues to cycle through, they continuously find themselves at the front of the field. So, in a race where there's more darkness than light,
It's still dark.
you want to have a car that's better
I forgot they
than
actually,
ours.
like, in the older versions, they kind of just, like, spawn randomly in the middle of the night like that.
Andrea Caldarelli is in there right now. This is another group that was really, really struggling. Brian Sellers described them as the opposite of good on Friday, so use your imagination just about how bad they were, how off the pace they felt like there were. So they've continuously worked on this race car over the start of this race, trying to get it better. Andrea was on the radio when Sellers was in the car, kind of teaching him and coaching him maybe of ways to improve or things that he found in his first stint in the race car that maybe gained them a little bit of speed. So
wait, why'd I just walk in there with just a piece of charcoal?
Doing a nice job as they hold on to that second spot with the car that they were not happy with earlier this weekend.
Defending race winners in GT Daytona, and the quartet this year is Brian Sellers, Madison Snow, Corey Lewis, and Caldarelli, who is in the car right now. The 30-year-old factory driver from Italy, factory Ferrari driver. Boy, wouldn't it be something if they went back-to-back and gave Lamborghini 4 straight victories?
Well, it's the same lineup that they had last year, so consistency is what's important. I think you have that consistency, and everybody knows each other. It just helps the program. When you have 2 new drivers, 3 new drivers, you've got a new engineer, whatever the case may be, it's the first race of the season. It's the Super Bowl, and it's the first game you
Hey,
play.
is that
So the idea that there's so much
finally some
familiarity
coal?
here is, I think, a huge,
No, I have to
huge
keep
feather in
making
their
charcoal.
cap.
Why am I
Caldarelli,
doing this with a sapling?
factory driver,
Stop!
He certainly knows these cars. Getting on the radio and saying, "Hey, this is
I
what
couldn't
think
get
we
it
need to
to,
do." We
like,
probably have more
scroll
time
over
than even
before,
Brian
and now
Sellers
it's
or
just
Madison
doing it
Snow
for no
does.
reason, and it's one
I think
piece.
that's the other mark of professionals and of a team. When you drive in endurance racing, you have to accept the fact
Anyway,
that you may not
obviously,
be the fastest
at this
driver
point,
of the group. You
ore
have to
was
accept
a
that
lot
fact
less
and then go
common
out
to
and
come
do the
across.
best job that you can. And if Caldarelli can give Sellers some
Even coal,
information that's
although
gonna
here's
bring
a
him
little bit
along
more.
and make him a little bit quicker and help the team, Brian Sellers is the professional that will listen to that advice and try to find
And an
more time
actual
on the racetrack.
pocket
And to
of
have that
more
same
than one.
lineup as last year, certainly in the GTD ranks, it's one of the few cars that does not have a rookie in it.
Yeah,
I mean, there's one car in the fleet that has 3 rookies of the 4 drivers. I want to take you back just a moment ago to the Wayne Taylor Racing Konica Minolta Acura. It was a close call for Alexander Rossi. Let's have a look at it. Alongside the Sun Energy 1, or coming up alongside the Sun Energy 1 Mercedes.
Yeah, let's just, like, push a DPI car almost into the wall. That seems smart.
right here I'm going by. Did they touch? I heard a little click when he went by, and what I mean by that is, and it's so easy for me to
So
say,
we actually
I'm
got
sitting here
an actual
and
pot
I'm
that's
going
cold.
0 miles an hour, but when you come in there and there are 2 GT cars in front of you in a very narrow area, it tightens down as you snake through turn 2 there. That pass didn't
The
need
light
to be made
clearly,
right there.
even with smooth
When
lighting
you look
off,
behind him,
the light
there's no
doesn't
one
travel as far as
there. In fact, Nazar is
later
23
versions.
seconds back. And yeah, you want to move
Stop
forward in
doing
that time,
that.
but those are the decisions that when they work,
Hey,
you're a hero. When they don't, you throw the race away.
You know what I like about the Alexander Rossi story as each and every year goes by? For the early part of his career, it was tunnel vision, right? It was open wheel racing, and it was how do I get to Formula One? He did get to Formula One. He did 5 Grand Prix before
I don't
returning
understand
to the
why there's
United
certain parts of
States.
this that just stop
And since
working at
coming
certain
back
points. I'm
and
trying to get to
finding
the
his feet,
pickaxe.
and of course, winning the Indianapolis 500
Right.
and being a championship contender pretty much year in, year out. I like the way that his
There's
career is
literally
fanned
just
out.
parts
He's
where
done the
it's like
Bathurst 1000 in a V8
the
supercar.
player
He's
gets
done the Baja
paralyzed
1000.
randomly.
He's a
Like,
sports car regular
it's already
now.
happened a
And
couple
I
times
love
where I
this
just suddenly
diversity
can't
because
walk,
from almost tunnel
can't
vision to like
click.
a windscreen, and he loves it.
And if you talk to him when he came back over from Formula One, he is a
doing
different person than he is today. I think he's expanded his horizons as far as the racing opportunities that are out there. And I think that vision, that tunnel vision that you talk about, has opened up to realize that this is a pretty special thing.
Oh, we found
motorsports,
something.
He's fortunate to be here, and I think he now
I do want to make more
understands that
torches, though.
he's a part of an entertainment business,
Real
and he's much more willing to entertain these days than I think that he was when he first came over from Formula One. I think his personality is much more open.
Well, you saw that that pretty forceful move and that
Gonna
somewhat risky
make
move, but
Ton, 48 of them.
he is up there with the top 3 overtakers in IndyCar. He is spectacular. It is a show when Rossi is behind the wheel.
I hear things. Okay, well it's apparently not this, because this is the entire cave. Right here. Let's just keep going down the staircase. There's not a single ore in that area either. What level are we at? 21. Hey, it's more coal. No way. Oh, we're paralyzed again. I'm not even sure how to like fix it. There we go. Alright. Let's put torch up there. The parts where like the where I just get randomly paralyzed, that's probably gonna kill me at some point, for sure.
Are you an Office fan? Well, you'll know that the Dunder Mifflin family has found a new home. The offer's streaming now exclusively on Peacock. And whether you're
That's obviously where I was hearing all the zombies from. I hear. Okay, well, there's an arrow.
By signing up at peacocktv.com.
Okay. No, I told you this was gonna happen. Okay, I'm gonna go back out to this. I'm not gonna die this early. All right. I need food. Still day out.
Jimmy Johnson is getting ready to take over.
I'm gonna find an animal that's actually gonna drop food.
Has grown that lead to another 5 seconds to 18 seconds now. This is a very different year for Jimmy Johnson. Not necessarily different because he's doing the Rolex 24. He's done that 7 times previously. But off to do street and road course races in the NTT IndyCar Series. Now, you've been going to a racetrack on a very regular basis for many decades.
Drop something
and
this
you get
time.
locked into that routine and regimen
Don't go in the
like
water.
Jimmy has been
It's
for
annoying.
such a long time. Now he's still going to be going to the racetrack, but just not as regularly and not to the same
I
places.
think actually they don't even drop food.
What's that
They just
break-in routine
drop
gonna be
leather
like
in
your
this, right?
It's going to be
I need a
wonderful
pig
for
or a
Jimmy
chicken.
because you talk about the routine of going to the races. Daytona, Vegas, Phoenix,
There's a
California,
chicken.
same thing year in and year out. On that
But chicken,
tough grind
do
and
chicken
win.
even drop
Jimmy
food?
Johnson
They just
is
drop
a
feathers.
seven-time champion who can
They
pick
just
and
drop
choose
feathers.
when and where he wants to race now.
So
the
I
grind
legitimately,
is
my
not a
only
grind.
option is
It's a
pig.
choice, and it's a vacation. He's here being a racer, having a great time. He's going to run the open wheel, the Indy cars, because he wants to. He chooses to do that. When you choose to be in a certain place, it's a totally different attitude. It's a
I'm
totally
gonna kill
different
myself just for fall
perspective
damage.
on what you're doing. And you can enjoy it.
How does that
And
keep
I
happening?
think that's the one
I don't know
thing
if
that
that's
I've
the
noticed
game or
through
if that's
Jimmy's social media,
something with
through
my
his
computer.
tweets, through his IndyCar testing, through his testing down here in this particular car, is just the joy that comes across in his comments and the things he says and in the things he does. It's kind of like I got a tweet today that NASCAR Chasm put up a tweet. And I think we're going to put it up. I hope we put it up. And you see it. This is how I usually feel. And then how I feel when Lee Diffie is speaking about IMSA. I'm really excited about it. I've got my teacup in my hand. And that's the way Jimmy Johnson feels right now about being able to look forward to this year.
It is clearly getting dark, and if I know anything about this version, it gets super dark.
Well, that's a funny
can
story to go along with that.
See that happening.
Because I've had the pleasure and the honor of working with some of NASCAR's best, and the guys took really good care of me over the years, and it all started with Kyle Petty and Larry McReynolds at Watkins Glen many years ago. And somebody was on to KP on Twitter and said, "Who's that guy in the booth with the funny accent?" And Kyle wrote back to this person on Twitter and said, "It's Larry McReynolds." That's beautiful.
Now, I'm going to look forward down the road a little bit, and I think, and Kyle, you've been around this paddock, but to me, it's a very different paddock than a NASCAR paddock or even an IndyCar paddock because it's so incredibly open. And like I said, I'm going to look forward.
I don't know why this keeps happening.
That maybe we go to Watkins Glen, and as this pandemic dies down, when we come back here next year and Jimmy's here, that's such a different feeling, the paddock, where the fans are able to walk through and you're closer and all that. Does it become...
Let's see, I'm just gonna start spamming because I might die here if a monster spawns.
36 times a year, and does it become a little bit more special when the fans are there and they're that close to you when you're not doing it all the time and you don't have to do it?
Yeah,
It's gonna happen. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die.
Cup stuff. And when you
And I
run
don't have-
toward the championship, when you're there doing it week in and week out, and it is a job. It is a job. No matter the passion that you have for it, it is a job. And when you're able to step back from that, it's a little bit different. So, and having fans is at a racetrack. That's what it's all about, man.
We knew that was gonna
race because the fans love racing. And that's why we race, and that's what it's all about. You feed off that energy. So I think it's be a lot better the more people come, or when people can come back. Parker?
What is this?
See the 31 here in the pits. Mike Conway just hopped
What
in.
is
Lee
this?
Nasser just got out. Routine
Why is this
stop
a
here.
thing?
We're starting another round of DPI stops, and these guys have been from the first DPI on pit road.
Still night.
The other teams beat them by about 2 laps going further. We can get into that a little bit later. 31 pulls away and smooths it up, but now coming in is the race leader.
I have a bunch of stone swords and pickaxes for absolutely no reason.
Be stepping back into that 48 car with a monster lead that Kobayashi
Just want to go to sleep.
put down with some stellar laps that had even Jimmy Johnson shaking his head at one point before tires filling his whole field.
At least I'm getting feathers, am I right?
Running just a little bit of help there from the crew to get the belts tightened, the doors in, they wait on the fuel. Still waiting. It's always a long time fueling these cars to get them full fill, and either way.
And you think about that Kobayashi hands over to Jimmy with an 18-second lead. What's the kind of car that Kamui Kobayashi has won the last 2 Rolex 24s?
I thought the 48 car is more white, but at night it seems a lot more gray rather than white.
Dave Burns and I were talking about it. After about the first hour or two, you start gathering data and you start measuring.
Oh, did it just unglitch itself?
Fuel mileage right now.
I don't know. I'm just gonna, yep, it unglitched itself because the sword keeps disappearing.
So when I look back through here, and it's the 10 car that has spent less time on pit road than anybody else. In fact, they've spent 15 minutes and 39 seconds.
Yeah, this is a good way to get rid of it.
Competitor has spent 17 minutes.
Keep doing that
so
till it's all
you extrapolate
gone.
that out. What that is 2 less stops by the time we get to this, to the end of the thing. And so I think already fuel mileage is going to come into play.
Something tells me that like the reason why I keep getting stuck also has something to do with the game.
To get there, and as Parker said, he's already seen differences in pit stops, the number of pit stops, and how far cars can go.
Seeing the glitches that I've already found in it.
Let's go for a ride with Jimmy Johnson.
I'm hearing a thunderstorm.
It's just a note here that just went by Jimmy.
Why am I stuck for this long? Also, there we go. Anyway, let's get ready to die again here real quick.
There you go, that's what it's like, about 180 plus miles per hour through the tri-oval here at Daytona with the 7-time NASCAR Cup
Why are
Series
there
champ,
10,000 swords?
beginning his second
That is
lap out.
actually the most annoying thing ever.
Of course, Jimmy is just one of a plethora of stars at this 59th running of the Rolex 24. Stars aplenty, from open wheel, from stock car, champions, Indy 500 winners. They are everywhere.
You know what? I am gonna come back, but this is actually so broken that I'm gonna try a hopefully patched version. I'm gonna try the last version of that beta 1.6 just to see if it's any better. Beta 1.6.6. Let's play that. We not glitching? Oh, we're still we still be glitching. Or maybe it's because it happened before as well. I don't know. is this shit? What is this shit? It's not like I'm picking... I don't think I'm picking up any new ones. Okay, I was. But why? Apparently now they're actually acting as real swords. At least for now. When can I just, like, go to sleep? I gotta say, I might just like abandon this version. This is just annoying as hell. Especially this. Although this is actually running a lot smoother, if I'm being honest. It's just this glitch where they just duplicate by 10,000% is actually the most annoying thing.
15 hours, 25 minutes remaining in the Rolex 24. Wherever you look, there are terrific stories.
I'm stuck again. That's another thing. I just get stuck for no reason.
Overall, with Renger van der Zande taking over the lead after the 48 Ally Cadillac stopped to pit. This is the number 11 Win Autosport car that is leading the LMP2 category with Thomas Merrill still behind the wheel. Thomas has done a good job. He's been there for quite some time. And we're going to work our way through LMP2 here in a second. But before we do, let's go down to Parker.
Well, guys, we're catching up here on Kamui Kobayashi, who just got done debriefing with his team. You hear me? Sorry. So we saw you put down some amazing laps there and build a huge lead. How do you create
Seems like
speed
every time I get
things?
stuck, it lasts for so much longer than the last one. Okay. Nope, didn't want brightness.
And just when I put another set of new tires, I push myself more, get more confidence myself.
I'm just gonna chill for a few minutes.
My testing was brilliant. I had like confidence back.
And I saw someone talking about before, like, in-car cameras. Is there a thing on IMSA's website for that?
So we see when signs come up. I think this is the most difficult part. But still a long way to go. I need to jump in the night again. So we see what I can do. Definitely. I saw you talking at
Rolex 24 in-car cameras live. Okay, apparently I wasn't typing. Rolex 24 in-car cameras live. It's from 2 years ago on Facebook. It's from 2019.
Cameron is in behind the wheel of the 60 car. He came on the radio a little bit before he came down and said, "I'm pretty miserable at the moment." We heard AJ Allmendinger
Oh, found it, I think.
some of their handling battles as well. So
In-car cameras are only available during weather check. Yeah.
Hey, and it's
Race
baby steps,
broadcast,
so to
Audi,
speak. First time out.
BMW.
Your first time out and you're in the Super Bowl of sports car
All
racing
right.
in the US with a new car, so it's a tough ask.
What if I
Well,
just
it is a
flood
tough
the
ask,
screen
and
with
then,
like a
of
bunch
course,
of tiny
the guys
little
that are behind the wheels,
things there?
race winners, they're champions in that car, and so it's one of those deals where they know what it should feel like, and that's what they want. And the frustration is,
Is
they
it going to do
haven't
anything?
found a way to get it. And what'll be interesting is if, when the sun comes up and the temperature begins to rise, will the balance change? We'll find out.
This might not
Thomas
even
Merrill boasting a really
be working
handsome lead
currently.
here, and in about 2 laps time, he will pit.
All right, then. We're going back to what-
expect to see the LMP2
going back to
class
that
leader
then.
in. And Thomas is ahead of Antonio Fuoco, Gabriel Aubry, and then back in 4th place in the number 82 is the 21-year-old Devlin DiFrancesco, who is a really exciting young open wheel racer who has also done a couple of starts in the Rolex 24, so showing his flexibility and diversity. We're going going to see him in Indy Lights competition this year, and currently 4th in the LMP2 class, driving for Dragon Speed. This is the sole remaining car, and this 82 holds all of the responsibility, Brian, to try and bring Elton Julian's Dragon Speed team a 3rd consecutive victory in class.
Well, and the thing that's amazing is that Devlin DeFrancesco is driving a car. He was born 15 weeks premature. The idea that he even survived is amazing. And by the time he was 6 years old, though, he was racing go-karts, and that's where his career started. So, yeah, an exciting young man. We'll see him in Indy Lights this year. A great story.
Finished 2nd in Indy Pro 2000 last year. So he's used to running at the front. This is a whole different ball game, but like I said, he's already done a couple of Rolex 24s at the age of 21. So some good, valuable experience at the young stage of his racing career, getting up into big-time motorsport. Doesn't get any bigger than this as far as the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship is concerned. So well done, Devlin DeFrancesco, with a good run at the moment in LMP2. 2018 Daytona 500 winner Austin Dillon is just a couple of positions behind him in that Rick Ware Racing Euro-Asia LMP2 entry. So great stories up and down the field here. But through that pit stop rotation, Jimmy Johnson has cycled his way back up to the overall lead and lead in DPI. And just one of the things we look forward to each and every year here at the Rolex 24. So too to the limited amount of fans who are here at the World Center of Racing. The fireworks, an annual tradition.
Going to commercial. Well, guys, Jimmy Johnson must be the best sports car driver ever. He's in 1st right now. Definitely wasn't just all the work of Kobayashi.
Racing through the night here at the Rolex 24 at Daytona for the 59th time.
That is very true.
Jimmy Johnson leads the way over Ringer van der Zande.
When was the last time
Conway has just taken over
Jimmy won
the
a
wheel
race?
of the 31 wheel and Cadillac.
Was it 2016?
Tristan Vautier, Dane Cameron, and Harry Tincknell in the
Was
Sol
his
Mazda
championship
now,
season
a lap off the
the
pace,
last time he actually
and
won?
We'll be trying to get back up onto that lead lap, but there's just
I have to
so
look
much
this up.
time
Did he-
left to
he
run in this, so no problem. Just trying to
might have
stay
won
in touch.
2017?
We thank
Now I have
you
to
for
look
your
this up.
tweets that keep on rolling on in. And this is from Ash's Racing Channel. Hey, Motorsports on NBC, IMSA After Dark. I've got a question. Which is
Most
tougher,
recent victory.
the day to night change? or
Yeah,
the
yeah, I
night
just looked
to
it up.
morning?
It's
KP or Brian, you can pick that up.
13th round of
Kyle, why don't you go
2017
first and answer
season.
that? Which is tougher, the day to
2017
night change or
AAA
the night to
400
morning?
at Dover.
You know what,
So
that-
it was this. It
really good
wasn't even the
question.
fall race.
The
It
day
was the
to night,
spring. It was
for me,
May or
and
June.
I
One
can
of
only
those 2
speak to me,
months.
was, man,
It's
you were still
spring
running on the track.
2017.
You were 3 or 4 hours into the race, 4 or 5 hours into the race.
Which
You were still pumped up.
was almost 4 years ago,
Tonight,
actually.
Today, you're beginning to drag a little bit, man. You're coming out of that grind, and you know the finish line.
Yeah, so I kind of
is
gave up
right there
on.
in it, but you've got to stay focused.
You want to shoot out Daytona? Yeah, that's
you know,
true.
for me, coming out of the night into
You
the
did
daytime
say
was a little bit
legitimate
tougher,
race.
just because you were more
Clash
hours into the race.
is an organized race, so I
I'll
guess
agree.
there's that. But yeah, as far as points
Well,
race,
I mean, you are tired.
2017.
You're worn out.
but yeah, I kind of
The
gave
sun
up on
brings a little bit of hope
doing like
because
the
you know
game
that
off to
you've
the
made
side.
it
I
through
kind
the
of
night, but at the same time,
not
you're
feeling
just
that anymore,
exhausted.
especially after
And
the
as you
frustrating time I
go
had.
around this racetrack and
But,
you go down the back straightaway.
I'm just gonna leave it
and
at
you're
this for
looking
now.
To
See
the
how
east,
this
the
goes.
sun
Just
rises
have
in the east, so you get that
scoreboard
sunrise
off
right
to
in your
the
face.
left. I
The
kind of
bus
turned up
stop
the
is hard to
sound
see braking zone wise anyway,
on the
and
race.
so it's a
Have
challenge.
that in this corner.
It's a real challenge.
I feel like this might actually do better. The reason for me wanting to like have a game off the side, just kind of keep myself busy mainly, and also I thought it would make the stream itself a little less boring. But you know, I feel like it's actually better this way. Just having it the way it is right now, so I'm gonna leave it like this
with
for a
the
while.
WeatherTech Racing Porsche, the only Porsche in GTLM, Kevin Estra, who
With,
just happened to be the driver who got hit by Bruno
15
Spengler coming
left
to the
in the
green
race.
flag earlier today. They are many laps down and playing catch up, but not giving up, which is the spirit. From GTLM to GTD, we want to talk about a car that is trying to break into the top 3. A little further behind.
There's another Johnson in
this
this
car
race
here.
in
This is
GTD.
the 21. This is Matteo Cressoni, continues to lead ahead of Corey Lewis in the 1 for Paul Miller Racing. And then Jan Halen
What happened
in the
to
Porsche, the 16
happened to
Wright
Oberlin?
Motorsports Porsche is
Why
running
is he
third.
a lap down in
And
13th?
then the 9 of Zach Robichon. This is the Canadian
This is another
effort,
reason why I kind of
Fast
abandoned
Motorsports.
the gaming off
I
to
have
the
to say,
side.
Brian, I
It's
was talking
just kind of
to
losing
Steve
focus on the race a bit. Too.
Bortolotti. By the way,
Like, I still
no
had
relation
a
to
general
Mirko
idea of what was going
Bortolotti
on, but I
of
wasn't
the
like laser
of
focused.
Lamborghini fame and also Rolex 24 fame. Just so happens to be the same spelling. But by the way, they've spoken about that. The two have got quite. They have to be related. They got quite a giggle out of that. But ever since this team came into the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship, first of all, it was on a limited basis. And then last year, of course, COVID travel restrictions hampered them a little bit. But ever since they came in, they have operated at a very high level and have been nothing but impressive. And it would not surprise me to see this Canadian team win this race in GTD.
No, it wouldn't surprise me at all. And you think about the things they've overcome. They qualified on the pole here last year in GTD, and then the race did not go their way at all. They finished back in 13th in class, but as you said, then COVID came in, so they really only had 2 races that they ran last year. They ran the Rolex, and then they ran at Petit Le Mans. And the team, talking to them, there's going to be a big decision to make. If the pandemic continues to wreak the havoc that it has with travel, and Prime Minister of Canada just announced yesterday that they're going to have some pretty strict travel restrictions going back into Canada if you've been out of the country, it may make it hard, but that team has already said if that's going to be what happens, we're just going to stay here. That's how dedicated they are. They're going to be away from their families, away from their homes, but they do not want to miss out on a championship season again like they missed out on last year. And they, as you said, they've built this program. It has become stronger and stronger and stronger. And with Lawrence Van Thorn,
it seems like a thing that only GTD is
to be a
doing.
part of that program,
I don't know if it's just because, hey, you know, kind of to say, hey, we're the GTD class. I don't know if that's necessarily the reason. I feel like it's probably part of it. But yeah, that's something I didn't think about. Easier when they're behind you.
And you got Miles Kern, who's a Porsche engineer. Who is also
because it's not like a thing where it's like every class is mandated to have a specific color of headlights, because there's like 3 classes that have like the bright white
As a
headlights.
front-running driver, he
But
loves
all the
his business away
GTVs, I
from the
think, do have
racetrack,
the
so
yellow
super
ones. So,
talented guy and a
although
very,
that would be
very
cool
stellar
if
team.
each one had different color headlights. That would work a lot better, I think.
All right, guys, so you know every time I come to a racetrack and I'm not driving, I like to find the coolest place to watch race cars. And, you know, in IMSA, I find myself in a fire suit. And Lee, I've actually found myself down here in turn 1 the other day, on the other side of this wall, watching with you, and I'll let you tell your story about why this corner means a lot to you. But I love watching the cars come down here because you get to see the braking performance and see the differences in the cars. When you see a DPI go down here, it slams the ground. The Mazda sparks every time it goes into turn 1. You see some of the GTLMs go by, like the BMW that just went by. They're lifting early and saving fuel. And then you see the differences in the GTDs that have the ABS as they go against some of the prototypes. It's an incredible place to watch. But as I mentioned, you and I were on the other side of the wall. I'm out here on pit road, literally feet from the cars. How this is allowed, I have no idea, but it's pretty awesome. And I think I found the coolest spot in Daytona to watch amazing sports cars go by.
Yeah, you found me beneath the Sunoco sign there the other day. That's just one of my little idiosyncrasies or habits, habitual things. Every time I come here for the Rolex 24, and I've been doing it ever since I first came here, I always go down there by myself and I just take it in because I find it's a good way to look at the new liveries. I like the transition off the oval down across the apron. I think you can learn a lot about people's intentions and how they're driving and what the cars look like. And I just like to go down there before work starts for real as a fan and just take it all in. I started doing it years ago when I would travel the world doing World Superbikes. I'd pick a point on the track. Brian, for a decade when we went to Le Mans to call the 24-hour, we would always go down to Arnage and Indianapolis just out of habit because you get to look at the cars in a low-stress environment. We don't necessarily have to work, but we are working because we're observing and taking notes, but it's just fun. It's a time where we can actually be a fan for a moment.
I will wholeheartedly admit that yesterday I was standing down there behind the pit wall in turn 1 watching the cars, and Parker, I wanted to step out on pit road and I was going to do it because I had the right credential, but then I was like, I think there may be a couple other rules that would keep me from being there. I didn't need to have a fire suit on, but I wanted to stand where Parker was just standing for the same reasons. It's just a magical place to be. And even as much as we've been around racing and even racing ourselves, there's still just something that's awe-inspiring to stand there and watch. It's cool.
Brian, it's a good thing it's hashtag IMSA After Dark because that didn't feel appropriate being out there and that close to the car.
I know.
It's good choice not going out there.
Yeah.
So, coming up on 15 hours to go, just 3 retirements, and unfortunately they're all LMP2 cars. The first to go out was the two-time and race defending winning car in LMP2 from Dragon Speed, and then 2 more LMP2 cars. The high-class racing car with Formula 1 star Robert Kubica in it, and also former F1 driver Guido van der Garde in the 29. It has retired as well. Like I said, as we sneak ever so closer to 15 hours to go, so almost 9 hours into this 59th running of the Rolex. And really, if we're honest, we're just getting going.
That be a Ferris wheel. And I've had this screen up the entire time, the scoring chart here. I never realized, along with session time, I saw that, but I didn't realize that there's session time and right next to it remaining time. I just noticed that. Someone knitting?
You ride with the reigning IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship
This is
champion of GT Le Mans. That's
the
Antonio
commercial breaks,
Garcia,
because it's live, are a
the
lot
Spanish driver
better
who has
than
made
the
his
Friday
mark here.
race. I was watching
And
the
both in
Friday
prototypes
race
and
on
in
Track
GT
Pass,
competition,
and
this
because
quietly spoken
when they
guy
actually
does all of
broadcast
his
it,
driving
it's
behind the
basically
wheel.
half of
So
what
let's
the race
switch
actually
gears
is. It's a
here, Dylan,
4-hour
and go
race,
from,
and when they air it, they condensed
GT
it
Le
to
Mans
2
to
hours.
prototype. What you got?
They had
Oh, you were just talking about
like
Devlin
breaks
DiFrancesco.
where they didn't
He
talk
just
for like
climbed out of the
over
Dragon
half an
Speed number
hour.
82. So you've run this race a couple times before in DPI. What's the biggest challenge out there running in the P2 car?
It's quite difficult with traffic, managing all the traffic with the GTDs and the GTLMs, but trying to maintain good pace as well and save fuel as well. The team have done a great job. Just a little bit of a miscommunication at the start of the stint. We cost us a drive-through penalty, but it's still a long way to go. We still have 14, 15 hours to go, and teammates are doing a great job, so let's see what happens.
And after you leave here, you get to run a full season at Indy Lights. I know that's got to be exciting for you. How much are you looking forward to that?
No, super excited. You know, Andretti Steinbetter Autosport are a great team. They've had so much success in the road to Indy and in IndyCar as well. So really can't wait to get going. But my focus right now is the Rolex 24-hour with Dragon Speed.
All right, and they're in a good spot right now. One of the bright young up-and-comers of this sport right here, guys.
Good job. Nice to hear from Devlin DiFrancesco, the Canadian driver, flying the flag for the sole remaining Dragon Speed cars. So Jimmy Johnson's lead is being whittled away.
Yo, have you guys heard Jimmy Johnson's
within
in the race? I don't think they
1.3
mentioned that
seconds of Jimmy.
But I think the right term is whittled away. You look at the last lap time for each one of them, 38.111 for JJ and 38.127 for Ringer Van de Zande. So Jimmy Johnson has gotten accustomed to, and I would say is comfortable behind the wheel of that 48 Cadillac.
We saw how blown away he was by Kamui Kobayashi's lap times, but Jimmy has jumped in, done an awesome job. Remember, he's twice a runner-up here in this event overall, so he's got so close to winning. Now, the two of them, Johnson and Van der Zande, are a long way out in front of Alexander Rossi. They've got a 15-plus second gap further back to Alexander, and then Mike Conway. There's plenty of gap there as well.
I just got spammed on Discord with one of my friends making fun of British people and how they speak. That's awesome thing to get spammed by.
As you come into the tri-oval, especially there at the line, all of a sudden it just brightens up because of the lights there on the top of the press building and where the suites are. This is a motorsports stadium, and it is absolutely fantastic. Down into one.
Let's talk more about the Ally Cadillac, Parker.
Well, you were mentioning that lead getting whittled away here as Jimmy continues on this stint. I was talking to him yesterday. He said, you know, the hardest thing in these DPIs was not the braking. It wasn't the high downforce. He's been learning a lot of those techniques in IndyCar. He said the hardest thing I've had to deal with is traffic and navigating traffic while not losing lap time. And the big thing all these drivers discuss is basically average lap time over the course of a run. And the reason they talk about that is because of the traffic that you run into, as we see right here coming up I believe, an LMP3 car, how you navigate and don't lose timing, where you pick and choose how to get through that traffic is what really experienced endurance racers do well versus ones that maybe can come in and do a fast lap, but they haven't learned how to navigate traffic. And he actually on Thursday night watched Kobayashi's onboard, and he saw some things that showed him, oh, that's how you get through traffic better, and he's been putting those to use. But I think when you look at that lead going away, a lot of that is just having to navigate traffic versus Van de Zandt.
This thing is the accordion effect with the traffic back and forth, and that's what it's hard sometimes as a race car driver to tell yourself, I need to slow down now to get the pass done. But if you come out of the International Horseshoe and you've got a GTD car between you and the kink, you've got to make a decision very quickly. Am I going to make it or am I not? And if you're not, you're better to back off a little bit now and then pick up the throttle and get the pass done after the kink than you are to run up on the rear wing of that car and have to check up in the middle of the corner.
Yeah, and listen, when we talk about this is what's so difficult when we talk about this traffic here. When Jimmy is used to running with the Cup guys, or an IndyCar driver is used to running with the same group of guys, you have a book on the other drivers. You know what they do. You know what they do when they get to a corner. You know what they're going to do when they come to the straightaway, or when certain things happen. When you're racing this many different divisions with this many different drivers, you don't have a book on anybody. You don't know what anybody's going to do when you get to the corner. But it's just like you say, Brian. Sometimes you have to look ahead and say, I need to roll out here in the straightaway a little bit so I still get my run up off the corner, so I still make lap times. It's looking ahead. And let me say, that's where Jimmy Johnson has been phenomenal in almost every series that he's ever run, is to be able to make those lap times consistently, and look ahead and know how to set somebody up for a pass.
And speaking of a pass, you kind of get the feeling that one is about to happen here sooner rather than later with Renger van der Zande in the 01 Ganassi Cadillac. Now under a second from Jimmy Johnson.
In case you're wondering, yes, I am doing something off to the side now, like what I said I was before. Literally on my Windows XP computer over here playing Sim theme park, just like I said I would.
GT program, of which they were so successful with that, both here and abroad. And then coming back to the top tier prototype ranks with this solo car effort. By the way, it's just a one-year deal with Cadillac at the moment. Nothing further. They haven't spoken about any other plans to do LMDH in the future. There's Kevin Magnussen.
Okay, I take that back. I do remember Mike Conway coming in. It just seemed like a while ago.
Podium on debut at the Australian Grand Prix. He knows what this form of racing is all about from his youngest memories, from his legendary father, Jan. So now he takes over racing in America. I also think it's kind of a nice little segue. Who knows? We might see him in an IndyCar for Chip one day.
Absolutely.
You can't put anything off the table. And Kevin, by the way, is loving it, saying that, you know, in the final days, and he was certainly not being disparaging about Formula One, but he said the car is and he was very careful about his words. He said, I'm not going to say it was easy to drive, but it was pretty comfortable to drive. He said, from the very first time I sat in this car at Sebring at the test, no hybrid engine, no power unit, nothing to worry about, just a normally aspirated big roaring V8 behind me, and it was awesome. He said, I had a grin from ear to ear in my helmet.
And what did he say? Eye-opening. Yeah. What he said. He said between the car and the track, it was eye-opening. Yeah, he was very careful choosing his words about Formula One, but he also said the racetracks had become generic. And so this is brand new to him. He said, I haven't been this excited about motorsports and a season ahead of me in a long, long time. It's all new. The racetracks are new. The car is new. It doesn't have a lot of driver aids on it. You have to manhandle it. You have to drive it. This is a very pure form of motorsport.
And Renger van der Zande there having to be really decisive. That was the Rick Ware Racing Eurasia car that he was getting by. There it is there, the 51. And Ulick is behind the wheel now after taking over from Austin Dillon. And that's allowed Jimmy Johnson a little more breathing room there over Renger van der Zande at the top. Thomas Merrill still leads LMP2. Antonio Garcia leads at GT Le Mans. Stephen McAleer is leading LMP3. And Matteo Cressoni for AF Corsa still leading in GT Daytona at the moment. So So this race for the lead continues, and it is the
How much of a lead did Jimmy have when he got in the
Jimmy
car?
Johnson has led,
Because right
and
now
led
it's
legitimately
under
all his
half of a
Rolex
second
24
to second
career.
place.
Things are looking good at the moment right here for Stephen McAleer leading in LMP3, the new 5th class that has been added to the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship. Of course, this doubles not only as the Rolex 24, but it is round 1 for all classes in this 2021 championship. So doing well, leading Joao Barbosa and Oliver Askew. That's the top 3 in LMP3. Need to tell you about something that's happened while we're in that break. There was an incident between the 5, the Mustang sampling prototype that's been running in the top 5 and leading throughout the course of this early stages of the race. There was an incident between the 16 Wright Motorsports Porsche.
The beginning of this race was so exciting, and the last, I mean, I guess this is kind of the way it always goes, but the last few hours have just kind of been like,
the Mustang
like,
sampling car
kind
has
of
gone
just running
behind the
around.
wall and back to the garage area. So it's significant enough to force this once race-leading car to head back to its garage.
Well, rip that car.
Can't quite see it from there. There's the 16. Patrick Long behind the wheel.
And away goes the only American Porsche factory driver at the moment, and for a very long time. Pat Long, Trent Hinman was drafted in after the Ryan Hardwick accidents. We've documented that multiple times. I'm not sure that we have a replay for you, but tell us more, Parker.
Well, he just got down there right before he pulled away, and on the left side they were putting some bear bond, and there was a huge hole right in front of the left rear wheel, and then also the rear bumper was punctured a little bit. You can see it sort of down below. It's right above the frame rail a little bit, so there was definitely some major contact. You can see there, it's right above that vent. So it's they patched that up and let him get back out there, but obviously there was some serious contact.
And to rub salt into the wounds, this car, the 5 Mustang sampling Cadillac, after it's repaired, after it returns to the racetrack, it's going to have to serve a drive-through penalty for incident responsibility, obviously a collision with the Wright Motorsports Porsche. That hurts big time.
Yeah, and that's...
Oh, Jimmy
we
already
talked
dropped
about
back
this.
to
You
30.
just have
I
to
mean,
make good
obviously,
decisions, and
kind
you have
of
to be
sounds
able
like I'm
to say,
shitting on him, but
I'm
I mean,
not gonna
obviously,
do
this
this
is like his
now.
first real race.
Our production
in
team's done a
IMSA,
terrific
so
job
I can't
finding the
fault the
replay.
guy,
Here it
but,
is.
you know, Kobayashi did such a good job. Oh,
Cars are
spun.
already backwards as they come into the shot.
But Kobayashi did such a good job, big lead, and then Jimmy, you know, when they went into the last break, he had half a second lead, which was already dwindled down to what Kobayashi got to, and now he's in third. So, who were those two, by the way?
Yeah, I mean, it's really hard to see where it begins, but basically it goes back to what I was saying. To lose 2, 3, 4 seconds on the racetrack by not attempting a pass is a lot better, I said it earlier, is a lot better than losing 20 minutes in the garage. And I'm looking at this and I'm thinking it's going to be a lot longer than 20 minutes. Looking at suspension components, under tray rear wing assembly in the back. Dylan?
Yeah, and the damage is extensive down here. The entire left side pod in front of the left rear wheel is very heavily damaged. So they took the rear wing assembly, that cowling, all of that is off and heavily damaged. If we can get Morrow to turn back around here to the right and look at this rear wing assembly, you can see where it's missing that end plate on the right side, which is where that contact was. So missing that, working on the left rear side pod area, as well as all those suspension components in the rear of the race car. So heavy damage. And as you guys mentioned, this is just kind of salt in the wound.
Well, and Patrick Long, a very, very experienced sports car driver. He's raced at Le Mans. He's raced all over the world for Porsche. And a lot of times a GT driver will get a call from their spotter, or they'll see a prototype coming, and they'll make a little move to the middle of the racetrack in a braking zone, telegraphing to that driver behind them, no, don't do it now. I'll let you go when we're through this. And for Patrick Long, he can't just disappear. He's driving that car on the edge because he's running up front in his class. So he can't just pull over and let you by or anything else. So if he's in the braking zone and he's already turned his hands to enter turn one, and Fodier tries to go up the inside,
Mike Conway got locked
there's
down
nothing
again.
for Patrick Long
That
to do.
car.
By the way, Brian, you work in race control on another series. It's worth saying this to our viewers, is that race control have access to some different camera views than the ones that we've just shown you, the replays that we've just shown you, which were not all that conclusive. Race control have some different views that enable them to make that decision to penalise the now stranded and heavily wounded Mustang sampling with JDC Miller Motorsports DPI. What a shame. This car was fast. Tristan Vautier, Sebastien Bourdais, Loic Duval. It was a front-running car.
Oh, that's
all
the
day, all night long.
number 5 car.
Their race
I remember
just took a turn for the
Bourdais
worse.
being in that
Turn one,
car.
turn
Number
two.
5 car is
What
done.
a shame.
Wow.
Extra work now.
That
Let's
was a
listen
leading
to this
car.
as we go to the break.
Damn. That kind of sucks. Especially for, you know, as I said, a leading car. How is Chase's team doing? They're currently a lap down. Where they should be over here on the scoreboard to the left. Number 31, Mike Conway has been in the car for a little bit. They're a lap down. They're running 5th. So they've kind of been floating around, being barely on the lead lap and being a lap down. They were leading for a while when Felipe Nasser started the race. Then Chase kind of went in, and he didn't ruin it per se, because part of it wasn't necessarily his fault, but he basically went to the back because they had to pit while the caution came out while pit road was closed because they were going to run out of fuel. So that sent them to the back. They basically made 3 pit stops. 1 to top off. Next lap they came in to make the driver change to put Chase in, and then the 3rd time was to serve a penalty. So that dropped them back really far, and they were in last for quite a while. When they put Conway in the car the first time, he brought them back up kind of to where they are now, around 4th or 5th. That's where they've been. So now, is that the one they're working on? Is that, yeah, that's the 5 car. That does suck though. They were leading for quite a while.
Mustang Sampling JDC Miller Motorsports crew are hard at it, as fast as they can make things happen to try and get this DPI prototype repaired. It is not a pretty scene. And again, it was that car and this car, the number 16.
Thanks, appreciate that. I didn't really know what this stream was going to be. This is kind of a very unorganized stream. So I'm glad you enjoy it. I'm not sure how well you can, when I'm not talking, I'm not sure how well you can actually hear the stream. When I was kind of testing it kind of sound like muffled. So I'm not sure how well you can hear the actual stream audio.
Mustang sampling machine was.
And besides, I want to do something different than all the other ones that are just kind of basically pirating it, because 1, NBC's taking all those down, and 2, I just don't want to be like that. I want to add something to it. As you can see, I have the scoring off to the side. I was doing like gaming stuff off to the side before, but I kind of quit that. And obviously I'm adding my own commentary to it too, so I don't know if it necessarily falls under fair use just by doing that, but they haven't taken me down, so I feel like I'm okay.
From far and wide, here is one from Derek Bashand. Derek, I'm going to take a guess at that. What do the broadcasters you guys do to keep awake during the 24-hour races? IMSA After Dark.
Lee's getting ready to go back to the hotel and go to bed. Calvin Fish is already in bed. Dave Burns is already in bed. Kelly Stabist is asleep.
Okay, audio's good? Okay, I wasn't sure how that was. I plan to stay up. I'm doing good with that right now. I don't feel that tired. You know, keep myself up doing this, basically. That's kind of the reason for having this stream, kind of keep myself up. But, yeah, should make it all night, hopefully.
Is about to take over when I tag team, so I'll grab a few hours sleep and come back in the morning when Calvin is back and everyone's back. So we just, exactly like the teams or the drivers, we're working on a rotation. So I guess hopefully that answers your question.
Yeah, that was me laying right there on the floor, Liam. That was me. That was a shot of me.
we do what we can, Derek. We do what we can, but it's important that we're bringing you guys all 24 hours. So I'm going to tag out with Kevin Lee. Kevo's going to be here. Brian's sticking around, and we will see you tomorrow. But our coverage continues all the way through, and we wish these guys here at Mustang Sampling JDC all the best.
Going the full 24, hopefully. Yeah, same. I say that now, but who knows what's going to be like even in a few hours. It sounds like, I know this is on NBCSN right now until 3 a.m., but it sounds like the main commentators are signing off. I know a few years ago, for a few hours in the middle of the night, they would go to the international broadcast with IMSA radio for a few hours. I wonder if they're going to be doing that, or if they have another set that they're going to do. Like I think last year Rick Allen might have been on here. A couple other NASCAR guys were on in the middle of the night for a few hours. So we'll see who they bring on next. Just kind of keep showing this wreck over and over. Okay, I wasn't sure who they were bringing on. I didn't hear what the broadcasting lineup was like. I just know I hadn't heard them yet, so that was kind of my guess. So like I said, they have in the past kind of just cut to the international feed too. So.
Welcome back to the Rolex 24 at Daytona. Ronnie on board with the number 16 right
We have Kligerman, apparently.
Which just a moment ago we saw being spun out into turn 1 into the 5 car. Driving at the time was Jan Halen, and Jan, the race control penalized the 5, but you said they were just an innocent bystander. It was another car that hit you.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, obviously it's not that big of a deal. I was just kind of wondering. That microphone is clearly not working.
All right, thank you, Parker. Welcome to IMSA After Midnight now.
We got Kevin Lee, it sounds like, actually.
Stepping in from pit road for a little while. I'm in the bubble booth in the infield. Parker Kligerman, Dylan Welch, still on pit road. Brian Till is in the primary booth. Good morning, Brian.
Yes, it is a good morning. I need another cup of coffee, Kevin.
I had several on the bus, enjoying the coverage. I'll tell you what, this is a pretty good assignment. So I got to watch the first 5.5, 6 hours from pit road, and then just basically sit and be a race fan on the bus. I could see cars going by out the window, watch the broadcast on Track Pass and NBCSN throughout the evening, listen to your coverage. And now we're going to hopefully keep people entertained and informed through the overnight hours for a little while. And it has been impressive to watch the talent on display from the superstars who come in and do only this event in the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship, and then the regulars as well that we'll talk more about here through the overnight hours.
That incident with the 16, it was interesting to hear Jan Halen say the 9. We didn't really have a good shot of it. Well, we didn't know what to look for because race control had set the 5, but when you go back and you look at the replays slowly,
yeah, exactly.
You do see another car, and that
obviously
car
the main point
is
the racing,
9. So
but like I said, just kind of interested.
Two Porsches running nose to tail. Now watch very closely. There's the contact when the car spins right there. The car directly in front, the headlight shining at you. That was the Porsche because there's the prototype, the number 5 right there, and the Porsche, the number 9 car goes around from a different angle. There goes the 16. There goes the 5. Wait for the last car in line. And the last car in line as it goes by, Kevin, what do you see?
Well, I see yellow lights.
Yeah, well, it's the 9. It's the red. It's the red Porsche.
Yeah. By the way, apologies. Apparently, we had some technical difficulties. I could hear Parker, but I'm not sure everyone else did. So I'll blame that on the new guy joining the fray here for a little while.
Yeah, it's your fault.
It's my fault. I probably unplugged something.
Yeah, it'll be interesting, though, to see if race control will go back and look at that after now hearing that testimony from Van Halen, so to speak, and then that way they can bring justice if they feel like that needs to be what happens. And that gives me a little better understanding as well as to why Jan's running there. He knows there's a prototype, and he's going to give the prototype the outside run to go around him, and he's down there on the inside, and it appears that perhaps Zach Robichon, who is listed in the car at this point in time, and I don't think the 9 has made a pit stop, maybe just gets into the back of him because perhaps Jan trying to give that 5 that the leeway into turn 1 there was on the brakes just slightly earlier than Robichon thought he would be, and the contact was made. We'll have to see if they have a better shot of it than we do. And once again, Lee Diffie said it just a few minutes ago, Race Control has other cameras that we do not have, so they'll be able to get shots of it that we've not been able to see.
And I'm just jumping in the transition. The 5 car was penalized, correct?
Well, on timing and scoring, still the message is up. The message is still up that the 5 will have incident responsibility, a drive-through penalty when they come back out.
Now, you know, their race is likely done whether there's a penalty or not, so that's not significant. But where it could become a factor in this race is if it's determined that it was not on the Mustang sampling car and the 9 Fat Porsche is still in play.
Well, and that's
running in the top 5, and if they're penalized, then that, you know, changes the game in that class.
That's the most important point, because obviously the 16's race was affected by that contact, and if the perpetrator of it, if in fact the 9 was deemed to be at fault, if they don't serve a penalty, then, you know, the 16 is going to feel like they were done wrong and had no recourse.
Let's check in again with Parker.
Well, guys, let's actually go straight to the source here. Try it again after you broke our communication down here, Kevin. I will blame you later. But, Jan, you were telling me that you basically believe you were hit by the 9 there going into turn 1, and the 5 was an innocent bystander.
Yeah, that's right. We actually just got a message from the 9 car apologizing for what happened on track. I just really hope that it doesn't have any more, you know, implications for us later on in the race.
Cars with yellow headlights in endurance racing are the production car classes. It helps to the difference between some different, you know, I know what you mean, between the prototypes and production cars when they're approaching you from the rear. Yellow also helps to cut through rain, fog, and other road conditions, and some claim that it helps with depth perception. Oh, well, that is very interesting. I did not know that. All I knew beforehand was that GTD had it. Are there any other classes that have it besides GTD?
That was the right thing to do so, and especially after getting the note from the 9 car apologizing for what happened.
Well, good sportsmanship down here, guys, for the number 16 team and Jan Hill. And unfortunately, what happened there, but obviously going to fight back if they can keep the thing in one piece.
And a couple of major contenders impacted. The 16 is still in play. The 5 Cadillac not. Still in the garage, 13 laps down. Another Cadillac is still in front as they look to make it 5 in a row with the Rolex 24.
Okay. Well, that was actually helpful. I did not know what was with the headlights. Like I said, all I knew is that GTD had them, and that was really all I knew. Because as far as I know at least 3 classes have the standard white lights, but I don't know if I didn't know if there was another class other than GTD that had the yellow ones.
Welcome back to Daytona International, the world center of racing, and the Rolex 24. And Chip Ganassi Racing and Cadillac still in front in what has turned out to be a really entertaining battle amongst the 5 classes this year. Thanks for joining us. Kevin Lee in the chair for a little while in the infield booth studio. Brian Till is on the outside of the race course. Brian, let's talk about the 01. Renger van der Zande now in stint number 2 or drive number 2 of the night. This is a pretty stacked lineup, but it's really impressive, maybe more sort of the team aspect of what they're dealing with. They had a short turnaround to get adjusted back to this class and to a new race car for them.
Yeah, but it's Chip Ganassi Racing, and you really wouldn't expect anything different from them. They knew the prototype category. They've been here before. Yes, they didn't know the car, but they certainly learned it very quickly. As the drivers go, you couldn't have a better group. And Renger van der Zande said if you're going to win this race, you cannot have a scratch on the car, and you can't have a scratch underneath the car. And when we've watched that car through the bus stop, they've really not put a wheel wrong. They're not up on the curbs. They haven't taken risks.
Drivers hate the speedway, stadium lights, even hit corner lights. Even really, I didn't know that they hated it. I know, obviously at Daytona they have the lights, but they're not at full power. They're like the emergency lights sort of thing. Like one time, I remember NASCAR was practicing here, and then the power went out in the backstretch, and it was like this same level of lighting. They just used kind of like their emergency power for this race. But I didn't know drivers really had a problem with it.
Moving over to Acura, he wants to win the race and do his job no matter what. Would there be a little bit extra and something sweet in there if he beats Wayne Taylor Racing and wins it for a 3rd time with a different team?
Well, I talked about this a little bit earlier. I do see a fire in Renger van der Zande that I didn't see before. I think he's still smarting from being let go from Wayne Taylor Racing, and he's got something to prove. As a race car driver, you always do, but when you've been released from a team as a winning race car driver, you really want to go to that next team and really prove your worth.
So news from Race Control, Brian. Now, we talked about this just a little while ago. They have found some more footage and maybe even talked to the players involved from that contact earlier that has put the Mustang sampling JDC Motorsports Cadillac behind the wall. And remember, this is a car that raced and battled for the lead up front with the 01, the 48 throughout. If and when they do get back on track, they won't serve a penalty. Really, it's more just point made. We want to correct this issue that the 5 was not in error for this contact. That
if you had a drinking game for how many times you showed this wreck, you would be plastered.
To the competitors, once again, for the 9 team to contact the 16 and say, hey, sorry, we didn't mean to do that, so on and so forth. I think that's really on the up and up. And for Jan Halen, I know Jan. I know him very well. I've worked with him in different roles. I've worked with him as a race director when he was on the wrong side of some rulings that we put down. And I know that he can be an emotional guy, but he really had everything under control there. Very professional, as I would expect him to be, and answered the questions and wanted to make sure that the 5 didn't get penalized because he was certain that they were not a part of the problem.
And no other word on any penalty. As we mentioned, the 9 FAF Porsche was involved. Either it was deemed they were not really at fault, it's a racing incident, or there may not have been enough visual evidence to assume any other penalty in that regard. So they continue to run 6th in class right now, dropping a couple of positions. Back up front overall in Daytona Prototype International, it's still Cadillac. Ranger Vanderzand leading Jimmy Johnson. Cadillac's 1-2, then the Acura of Alexander Rossi running 3rd. We're not even 2.5 hours away from midway. Stay with us. Plenty more to go overnight in Daytona.
Yeah, this is definitely a good decision for me just to leave the stream like it is right now, because I'm definitely actually getting more viewers than I was before. Before I was trying to make it less boring by doing, like I said, gaming off to the side. But now that I stopped doing that, the stream has actually picked up. So obviously that was a good decision to quit doing that. I'm happy about that. I just kind of wish I was doing this from the beginning. What do you say? They just don't turn on the NASCAR infield lights. The moose coat, yeah, that's the kind of lights they are. They explained the lights for the Rolex years ago. They said it was like a $20,000 an hour. Wow, waste of energy. Yeah, and actually, I'm kind of seeing what with this onboard. I'm kind of seeing what you're talking about. Yeah. I guess that's what it is. It just looks dark. The only infield lights they have is right by the bus stop there, but those aren't even the true infield lights. Those are more what you call the stadium lights.
We officially declare the 2021 race season underway. It's late January in Daytona. The sights and sounds of the Rolex 24. With the cars and stars of sports car gathered again for this twice around the clock classic. Thanks for joining us. Cadillac continues to lead overall in the 01 for Chip Ganassi Racing. Meanwhile, in LMP3, it's still Mueller Motorsports in front, but they've got someone new chasing them, Parker.
They do, Kevin. That number 70 Riley Motorsports LMP3 car driven by Oliver Askew right now. Now, just about, 2 stints ago, they were basically a lap down and far behind in second and first place. Oliver Askew has been lapping consistently for the last hour, maybe hour and a half, and sometimes a second and a half faster than the 2 cars that were ahead of him. That allowed him to get back and unlap himself under green, and then go and pass the second place car, the 33, and now start chasing down the leader in LMP3. He is on a mission right now, turning in some blistering laps in that 74 car.
And Brian, we both know Oliver pretty well. Not surprised. This guy is a stud race car driver, no matter what kind of car you put him in.
Yeah, look through the rest of the lineup on the 74 car, and then look at the name of the team. So when you put all of those ingredients together, a pretty spectacular lineup of 4 very fast race car drivers, and it's all led by a guy named Bill Riley. You can be assured assured you're going to have a
I
fast race car.
tried.
And in fact, the team car, the 91 car,
I tried going
very
on
quick as
the
well.
in-car cameras before. For some
Until they
reason,
had
they
their
just
problems,
didn't
so-
work for me.
And I think
Try it
that
again.
class is really fascinating because of the vast
I forgot what I even looked up before,
difference
but I'm sure I'll
in
bring you the same.
experience and talent level you've got on this team alone. Look at it.
In
You've
July.
got 2 IndyCar drivers, Spencer Pigot and Oliver Askew.
Because we got this, right? And this should be where it's playing, this screen. Then click on, for example, Cadillac. It highlights it, but then it just kind of does nothing. It kind of just sits there. So
gold level drivers, and then you've got some truly
maybe I'm just doing
pro-am
something
amateur
wrong,
type drivers
but
in
it's
this
not
class.
working for
And
me
I
at
think
all.
that makes it maybe for the other classes because they just don't know who's in those cars, because you come up upon an Oliver Askew, that's a little bit different than one of the other gentlemen or amateur drivers.
74 is in, and it's one of the things that we've talked about and the drivers have talked about. When you put one of these gold level drivers in the car, an Oliver Askew, a Spencer Pigot, and then you put a pro driver in a GTD car, and the pro driver in the GTD car doesn't know that it's not the bronze driver in the LMP3 car. When they arrive at the braking zone, the LMP3 car only has 1, 2, maybe 3 miles an hour on the GTD car, and that GTD car has anti-lock brakes. Parker.
You see the 48 here on pit lane. Jimmy Johnson's getting it out. Simon Pagano hopping in. Jimmy did a great job in that 48 car after getting in the lead from Kobayashi. This 48 car continues to be just stellar all around, and now Simon Pagano doing the night shift, which he's told me at times he loves doing these nighttime shifts. It's just when you can really rip off some fast laps at the cooler temperatures. Something he really enjoys doing in these sports car races. We see
Another solid stint for Jimmy Johnson.
Tell you, the only thing that worries me
IMSA site
about
sucks,
the
it's
48
broken, you
right
can
now
get
is
IMSA
the
Radio to
number
play in
of
the
pit
way for an
stops that
environment.
they've done. They've been
Yeah.
turning incredible lap times.
I've tried
And
IMSA
I'm
Radio,
sure one of
it
these
works,
may
but it's
have
just kind of
been just a
confusing
splash on one
for
of
me. It
the
brings up
caution
like this
periods,
really
I
weird,
just look
or
at it and I
not
go,
weird,
the
but
car to me,
outdated
and Parker,
looking
I would
browser,
love to take credit for it,
little
but I think
player
Parker's
in the
the one who
very
pointed
corner
it
of the
out.
screen.
The car to me that has an
And you
advantage
don't
right
really
now,
know, or at least I couldn't find like a
that may
schedule of
extrapolate
when
out
they're
into something
broadcasting on
significant by the
IMSA
end of
Radio
this
for like
race, is the
practice
10
and
as
stuff.
far as fuel mileage
So
goes
you
and the number of
you
pit stops they've
click
made.
on play and you don't know whether it's live or if it's like
Back on board the 10 with
replaying
Alexander
a race from
Rossi.
last season, for example. Because I had that when I was
You will be
trying to
battling at some
listen
point
to
with Simon
practice.
Pagano, a couple of Indianapolis 500 winners.
But it was like
on
just
the track
Road
as we
Atlanta from
watch
last year.
Rossi. I'm interested to see where things go for him. You know, we know of him as an IndyCar driver, but he has taken a love for this event. What really struck me most in his sports car career was last year at Petit Le Mans. Brian, do you remember the late stint at night that put them in position with a Penske Acura? How much of a beast drive I thought that was to really make up a lot of time at the night. He had never driven that track before at night. He missed the race the year before to do Bathurst, I think it was.
I think that you are correct on both accounts, and yeah, the drive was stunning, and that's the thing. I mean, there's a quiet confidence with Alexander Rossi, and there should be. I mean, he's very, very quick in anything that he's ever been in, and
Archive
it was a
videos
monster
don't
drive
work
then.
either.
And
Yeah, I'd say the site's
the
a
thing
bit
that's
broken.
impressive to me is when a driver can turn the lap time, but without burning the fuel, and that is an art form. Parker.
Hey guys, I actually was talking to Alex about, jumping from the Indy cars into these sports cars. I said, you know what? I've always wondered, what do these sports car teams want from you as an Indy car driver when you hop in here on a one-off?
This
or
is
just
the
some endurance
NBC
races?
Sports
He said,
stream.
well,
I'm
obviously
actually
they
using
expect us to be
Track
quick
Pass. I
enough
never paid
not
for
to be
Track
the
Pass,
quickest,
but when
also not to make mistakes
when
that we
IMSA
used
was
to
starting
do
back up
at these
last
high-speed
July,
races. We
Michelin
see the
had
10 is gonna be coming
codes
down
for
pit
free
road.
of Track
And I
Pass,
thought that
so
was really interesting
I
because,
have
we
it
think about the IndyCar drivers, maybe
until
they'd be some of the fastest,
until this
but jumping
July,
these
so I have like
cars,
6
the
months
sports car regulars
left.
had that leg up with the
So basically,
experience
yeah,
in the
this is
car.
the
As we see
commercial-free
Rossi's gonna be
NBC
getting out
broadcast that
right
we're
now.
watching.
Couldn't quite see who that was down here getting in, but the driver change. But that's something that I found really fascinating because it's not expecting them to be the quickest ones. It's just that they know how to race at these speeds. And they
It has
can be
been
quick
a
enough.
long time
I think
since
one
we
of
had
the
a
things it
caution.
does,
Not that
it
that's
verifies
necessarily
the
a bad
talent
thing, but
of the full-time
really
sports car
slowed down
drivers.
comparatively
Brian,
from
when
the beginning of the
these
race.
drivers, the IndyCar drivers or a former Formula One driver is coming in, and the thought is, well, these guys are the best drivers in the world. Yes, they are, but the top-level IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship regulars are just as good, especially in this category.
Every class takes a special approach to make the car go fast, and the champions in those classes are truly champions. They're world-class race car drivers, and just because you race an Indy car and win a championship, and you race a GT Le Mans car and win a championship, doesn't make the IndyCar driver better than the GT Le Mans driver. It just makes them different. They drive different cars, but it takes the same championship mentality. It takes the same skill behind the wheel, perhaps with a little different nuances, but they're still championship race car drivers, and they deserve the same kind of respect.
Rossi in and out of the pits, of course, his most notable moment in his still relatively young racing career after a stint in Formula One.
Probably
He
in
comes
one
to
stream,
IndyCar.
Takedown
He had
Games
done
official was pleading for everyone to buy the $2.99 sub.
On a very
They
different
said
track.
$2.99 for a
Had
sub.
no idea
was
what
a
to
ripoff.
expect. Didn't know what was coming around victory lane.
I'm just glad this hasn't been taken down yet. I mean,
Used fuel
I'm not
mileage,
obviously
but he
trying
was legit fast
to
in that
pirate
race,
this
and
or
Alexander
anything.
Rossi
I'm
won
not
as
looking to
a
get shut
true
down.
rookie in the Indianapolis 500, which
But
happened to
I
be the
can see
100th
that if they were to
Indianapolis
shut
500.
this stream down, I would understand why. But I'm trying to make it different by, you know, having the scoreboard off to the side, and obviously adding my own commentary to it. So hopefully this is enough of fair use to where they won't care. But, you know, who knows?
For Alexander Rossi to step out of that car once it had run out of fuel, stand there on the apron of the Indianapolis Motor Speedway and look up at the packed grandstands and wave at the adoring fans, and how much we miss that. It's coming back. It is, and it's going to get better, and it's going to come back, and it's great to see fans at the racetrack now. I just can't wait until we get back to normal.
One of the reasons Rossi wants to win the Indy 500 is now he really does have an appreciation, even more so, for that event. It's still the 01 Cadillac of Chip Ganassi Racing. In front, Dane Cameron in the Meyer Shank Acura, now running second in the Rolex 24.
Kind of put reaction in the title. Yeah, that's true. Haven't done that. Make the race screen bigger. I mean,
Still up, kinda, but I'm close to falling asleep.
we have Discord. Hold on. Mute that for a second. So you're still up? Alright, you muted. Anyway. Oh wait, nope, you're unmuted now. You there?
Yeah, I kind of accidentally pressed the wrong button, so.
Nice. But yeah, stream's actually getting viewers now, so that's good.
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah, once I moved away from like the gaming stuff, it actually got viewership, so I'm gonna keep it the way it is now. But
Cool.
yeah, but anyway, I'm gonna get back to it because I'm sure people are leaving right now.
I'll look and see how many people you have. $29 viewers.
That's actually more than what I had before. I checked before and it was 19, so I've gained 10 in the last couple minutes.
Jimmy Johnson has climbed into that car just a few minutes ago. I think he's downstairs with Parker.
He is right
Yeah,
now.
like
We're talking
last
to
I
Jimmy
checked
Green, Chad
was
Knaus.
he had
Hopped into
15.
it in the lead.
Okay, so
He
that's
kept it
good.
up there in the top two rows.
I
That's
made a
it
good
for you
decision
tonight.
by
That
not
was a great experience.
trying to make it more exciting
nice
by
to
doing
calm
something
down
off
out
to
there,
the
so
side.
everybody's in a nice rhythm. I certainly found mine, and we're at a point in the race where we're trying to get ahead on some tire strategies. So,
This race is kind of
I think
entertaining. This
everybody's
is like
kinda
my
doing the same
first
thing, and we're just trying to
time
balance
watching a
tire life
24-hour
and
race.
pace and traffic.
Yeah,
We saw your teammate,
and
Kobayashi,
this obviously isn't the
grow a
most
massive
exciting
lead.
part.
He was
It's
breaking some
pretty.
fast lap
The race
times.
itself was pretty
Did you notice
exciting
anything
earlier.
watching him there that you were able to apply? He's the
During
man.
the first few
Well,
hours, and now it's kind of died down a little bit. I mean, you did have that one incident where the car that was leading before the 5 car is now out, but that's pretty much the biggest thing that's happened in the last hour.
Yeah. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go change into something comfortable. I'm still in my jeans.
Actually, I am too, but I don't plan on going to bed, so it doesn't really matter for me.
You will fall asleep, so
Yeah.
I don't know yet.
See a sunrise here. I love that sunrise in a race car. What's cool, Matt? None better. Jimmy Johnson, looking forward to that next step. Getting in
If I
there
get
as the sun
monetization, I may get a spanking. Funny thing is, I do not get monetization. I did at one point under the old system years ago, and then they changed it. And I think just because I could, I think I tried applying under the new system, and instead of giving me a message saying, sorry, we're not going to accept you, they completely blocked me from applying again, so I can't even apply right now, even if my channel does get bigger. So no, I don't have monetization, so I think I'm okay.
It's more taxing on the mind because you got to concentrate a little bit harder. Obviously, you see a lot
No,
less
I'm
when
not
you're out there.
someone, looking to pirate anything, like I said, so
the most taxing
I'm kind of
is
careful
managing your sleep.
with
That's
the
where I think,
copyright stuff.
mentally
And
and
I
physically,
realize this might be
things really
pushing it a
start
little
getting
bit, but
challenging.
You know, when you get in the
we're
car for
good
your
so
2
far.
a.m. stint and you've been sleeping for an hour and a half, it's weird. You're rolling down pit lane, not fully awake yet.
You do try to get a little bit of sleep if you can, when you can.
The crew sleeps a little bit, but in the chairs in the pit lane.
Actually doesn't feel like sleep deprivation because you've got so much adrenaline.
Yeah, it is.
You get
But
used to
that's
it.
just
I can
YouTube.
sleep a
Like
little
their
bit, but it's really
customer
noisy.
service or whatever you want to call it is never great. If you've ever watched those videos with people's stories of wrongly getting taken down and then just trying to get YouTube's attention about it, it takes months if you're not a huge YouTuber. Sometimes it never gets resolved at all. And, some guy can false copyright claim a video of yours just because they want to, and then your video can be taken down forever. Yeah, I got 2K subs to lose. That is true. 2K subs that have taken me 10 years to build up. I started this channel in 2011. It's gone through many changes. Yeah, obviously, I would not like to lose this channel. As small as it is, I do put time and effort into most of the videos I do. So I'd rather not lose it, but I think I'm okay. I've been streaming since 10:30ish, almost 3 hours, so. Even if copyright songs in the background. Yikes, NBC better not play any music going to commercial break or anything then. It is weird though how YouTube seems to care more about music than it does porn on the site. Because I think it's kind of been resolved now, but I watched a video where if you looked up like, was it like naked yoga or some shit, it was literally just porn on the site. But nah, music copyright claims, way more important.
Nearly 10 hours into the Rolex 24. Kevin Lee, Brian Till, Parker Kligerman, Dylan Welch taking you through the overnight hours. Here until 3 a.m. Eastern on NBCSN.
That's true, but still the point is that, you know, if the community makes a big fuss about something, there's sometimes where YouTube still doesn't care. That's kind of my point. Is that they still seem picky about what they wanna fix and what they don't wanna fix.
Just dirt tracking it there.
Yeah, you don't want to do that. Now, what's interesting is this is 4 different class cars headed into the bus stop. And Krantz, I think, just gets the pressure. He knows that he's got the GTD Ferrari to the inside. He knows he's got a prototype behind him. He's got a GTLM car thrown in there as well. And he just overshoots the braking zone. He tries to roll the speed in there. He doesn't want to give up time going in because of the GTD Ferrari that's there beside him. And he just makes that little mistake and goes off. No harm, no foul, at least for now. But a lot of times you don't know what's going to arise from an off like that. It may not rear its ugly head now, but it may later. And remember, Kevin, we don't know a lot about the endurance aspects of the LMP3 machinery because this is not a race they've done before. They weren't designed originally to run long-distance races. They've allowed them to go to a heavier-duty clutch and to some temperature-negating wraps and covers for the headers because they create a lot of heat in the engine compartment. But those are the only endurance items on the car, so it's really kind of a test right now. And you don't want to test them by doing that. You want to keep them on the pavement as much as you possibly can. But looks like they came out of that one unscathed. They just need to keep their head down and focus forward. 74 had been right there with them. Oliver Askew behind the wheel of the 74 from Riley Motorsports. They made a pit stop a little while ago and have dropped back about 1 minute and 45 seconds behind the 6 right now, and that's elevated to 33. Sean Creech Motorsports entry to second in LMP3.
I know those cars have done 24-hour races, but different kinds of tracks. It's a different animal here, and it's going to be certainly a storyline as we move in later through Sunday. Let's check in back to Daytona Prototype Internationals. We look at Philippe Albuquerque now in the number 10 for Wayne Taylor Racing. Parker, tell us more.
Well, things are going smoothly for Philippe in that car right now, but it was a wild story in his pits about 10 minutes ago. I was down here at the Wayne Taylor Racing pits, the entrance to pit lane, and as you look here, everything's dark. I was standing there right as it happened. Everything went dark inside the pits. You see Wayne Taylor there standing up on the box. He looked at me. His eyes pierced through me like I had done something wrong. If you know that look, then you'll know how scary that was. But then I looked over to the left, and there was a bunch of my apps working in the generator, so something went wrong with their power source.
Like you left completely?
That's a pretty scary moment, though, when you're sitting on that box and suddenly everything goes dark.
Nice,
that happened to another team when I was on pit lane earlier tonight. It scared them that all the power went out and they had to go to generators and got it back pretty quickly.
I just can't help but think of Parker standing there like the guy in the movie Airplane with the extension cord in his hand.
So Philippe Albuquerque has taken over from Alexander Rossi. He's now chasing Kevin Magnussen back in the 01 Cadillac for Chip Ganassi Racing. Battles continue to rage as we roll through the overnight hours of the Rolex 24 in Daytona.
Jimmy his car is currently third. Simon Pagenaud is currently in the car. They were leading earlier when Kobayashi was in in the car. He's hands down the best, most experienced driver. Well, Pagenaud is pretty good too, but as far as this race on their team, Kobayashi was by far the best driver, and he took that from like a 4th place car up to the lead for a while, and then Jimmy got in it, and because of his inexperience, took it back to 3rd place, and now Pagenaud, as I said, is in the car, and that's where they stand right now. Hanging near, but going full screen on Twitch stream. Yeah, I get that. I'm not gonna go
Back of the Rolex
full screen with the stream just because
Daytona.
that's, as I said, it's kind of stretching it, copyright stuff. It's stretching it right now, but if I go full screen, that might be straight up pirating. And like I said, I'm just trying to avoid doing that. So I totally get you going to a Twitch stream to see it full screen.
Ferrari in GTD. Let's check in with Dylan.
Well, we've got Renger van der Zandt, who is about ready to head back to the bus for some shut-eye, but just finished a quadruple stint behind the wheel of the Chip Ganassi Racing Cadillac. So I know you were impressed with how quickly these guys got this car built and put together. Are you equally as impressed with how it drives?
Yeah, it's going well, guys. I'm really enjoying it out there, and there's a limited amount of sets of tires you can use, so we're trying to get some in the bank when we really need it, which is not so easy on the old tires. When the older tires, when it's cooling down, you're losing the grip, and then you fuel safe, you're losing more grip, and then it becomes very difficult. But we got most of the work done. Looking forward, and the car is running fine. The team is doing fantastic on strategy. Just banking in towards the end of the race, but it's still a long time to go. Staying safe and out of trouble is the key here.
You got up on the box right when you climbed out of the car. Was that to listen in on Kevin, or what were you doing there?
No, I just wanted to see what's going on. I mean, these pit stops with the driver change, there's so much that can go wrong, and it's good to actually see what is going wrong if it goes wrong, so you can talk about it and improve it. So that's why I dived into it. Look what's happening. But yeah, so far so good.
When can we expect you in the car again?
What?
When can we expect you in the car again?
Scott is after Kevin. Then I'm gonna get back in, so I'm gonna go for a nice nap now. Little bite, little drink, nap, and off we go again.
All right, thanks, Renger.
And that is the challenging part of the DPI. So a triple stint is still only about an hour and 40 minutes or so, and even more so for the crew guys. They can't sleep at all because really, anytime after 15 minutes, if there's a yellow, they're going to pit, right?
Absolutely. So it's one of those things that it's tiring on everybody. It's one of the reasons that 4 driver lineup, as the fuel capacity has gone down on these cars and the stints have become shorter. It's one of the reasons why 4 drivers at a race like this is not really a bad idea at all, because it gives your other driver an opportunity to actually rest because of exactly what you just said. A triple stint, hour and 45 minutes, that's really not a lot of time for a driver to go back and take a nap. You've got an hour and 45 and then an hour and 45 for the next guy, but it takes you 15 minutes to go back, and then it's going to take you another 30 minutes to get back to pit lane. So
let's shift to GT Le Mans. Corvette dominated this class in 2020. There have been some changes, have been well documented at Corvette. It's gone pretty well for Nick Tandy. He won the last race of last year in the Porsche. He won the Motul Pole Award qualifying race in his debut with Corvette last weekend, and now he's leading his teammate Jordan Taylor in GT Le Mans in the Rolex 24.
Corvette running in lockstep right now, and that's what you expect. I guarantee you there is a pace that they want to run to make sure that they're going to make the numbers, the fuel numbers, the tire numbers. You heard Ringer Van de Zande talking about it as well. You do have a certain number of sets of tires that they can use, and so they want to make sure that they've got what they need to battle at the end of this. And if you think, well, who are they going to be battling against? There are really only 5 cars, and the Corvettes have it locked down, and da-da-da-da. Well, no. They don't have it locked down. There are plenty of other fast cars. BMW has a little more weight on the car than they did when they were here last year, but that car is still very good at this racetrack. And the 62, I'm telling you, the sleeper is the Risi Competizione Ferrari, the 62. They've talked about what a good opportunity they have to win this year, and they're hanging right there in third, only about 15 seconds out of second place right now. So this thing is far from over in GTLM, and I think for Nick Tandy, the move to Corvette this year was probably nothing like it would have been if he had done it a couple of years ago when it was a front-engine car and he was coming from the rear-engine Porsche. But with the Porsche moving that engine forward over the last couple of years in the RSR, and with Corvette now being a mid-engine car, I think the nuances of the car are probably a lot closer now than what they would have been 2 or 3 years ago.
Parker, tell us more about what's happening with Corvette.
Well, first of all, Brian, how dare you call the Porsche a mid-engine car? That's just
it's just
against the rules. Although it's been the mid, it's still rear-engine, I guess, somehow. You mentioned a couple things that I just wanted to go through. So on the Corvettes, I spoke to Nick Tandy just before he jumped in the car there. He told me things were going very smoothly, as we can tell, and we've seen. For the Risi Competizione guys, they've come back. That caution helped them, but they've been telling me they also believe they might be better in the daytime than the nighttime. So I think, as we talked about how much of this race is being run at night, but also how far into the daytime we go with the later start, which means the later finish, that might be a little bit coming to them, as we get into the daytime and hotter temperatures. And then the BMWs have not quite had the speed, but I think a bit of it's on purpose because I've consistently heard them talk about hitting fuel numbers. And when I was down in turn 1, you could hear the BMWs lifting and coasting for a long period of time into turn 1, more than any other car out here. So I believe they're trying to pull a little bit of strategy, potentially watching this thing go green and sort of conserve that fuel to maybe not have as many stops.
Well, and you've certainly been around this sport enough to know you can identify that early lift and coast, and that's how you make fuel mileage. You can't squeeze into the throttle more gently or whatever. That burns fuel however you do it. But where you make that fuel number is with that big lift and coast and rolling speed into the corner. And if you're standing down there at the end of pit lane and that's what you heard, I guarantee you're right. That's exactly what BMW is trying to do.
So Corvette continues to run 1-2 in GT Le Mans, about 15 seconds in front of the Ferrari. Well, if you are on social media, Jordan Taylor is a must-follow for entertainment.
Describe Jordan Taylor? Probably pretty boring. I think just known as a race car driver for Corvette Racing and has a weird social media presence.
Hello!
All right.
The disappointment on the face.
They call him Jay, they call him Hinch. They call the mayor of Hinchtown. I can't find Hinchtown. It does not exist.
Rodney's probably more the outgoing type.
What do you have there, Rodney? Sandbags. A bunch of teams left them in Daytona after the roar a few weeks ago.
Usually more the center of attention. Obviously a big Jeff Gordon fan. Loves to do weird stuff. He's got really bad dance moves. With quarantine, you know, there were a lot of ideas that came up. You know, I've got my dog Fonzie as well. We built a cyber cart. We made some other weird videos. I mean, the whole sort of 2020 season was odd with no fans and not being able to see anyone and just talk to you. So I went on Amazon and found a bee outfit, like almost like a space mask with an air vent out the top. And I emailed it to my team manager and I'm like, would you allow me to go outside the bubble and meet fans if I wore this? He's like, yeah, I don't see why not.
What are you doing, Jordan?
Unfortunately, like I didn't have that much time or like a way to promote it, so we didn't see a ton of people. But maybe we'll be able to do it a couple more races this year.
His Gym Olympics or whatever he called it until he was asked to stop showing videos of people was pretty good. And I love his product reviews.
He's schizophrenic.
I think he's kind of a shy guy, and he's just doing it for us. It's a service from Jordan to us to entertain us through social media.
I mean, if you met him out somewhere and had a conversation with him, you would think that was no way that would have ever happened.
Yeah, it doesn't seem to be his personality. So good on him for getting out there and coming out of the shell a little bit. And oh, by the way, he's an awesome race car driver, running second right now to the other Corvette, Nick Tandy, as we continue from the Rolex 24.
I'm surprised. Mike Conway seems like he's been in there for a while. Could be wrong, but it feels like he's been in there for quite some time. Yellow. The scoreboard says yellow. Is that true? Doesn't seem like... Oh, there it is. DPI number 12. Hey, what's up? Welcome to the stream, where you've come in just in time for a yellow. I'm missing something. Look for... Look. Oh, I guess that's like a filter thing.
Welcome back to the Rolex 24. We are under caution, and it's gone from bad to worse for the Vassar Sullivan number 12 Lexus. They were behind the wall for about 45 minutes, damage to the radiator. sustained, picking up some debris. And now Frankie Montecalvo has just slowed to a stop. And then we saw flames, Brian, below the car.
Yeah, interesting. We had 3 hours and 23 minutes of green. Let's see if we can see on the replay here. So you see the fire there. To me, he's way off the racetrack. He knows he's got a problem. To me, he's got an engine problem. What I see is fire coming out the exhausts on both sides and coming out the back. To me, that's an engine problem, and you've got oil or something like that that's coming out as the engine's running. That's actually coming out of the exhaust. And then as it stops there, whatever the material is that's stuck, that's left in the exhaust is continuing to burn off. Safety crew there, AMR safety vehicle, they had fire extinguishers on board, and it was an interesting fire. It reminded me of something like a Top Fuel car or whatever when you see it go up and fire comes out of the exhaust.
Classes.
All that, but I think from bad to worse is exactly right. The overheating issues that they had in the beginning were radiator related.
I know within the class itself,
I'm not
it is
exactly sure why Frankie is
kind of what
back in the
what
car
people expect coming
unless
in.
they're going to try to
very
flat
spread
tow it
out.
back
This is
around,
the
but
overall right
I believe he's going to
here.
try to start
Looks
it.
like the
one of
first.
AMR people saying
I mean, you have
let's push it, and he's
DPIs.
gonna steer it, but
LMP2 is way ahead.
Not a good day
you have some
for
GTLMs, and then that's when you hit the
Vassar Sullivan here
LMP3s.
with the problems on the 12.
The number one
Meanwhile, the
LMP3
14
right now
is
is
still
18th.
very much in contention. Aaron
Then you have
Tielet's in it
3
right
of
now,
them.
running seconds.
38th is the
Check
next
in on this
LMP3,
in
40th
just a
is the next one,
moment.
couple
See
more
if
in
there
the
are any takers
40s.
on pit road.
So,
And we'll bunch them
not
up
really
and
that
restart
great.
it again coming up in a
Like I
few
said,
minutes.
within their own class, they are very spread out. LMP3 wasn't exactly expected to be that great of a class. It'll take some time for them to make it up there in popularity, I guess. I gotta find. Yep, I'm on the right screen.
Under caution at the Rolex 24, a tow-in for the number 12 Vassar Sullivan Lexus comes to a stop. Some flames out of the bottom. And rough day for them. They were already 25 plus laps down, and now headed back to the garage as well. So pits will open in just a little bit, and one more step towards what the ultimate goal is by winning the Rolex 24.
There's cool trophies, but then there's the Rolex.
That's the 2002 Daytona winner right there.
That's it. Yeah, that's the one.
It's definitely my prized possession.
Rolex has been so kind of giving every class winner a watch. Is something that every driver around the planet strives for.
Not to boast, I've got 3. So there's one that I wear, there's one that my wife wears, and there's one that I won last year that hasn't come out of the box yet.
For me, I keep the watches, and I would love to give them one day to my kids.
My watches are in a random closet in my house. I won't specify which closet, just in case someone breaks in.
I believe we should be enjoying it and not just putting it in a box and store it away somewhere. It's like a race car. You shouldn't just store the car. You should take it out for a few laps once in a while. You know, a race car is built to be driven and not to be stored in a museum all the time.
You know, I've heard Andy Lally, who's got 5 from this race and more from championships when they were being presented, that he has used this as an opportunity to gift people that have helped him in his career, special in his life.
So he has 7. So 5 from winning here and 2 for championships. And, you know, I've known Andy since he was running Formula 4 2000 cars. He's just a super kid. He's 45 years old now, I think. But his big heart, he's given them to the people that are special in his life who helped him get to where he is. His mom has one, his dad has one, his sister has one, his first sponsor has one, Mike Johnson has one, and his soccer coach has one. And
who introduced him to his first sponsor, right?
Yep. And Andy has the other one. And the one that he has, the one that he wears, is the one he just showed. It's the first one he ever won. And the other 6 have gone to special people in his life. I think that's pretty cool.
It's one of the coolest, quote, trophies in any sport. It's not a trophy. And maybe it's more special because it's not a trophy. You know, rings are great, but Super Bowl rings, for example, you don't really want to wear those in everyday life. Maybe you don't want to wear a Rolex either in everyday life, but you can.
Yep, absolutely you can. Pits are open for prototypes.
All right, Parker, take it away.
Right, as we see them coming down here, this was a perfectly timed caution for many of these cars. As you'll see on the pit walls, everyone has brake calipers and brake rotors, because they're going to take this time to make that change just about halfway in this race, be able to put some new brakes on these cars. People Durrani there, as you see the 31 pulled in as well, was on the wall. He was going to be getting in. They were about to pit. They got very close to fuel on the 31, and then this caution came out, which forced them to be in a position where they wanted to make the brake change, Dylan.
The 01 is in at the end of pit road. Kevin Magnussen, of course, just getting in about a half hour ago or so. Told him his pace was good. Just a half stint of green flag racing on those tires, so fuel only for the Ganassi 01.
Kind of scared me for a second there on the 01. I saw the crew member on the right side of the car, and he was working on the latch for the engine cover, and I thought, looked like they were going to take the engine cover off for a second. I think maybe he was just working to make sure that it was latched and down. And you see crew member there pulling rubber debris out of the radiator inlet. That little opening there allows them to reach in and get that debris out. Brake changes going on the 48.
You know, as I talked with people in the garage over the last week, one of the debates was, when do you make the brake change? Because there is more daylight running on Sunday, because the race started longer and the race is going to obviously last longer. It's still the same amount of daylight, but the second half of the race has more daylight and possibly a little more brake wear. A lot of people were hoping to get past the midpoint before they made their brake change. We're not there yet.
Yeah.
But you want to do it under yellow, and if you don't take this chance, what if you go green the next 4 hours? That's the challenge.
I was getting ready to say, if you don't take this yellow, yeah, it will go green for the next 4 hours. We just went 3 hours and 23 minutes of green. Some work going on down at the 60. It looks like a brake change there as well. So a lot of teams taking the opportunity. So it's not like all of a sudden people have more brake wear. I think they should be able to go 14, 15 hours or so. So they should be well within their window. But you bring up a very valid point. We talked about this earlier. The race started 2 hours later, which means it will run 2 hours longer tomorrow. And that's 2 more hours of daylight running. And that's going to be different in a lot of respects. It's going to be harder on tires, harder on brakes, as you said. And the weather is going to continue to heat up throughout the day. So the temperature delta from the start of this race to the end of it is going to be greater than you might expect if the race were to end 1:30 in the afternoon, whatever. And Pagano now behind the wheel of the 48. Does he have a problem? He does. They're going to push it to try to start it. It won't start with the onboard starter, and they must have gotten approval from the officials to get that done. Because typically you need to start on your own power.
Well, that's a development.
So we'll see what they have to say about that push start. And now GT is in, Parker.
And now it is the GT time on pit road here. This timely caution for many of the teams here. As you see the Corvettes come in, I expect the drivers to stay in, although I'm quite far away. And it's hard to see from all the way back here, but I expect them to stay in, considering they were able to. They just got in a couple tips ago. Here on the repeat Ferrari, Julius Goulian will also stay in here. It's going to be 4 tires and full fuel for them as they continue to try and eat into that lead that the Corvettes keep building up with this Ferrari that's been through all sorts of incidents but continues to keep running and show speed, as we said, and possibly even show better speed if we can get into the daytime here for the 62 Racing Ferrari.
So routine service here, what we're seeing in GT Le Mans. Any differences, Brian, from the different classes when you need to do the brake changes?
I would expect that the GT-based cars will go a little bit longer. LMP2 cars, DPIs, should be kind of somewhere in the same window. They have essentially the same speeds, close to the same weight, so you've got the same amount of kinetic energy, you've got the same amount of mass, you've got to slow down, so the brake wear should be similar. Interesting to see BMW taking the opportunity to do the brake change here. Corvette did not, so
yeah.
I'm sure that BMW would say, hey, we're 20 kilograms heavier, so we're wearing stuff out, but I don't think that's the reason they're taking the opportunity to do the change. I think they're probably playing it safe, like you said, Kevin. If you gamble that you're going to have another yellow sometime soon and you don't get it, then you're going to have problems on your hands, Kevin.
Let's check in with Dylan on pit road.
When you hear the path Porsche leave behind us, they also made a brake change, just changed the right front caliper, and the whole brake assembly there on the right front of that race car. So GT guys starting to have to make that change as well as we approach the halfway point.
All right, we'll get a reset and see how it all shuffles out in just a moment after a round of yellow flag pit stops, and look forward to going back to green in just a moment as we move past 2 a.m. in the east at Daytona.
Oh boy. It be 2 a.m. boys. I'll be back in 1 minute. Not that you care, but I'm back.
Getting a little bit closer to the midpoint here through the overnight at the Rolex 24, kicking off the 2021 motorsports season here on NBC Sports, which includes the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship, of course, the NTT IndyCar Series, NASCAR, Supercross, so much more, and a restart coming in just a bit with Cadillac and Acura getting set to go at it. Overall, the Corvette still leading GT Le Mans, a Ferrari in front in GT Daytona, with AF Corsa and Simon Mann in front. In LMP2, it is Stephen Thomas in front. And what's really a really good story for Win Autosport, making their debut at this event. And Moritz Krantz with Mueller Motorsport is leading an LMP3 after overcoming contact early in this event, some suspension damage. I need to check. How many laps were they down? I think a couple?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, it's interesting, watching the first two cars in line, Kevin Magnussen in the 01, Philippe Albuquerque in the 10, two very different ways they were going about warming up tires and brakes. You saw Magnussen with that really aggressive side-to-side movement, and Albuquerque would just accelerate, decelerate, and decelerate. And you'll talk to different tire manufacturers and different engineers, and they'll say, no, you need to side load the tire back and forth. And others will say, no, longitudinally is the best way to get temperature and pressure. We'll find out who's got the better Michelins underneath them, because we're about to go back to green.
And the former Formula One driver, not a whole lot of experience on this type of restart. Very different animal than Formula One. Kevin Magnussen, Philippe Albuquerque, Olivier Pla going at it, back to green in the overnight at the Rolex 24. And Albuquerque going to try to sweep around the outside into one. Side by side, they're side by side for second, and Albuquerque grabs the lead for Wayne Taylor Racing.
That's impressive, and I think what you had there was just the knowledge of the tire and what it takes to get it up to temperature, the faith that it was going to be there. Albuquerque has the experience with that tire. Kevin Magnussen does not, and it's one of the things that he said the other day when we were talking to him on a Zoom chat. He just said, I need to learn some of these things, and I need to learn night racing. I need to learn when the car is going to come in and all of that. So you don't throw it all away. Be willing to lose a position now with 13 and a half hours left in this race.
And Simon Pagenaud picked up a spot to third and nearly got Magnussen for second. But Magnussen holds him off for just a moment.
The story's going to change once he's convinced that he has those Michelin tires up to temp and pressure.
So now it's Acura, the two Cadillacs, another Acura. Top four, very tight. Man, Pipo Derani is right there too, running in fifth in the 31 Wheelan Engineering Action Express Cadillac. We're on board with Pagenaud right now, looking ahead.
Another Cadillac back on the racetrack is the number 5. It is finally back out after the damage sustained in the incident with the 16 down in turn 1, the GTD entry from Wright Motorsports. And as we heard Jan Halen say, he felt bad for the 5. They were just along for the ride. They were the innocent victim when the 9 and the 16 got together in the braking zone of turn 1.
Pagenaud took a little look there, not an opportunity. You know, what could have been for the Mustang sampling JDC Miller Motorsports crew. They were there. They looked like they had the pace to contend for a win in this event.
Remember that Kevin Magnussen has to learn all types of lessons this weekend. Some of those he's learned by driving the car in practice sessions, but the rest is going to come via racing. The restarts, how long it takes the tires to get up to their maximum level of grip after a restart. Who's aggressive, who's not. All the different rules, he needs to remember what you can do, when you can restart, when everything's new to him, and everybody around him has the experience. So he is having to learn lessons with a lot of pressure on his shoulders right now.
And that's why I mentioned the restart coming to this, because this is a very different animal than Formula One. I know they have rolling restarts, but generally speaking, my perception has been the leader just takes off in Formula One and they're not contested. Different here. You have to learn the tricks of the trade, and Philippe Albuquerque got the better of it on that one. Down to Dylan.
Well, and guys, something else to kind of think about too. He's probably never worked with a spotter in his racing career, so there's obviously something you have to balance too. You've got to balance your own concentration, plus another voice in your ear that's trying to tell you, hey, do this, don't do this, and there's a lot, as you guys alluded to, but that may be one of the biggest. Something he's got to get used to is somebody else in his ear kind of trying to direct him around this racetrack and keep him safe, Parker.
Well, Dylan, and the one car that was having a little issue there as we went back to green was the 55 Mazda. Came down pit lane. They started to change the whole rear wing and diffuser assembly. They tried to put a different one on that it wouldn't go on. They couldn't get it to get bolted in, so then they took that back off, went back and grabbed another one, tried to put that one on, and eventually were able to get it on the back of that 55 Mazda, but they lost the lap here in pit lane. And there was so much optimism coming into this race for this team, going down to one car, all the focus on it. They felt like they had a lot of speed. There were some teams thinking they were going to show some special speed when we got into the race. Maybe there was, some sandbagging before we got there. And it has just not materialized, that 55 team, and now fighting some mechanical issues.
Hey, Parker, did you see damage to the rear wing? I'm wondering, are they trying to change the aerodynamic balance of that car, or were they replacing something that had been damaged?
I did not see damage, and that's why I believe it was something more mechanical or setup oriented to try and shift, because there was no damage from what I could see. And the one that went back on, I believe, was actually the same one that they pulled off before that. So it's definitely some questions unanswered. I'm going to try and get some answers for.
So frustrating if they were trying to change the aerodynamic balance, because A, they didn't get it done, and B, they lost a lap while trying to get it done. So whatever they were trying to fix, it seems like if they had to go back to the same unit that came off, they're back at square one, but a lap down.
It's been a rough go of it so far for Mazda. Just one car effort this year.
And really kind of one of the sentimental favorites to win here. A lot of people want to see that Mazda in victory lane. You even heard Tristan Nunez, who was with Mazda for the past several years, who's running an LMP2 this year, said, you know what, I know we're not going to win overall in an LMP2 car, and I'm really kind of secretly rooting for the 55. I'd like to see Mazda in victory lane.
Just been given some information from IMSA. It was a mandated rear wing assembly change because the brake lights were not working.
There you go. And you have to have at least one brake light working. So if both of them were out, and all of the electrical systems go through the connectors that connect those that rear piece that has the diffuser and the rear wing on it.
So a couple of laps down, now 3 laps down, but not done yet. If the car is right, if the car is good, you could make up that time and those laps and still be a player in this race. Got a lead change in GT Daytona. Sun Energy is in the front now. We'll get to that coming up in just a moment from Daytona.
Sun Energy car with the same paint scheme that they use in Cup.
continues to cool down just a little bit overnight, but the action is heating up on track. And the Rolex 24 with still over 13 hours remaining. It's spread out a little bit here on the oval portion of the course, but just a moment ago, Kevin Magnussen was within about a car length of Philippe Albuquerque. So we'll continue to watch that battle. Simon Pagenaud was not too far behind as well. Albuquerque, Magnussen, Pagenaud, Acura, Cadillac, and Pipo Derani is within range, and another Cadillac, and then another Acura, and Olivier Pla in the top 5. Those are the 5 on the lead lap right now in Daytona Prototype International.
I know we talked about this a little bit earlier in the day, but talking about holding up the front end of the car under braking. Magnussen, another one of those drivers who likes to just attack the brake zone and corner entry. And I watched him from that high camera into turn 1, rear of the car just dancing out ever so slightly as he drove it in there to the max. And he is closing down in the brake zones on the 10 of Albuquerque.
Let's check in at GTD. So I mentioned a moment ago that the Sun Energy 1 Mercedes had moved to the front. A really impressive drive. Well, now the 51 Windward Racing Mercedes has
GTD is actually shaping up to be pretty good.
And interesting that Kenny Habul, who's back, by the way, with this program, and they're getting some support in the Sun Energy 1. Gradient Racing is helping out with their project, but Kenny pointed over to Mauro Engel and said,
DPI, GTLM, and GTD are all looking
here.
like
He said,
good
I
races
think
right
I
now.
have the 3 fastest drivers.
LMP3,
He said, by the way,
you
I'm
have
the weak link in this
second place, 7 seconds behind, and everyone else is just completely out of it.
And Kenny is being modest
Then LMP2 is kind of like
a business owner and a silver level type driver. Kenny's really good. Actually, he's a bronze level driver. He's a really good bronze level driver. But he felt pretty optimistic that they were going to have a good chance at this race. And so do the Windward Racing guys, and they have proven it, really storming through the field. And I mentioned this a few hours ago, that they hadn't even used Mauro, who's their platinum level driver. So
there's
keep an eye on them. And here they
GTD.
are.
Let's check it out.
Well, and hats off to the team. I know Calvin and Lee were talking about this earlier. This team, and it really is what the IMSA programs are about.
28
the Michelin
is
Pilot Challenge is where you
34th overall loses me. Positioned in class. So let me find that again. So 34th overall and 13th in class.
Championship, but they've taken that team and they've moved it into
out
WeatherTech
of
for here at the
19.
Rolex 24. Russell Ward, Indy Janji, Philip Ellis, they're all rookies for the Rolex 24. Mauro Engel, the only one of the 4 drivers who's actually driven here, and that 57 is in the lead. That shows you just how strong the team is, shows you just how strong the drivers are. Just because they haven't run this race doesn't mean that they haven't sat down with Mauro Engel and said, tell us about endurance racing and what we need to do at the Rolex 24, because they've all been right on point with everything they need to do. They've kept the car clean, they've kept it neat. You look at it, not a mark on it. And Mauro Engel right now having a great run up front.
Dylan, tell us more.
Yeah, well, and that's exactly what their goal was. And talking with Russell Ward earlier this week, he said, we just want to drive smart, don't put ourselves in bad spots, and we'll be there. And that's exactly what they've done. He also said they basically got 4 full-time guys at their race shop that do it all. Everything from building the race cars to laying the graphics on them. They all do it all. So it's a limited team effort. It's a small budget group, father and son team. They're competing with the best in the world right now, leading their division. You could tell how excited they were just to have this opportunity to race in this event. I can't imagine the excitement if they were to win this race and survive the next 13 hours.
Obviously, the Mercedes very strong. That AMG Mercedes up front in second place. But both in GT-LM, well, that's changed a little bit for now, but certainly in GTD, the Ferraris are still there. In GT-LM, they're 4th. In GTD, they're 3rd. The Ferraris, I think that 488 platform has a chance to not just podium here, but I think they have a chance to win in both of those classes. And I think for both of those cars, the sunrise tomorrow is going to really be the tale of the tape. We're going to find out once the sun comes up just how strong the Ferraris are. But Mercedes right now in GTD up front, first and second.
In a GTLM, top 5 still separated by less than 10 seconds, all on the same pit strategy right now. So it's all legit, all still in play for the win in the 24. Not even halfway home yet. So much more to come. And in overall, in Daytona Prototype International, top 5 separated by less than 5 seconds. A look at that red and white Whelen Engineering Action Express Cadillac weaving its way through traffic. Looking ahead to the Ally Cadillac, Simon Pagenaud trying to chase him down for third. Parker.
Hey guys, as you see Pipo Delani in that 31 car start to chase down Pagenaud and Magnussen, he was ripping off some crazy lap times. It was about 0.8 to a second faster than the 2 ahead of him. And the team came on the radio and reminded him, hey bud, there's still 13 hours to go. And he said, I know, I just got caught up in traffic on that lap. So he's obviously in the zone right now in that 31 car trying to make up great time.
Probably easier to slow somebody down than speed them up, so you'll take that when you can get it. Kevin Magnussen, I think, is really enjoying this experience. He said, I haven't competed for wins in a long time. He just wasn't in a situation where he had that opportunity in Formula One over the last several years. Kevin Magnussen is second, chasing that car. Philippe Albuquerque, Wayne Taylor Racing, Konica Minolta, and Acura. You won't miss anything in nonstop. Stay with us on NBCSN. Philippe Albuquerque and the Konica Minolta. Wayne Taylor Racing, Acura continues to weave through traffic, and the Rolex 24 through the overnight hours. You have to find unique positions. Some can sleep sitting straight up, others recline just a little bit more. GTD classes have a little more time with almost an hour between pit stops. We have no shots of Brian Till.
Right, I'm in my footy pajamas.
Thanks for tuning in from Mexico, from Tijuana.
So racing at night I'm the only one that doesn't drive race cars. Brian has raced in the Indy 500, has raced sports cars. Parker is an active NASCAR driver. Dylan Welch has reached the A main in the Chili Bowl, is a dirt track driver. So, Parker, I'll start with you. Tell us about some experiences driving. Oh, I'm sorry, Dylan, we'll go with you first. Nighttime experiences.
Well, I think the one that comes to mind for me is actually a race that you did, the inaugural BC 39. We had a ton of rain in the Indy area, and I seem to remember that one going
well midnight.
Yeah, going well into the night. So that's the one that immediately comes to mind first. And the other one, too, just kind of sitting here watching all those crew guys sleeping, and I have a few in front of me right now who are catching some shut-eye as well. Many years ago now, almost 15 years ago, when I was racing quarter midgets as a kid, we used to race indoors in Columbus, Ohio, and that would go well past midnight. I mean, I'm talking 2 or 3 a.m., and you're trying to get these little 7 or 8-year-old kids out of bed to go strap in a quarter midget and go rip around this racetrack. So that's the one that jumps to mind for me, is being asleep in the motorhome and my dad coming in and waking me up and saying, hey, you got to go run this feature. So it brings back memories, kind of watching some of these guys catch up on sleep too, and then spring into action to pit some of these race cars. Parker, what about you?
Well, Dylan, I've been in the same situation because of rain out races or rain delayed races. I think at one time Bristol, I ended up racing to like 1:30 in the morning or something, whatever it was. It was really late, but you know what comes to mind, and there's gonna be someone at home that's like, oh man, I can't believe he brought this up. iRacing endurance races. So I've done a couple of these in 24 hours. I've done it with Landon Castle and Garrett Smithley and a couple other friends.
Hey, good night,
It's a
man.
lot of fun. It's super realistic.
Stayed
to
up
see
as long
people
as you
all
could,
over
I
the
guess.
world. I've been in ones with Max Verstappen and other F1 drivers. And the thing is, this time of night, I always sign up for this. And I love it. And, you know, the reason being is when you get to this point of a race, people are tired, people are maybe making mistakes. And if you're on it, if you're really mentally in, you can make up crazy time or get a big lead, you know, without cautions, of course. But I just love that idea of when everyone else is looking like that, falling asleep, a little weary. If you can just sign that one level up to get, you know, more focused, you can make some time up or, you know, extend a lead. And so I just think this time of the night is so fun. It's so unique. It's so odd to be driving race cars at high speeds at this time of night. So it's definitely something unique to endurance racing. And Brian, I know you've done it. It's an experience in itself.
Absolutely. And at my age, the biggest experience of night racing is me getting up to go to the restroom in the middle of the night, trying not to stub my toe on the door frame. But no, I think night racing does a couple of things. You'll find a lot of guys who go faster in the night, and one of the reasons is you can be more focused on what's in front of you. As a race car driver, once you become comfortable, you don't have this tunnel vision anymore. You kind of see the whole picture, and you need that because you take all that information in and you make decisions as to where you're going to brake and if you're on the right line and all that. And at night, everything kind of focuses down. It's not tunnel vision, but you're in this calm place. You can't see anything else that's around you so much. So the car runs better. You're comfortable. It's not as hot. All of that's good. I think my biggest memory of racing at night wasn't really supposed to be a night race. It was in 1986 at the St. Petersburg Grand Prix, and I was in one of the support series races that got put off until well into the afternoon, and we were literally going down the back straightaway there at St. Pete towards the airport, and I had a tinted visor on my helmet, and the street lights were on. That's how dark it was, but you know, you could focus forward, and you had to because you couldn't see anything else. And I can just remember thinking, why are we doing this? But that's probably the scariest night race I ever had. Running here at Daytona really wasn't all that difficult at all at night, but it just some drivers love it, and others would much rather run in the daytime hours.
I know as a fan, and that's all I can speak of.
Hey, thanks for tuning in from South Africa. That's cool.
Just walking around, listening to these cars is just fascinating, and watching on television as well. We roll through the overnight here, nearing 13 hours remaining in the Rolex 24.
How long till I get copyrighted? I don't know. I've said this before, but my stream is at least a little different. It's not complete pirating, but it is definitely stretching it. So we'll see if I get taken down or not. Trying to be a bit different. Not, like I said, not trying to completely pirate here, but we'll see how IMSA feels about that. Yeah, well, Florida is completely open and has been for months. Hey, what's up? I've been watching late models all week. Mav TV has been live streaming Late Model Dirt Series on their Facebook all week, and that is in Tampa. And that track clearly does not have any restrictions. I saw maybe 2 people the entire week wearing masks there. The stands are pretty much completely full, and it just looks normal there.
Welcome back to Daytona. Kevin Lee, Brian Till, Parker
Yeah, the
Clitterman,
IMSA guy went
Dylan
to bed.
Welch,
Yeah.
Ray Taylor Racing and Acura with Philippe Albuquerque behind the wheels, still leading Cadillac. Chip Ganassi Racing.
Yeah, I heard
Kevin Magnuson by about
with the
2.5
COVID
seconds.
restrictions,
Simon Pagenaud and
I heard
Pete
that
Mulroney
there's
in Cadillacs
30,
are not
40,000
far
people
behind
at the
as
race
well.
this weekend.
We're about an hour away from the midpoint of this race, and
From hearing
endurance
from people in the
racing,
infield, they
we
say
like to
that
think about, all right, how
the
far are we actually
500
going?
is
So
so
the graphics
restricted
department
that lots
went
of
to
people
work. So
seem
if
to
we
have shown
started
up to this
Daytona,
race
we
instead.
go north to
So if
Jacksonville
you're in
and
the
start
infield,
heading
it
west.
feels
We've already
more
passed
crowded than it
Houston
usually
through
does.
San Antonio, Texas, the original home of Brian Till, and that's about where we'd be right now.
Anyway,
This is based
thanks for
on
tuning in before it
last
might
year's
get
number
taken
of
down.
miles
The stream is
completed,
increasingly
almost
getting more popular as I
3,000.
keep it up,
That was a
so
record amount. So that'll get us
we will see how long
pretty much to
it
Townsend
takes.
Bell Land in California, north of Townsend Bell Land.
How many? We got almost 200
But Kevin, I
people.
can
That
tell
is
you,
the last
there's a
thing I
speed trap
expected.
just east of San Antonio on Interstate 10 and Sealy.
You found that one before.
Yeah.
13
You found
hours
that
up.
one
I do want to
before.
point
All right,
out
let's
I'm
get
not
you
going to be
up
on the
where
entire
we
time.
stand right now.
I'm
We've
just
had
kind of
6
here
different
overnight
leaders.
around
Albuquerque, the
7,
current leader. We've had some
7:30
good action up
Eastern
front
time. I'll
in
probably
all
be
classes,
getting
and
off once the
certainly
sun
at
comes
Daytona
up. So
Prototype International, 37 different
if
lead
I'm
changes for
if
a
I'm not
variety
taken down by
of
then,
reasons. All right, we were guessing during
still
the
have
break
to find
came
some other
close.
place to
Ryan at 5 or 6
find a
cautions
stream
at
of this.
6.
And I'm sure they'll
31
by then
laps
there'll
so
be other
far.
streams that
And
pop up.
overall, you've got 5 cars on the lead lap right now. The top 4 separated by less than 5 seconds. And Albuquerque right now making his way through traffic in that
Thanks
Acura.
for
It's
tuning in
interesting.
from Belgium. I
Everybody
like how
likes
many
to talk
countries
about
we're
who
getting.
has the advantage. And people Durrani, when I talked to him in Victory Lane last week after the qualifying race, the Motul Pole Award race, he immediately went there without being
The only
prompted.
real
And
live
he
stream
did
I
in the
can
press
find.
conference
Yeah.
over Zoom with the media too. You have
Yeah, all
to
the other
politic
ones have
a
been
little bit
taken
because
down,
everybody
and
thought the Cadillac was way
like I
too
said,
fast,
what
and you're
makes me
worried about
different
being
is
brought
that I'm
down
not
with
doing the
balance of
full screen
performance
thing. I have the
regulations. So he went
obviously
on
the chat you
offensive
can
right
see
there.
in
It's
this
like an NCAA
stream window,
basketball
but also I
coach
have the scoreboard off to
campaigning
the
to make
left,
sure they
and
get in
I'm
the
adding
field.
my own commentary to it.
It's kind of like
So
Dabo Sweeney
you
saying
could
Ohio
make the
State
argument of
shouldn't
fair
have been in
use with this stream at least.
That would be
So
another example too for someone who lives in Columbus, Ohio.
nah, dude, I'm
You know, I
not
talked to
going
Juan
full
Pablo
screen.
Montoya, who's in an
I'm not
Acura,
risking that.
on the number 60
I understand
Acura,
why you
Ethan
want
Brown
it
was
to go
saying,
full screen, but
everybody
you know
thought
that's
we
just
were
not something I'm gonna do.
sandbagging an Acura over the last
There's
few
some
years.
other
They had
guy in
some
here
issues with the
earlier
race, and
that
not sure
said
we
he
really saw
found a
what they
Twitch
had.
stream. I don't know if that's
Here he
still
said,
up.
no, and you know Juan, he's honest. Yeah. He just tells you straight up. He said, no, we were giving it all we
Yeah, well,
had.
clearly they're camping, so.
Right front there. But he said, I think the Cadillac has a little bit more than us right now. But Acura is getting it done for the moment. Different story, though. Fast now doesn't necessarily mean you're going to be fast tomorrow in the daytime when it gets warmer, yes?
Absolutely correct. And I think the other car that they were really pointing to was the 55 Mazda. I heard people say, you know, I looked at segment times. Well, I looked at segment times too, and they are correct. the Mazda been known for straight line speed, and the Mazda was quick in sectors
Is
1
number
and 2,
20
which
still
is
in the race, or has he been retired?
medium field and around to the bus stop, and then the Mazda was not quick from the exit
Now in
of
the
the
top
bus stop
7.
back to the start and finish
They're
line.
allowing
Come
motorhomes
on,
and
you know, I mean,
trailers,
they're
and
known for
allegedly
top
no
speed, so on
tents.
and so
I'm sure
forth.
there's
Well,
tents.
You never know what aerodynamic settings you're running
let
on
me
the
check
car or
on that
anything
number
else.
20
And I
for
think
you.
it's one of those things that if you get too involved with worrying about what other people are running, then you can't really focus on what it is that you're doing. And yes, there is politics involved in this always. And you would typically hear it in GT Le Mans as the factories would fight against each other. And that's exactly what you hear in DPI, because once
20,
again,
I
it's
would
the
guess is out of the
manufacturers
race.
give
Is
the
second to
drivers a
last
line to put out
overall.
there, and it's
48th place and 9th out of 10th.
a lot of it is politicking, and sometimes
class.
there is
So
a genuine gripe to be
would
had,
assume
but
that
griping about it
probably
isn't going
means
to
that.
fix it. You got to go out there and do what you can do. As we see the 48 back on to pit road.
Okay, let's see laps
And the
completed.
48 is coming in.
Yeah, they
Parker.
only have 56 laps.
Yes, it is, Kevin. I want to try something kind of
I think I'm
crazy
reading
at
that right.
2:45 in the
Yeah,
morning. I don't
so.
know why I want to do this. So I'm walking right up to the car. I'm right behind Marlon, our cameraman here, and I'm looking at these dive plates. I want to
So yeah, number 20 does appear
what
to
we're
be out.
talking about with these DPIs and trying not to get themselves where you get those damaged, because a lot of times we talk about damaging the underfloor, slows these cars down. You can see it on this car how white it is.
Hey,
how
you're
much
welcome,
abuse it
Pablo.
takes.
Enjoy the stream while it's up.
Grit. That also has
No
to be
bonfires and
you
total
don't
drunk
want
and
to take that undertray off if you're going over
pretty
curves,
warm.
those sorts of things. And if you look really closely under them, you can see almost chunks taken away
Oh, they have
from
problems
the
with
undertray.
gearbox.
And that
Okay.
just saps downforce.
Probably happened so long ago that and it's GTD, so they either didn't report on it or I just completely
It's one of those
forgot
things
about
that
it or
we talked
wasn't
about
paying
it
attention.
earlier, and I said, Ringer Van de Zande's quote was, to win this race, you can't have a scratch on the car and you can't have a scratch on the undertray. And I will tell you, when we were on board with Kobayashi, I said it earlier, I'm like, he's hard over the curbs, he's hard over the curbs. And when you ride on board, you can hear when it's just the tire going over the curbs in the bus stop, and you can hear when the chassis gets to the curb.
Out.
One of them is just kind of a thump,
Usually
hitting
a whole run for a driver depends. It could be an hour to 2 hours.
And the other one is like hitting the baseball bat onto concrete. You hear a smack versus a thud.
Yeah, it's not. It's really not that long.
Does damage. The other
They
one
usually do
not so much.
what they either 2 or 3 stints, which is just a run out to the track before they have to make a pit stop. So basically, 2 to 3 pit stops.
For the number 48 Cadillac.
They make a driver change.
That pit exit looks very difficult.
So the pit exit is 16.5 feet wide. A lane
One
on
team
the
had 5
interstate is a
drivers? I
minimum
didn't know
of
they could
12
do
feet
that.
wide. So imagine driving down the interstate when it's raining really hard. We've probably all done it. There's standing water and the car's kind of hydroplaning around a little bit. That's what leaving pit lane on cold tires is like here in the middle of the night. You've got a very narrow
Andrews
pit
from
lane.
Denmark.
And I would venture to say that in its narrowest spot, it's probably less than 16.5 feet wide, but there's just no room for error. And if you slide on the interstate and there's not a car in the lane beside you, well, you just kind of find yourself in the other lane a little bit.
But there is a current team like in this race that has 5 drivers though.
Drivers right and into the wall, and some of the best in the world have done it. I remember watching Jeff Gordon do it. I've seen other people do it. I've had friends of mine who went, I tested a car there, and in the night practice I did that, and no, I didn't get to drive in the 24 after that. So it's like some of the best in the world have done it. It has bitten more than just 1 or 2 race car drivers, and it's not just inexperienced drivers who get bitten there.
But it tends to bite the inexperienced. I've heard several circumstances of testing, first time in the car, crash it before you even get to turn
No
left.
more 2 drivers doing 6-hour stints. Yeah.
Leader is in, Philippe Albuquerque and Iconic Minolta. Wayne Taylor Racing Acura, shifting over from Cadillac. Wayne has been open talking about this change. We'll get into that a little bit. We want to watch the next stop coming in with the 01 Cadillac for Chip Ganassi Racing. Parker.
Right in the 31 here, Chase Elliott getting in, Pico Durrani getting out for some late nighttime stints for Chase. And I just mentioned how I went right up to that 48 car. I think Chase was on the wall looking at me like, what the heck is he doing? And why is he allowed out at these cars under green and in the pits, Dylan?
And that's what I was looking at, too, on the 01 marker, taking a page out of your book, is some fuel splashes up here. 01 under tray looks pretty good. Not a whole lot of holes or anything like that. Definitely dirty on the front end, but nothing, doesn't look like anything's really missing or anything, so they're doing a good job on the 01 car, keeping that part of the car clean and not damaged.
And Ganassi beats Action Express out of the pits. You know, we're all thinking along the same lines. I was thinking of this earlier. What do these new drivers think, like a Chase Elliott or a Kevin Magnussen, when they're leaving their pit box and they see people in front of them, like a cameraman right in the right front of the car, that they're professionals. They understand the sport. They know when to get out of the way, and the drivers just have to trust that they're going to move out of the way.
I'm so fortunate to have covered sports car racing for so many years. I've done it from the seat that you're sitting in, Kevin. I've done it from the color seat, and I've done it from the pit lane where the guys are in a problem there. That's well, no, I'm sorry, I was looking at the wrong screen. But Mauro Fischer, who is the camera operator down there, is bringing you some of those unbelievable shots. He's one of the best in the business, and I've seen more than one or two teams new.
We've been
to
watching the
sport,
whole time, especially when they were on big
in
NBC for the
anger
first
and a
hour of the
race
race.
to move him out of the
You
way,
know,
and I'm like,
if you
"He'll get
played a
out of the way.
drinking
Trust
game,
me, he will-
with how
he
many
will get out
times
of the
they
way.
talked about
He's
Chase
one of the
Elliott,
best
despite
in
him
the
not
business.
even
He's
being
done
in
it
the
for so
car yet,
long,
you know,
and he's
he'd be
passionate
be
about bringing
blackout
the
drunk.
viewer as close as Parker and Dylan are to the cars right now, and it is one of the magical things. Parker,
I'm not sure if he's currently in the car, but at this point, every driver should have already been in the car at least once, if not
round of pit
twice.
stops that you covered, you were like, "This is the coolest thing in the world," and you know what? It is.
Brian, it
Let's see,
blew
let
my
me,
mind. I couldn't believe how
search
close
here.
we could get to the cars. And I've watched, obviously, sports car racing for years. I've watched you forever.
Doesn't look like he's
You know,
currently in a car,
Oh, not forever. That was not the right way to put it. But you know what I
but
mean.
I'm sure he's been out.
I've been watching sports car racing. You have been a voice in it. And, you know, I saw those shots, but I never thought, really, how does that happen? And then I met someone like Mauro and saw what he does and got to go out there and experience it myself. And I thought, oh, wow, we can get really, really close. And this is really cool. So it's definitely a unique experience. It's something unique to this form of racing that it's just you don't realize, you know, how close you can really get and how much you can feel and smell when you get that close to a race car coming straight off the racetrack.
Well, and you want to bring the viewers and the fans in as close as you can. You want to share the experiences with them. And I think that's the thing that's so cool about all of us that do this. That's what we want to do. That's what we try to do. It's our passion. And to be able to get out there, we can see what you can't see from behind the wall. We can see the damage. We can identify which part is broken, and we can get a little more in depth and tell the stories. And that's the thing that's so cool about sports car racing. It's so cool about IMSA and the WeatherTech Sports Car Championship, as well as the Michelin Pilot Challenge Series that we cover.
I tell you what, though, I absolutely wouldn't do it in a NASCAR race. So I don't trust those guys.
Kevin, I don't know if you were
Yeah, I
part
know
of
GTLM is
few IndyCar
become
races that I
a
did
good
from
race.
pit lane when
I
the network
mentioned
needed some help,
LMP3
and
before. That's gapped itself to a 21-second lead.
my mentality of the
GTD is spreading out a tiny bit too, but yeah, GTLM, they're all right there.
One of the things we always try to do here is to
I
make
know
sure
lots of people
that
are
we don't
watching,
just
kind of
say,
making me
"Oh, the
worried
car's
with
up in the air, the tires are going
copyright
on, the fuel is
from
going in."
IMSA.
You can see that
With
on
the more
television.
people that
Tell me
view this,
something
but like I
can't
said,
see. Tell
hopefully
me a
this is
story. Tell me
enough
why
of
this is
fair use
important,
that
all
they won't do anything.
And I can remember having a
But,
report by listening
we
to
will
the
see.
scanners and our spotters or whatever, and Cindy
We're
Car
back in
comes in,
2000.
and I'm
Speed
like,
TV did their old 24
well, yeah,
line
and
no
they've been
commercials.
complaining about
They
some
did
understeer,
announcers.
so the team will
They did it
probably
with no
go to work and
commercials?
adjust the...
That's cool.
You're done.
Where'd the car go?
I know. I got
he
into
stepped on
racing in
pit lane. I
general
was
in
thinking,
like
no,
2008, so I do remember when they were on Speed
I just
Channel.
was going to give some details about it, and the car was gone.
But they
and it
never
was
did a
that-
commercial
that
free. That's pretty cool that they
16-second,
used to do it
18-second
without
stop,
commercials.
14-second stop, whatever it was, compared to the 40-second stop. And it's just the world of difference. It's like you were saying, Parker, you wouldn't do it in a NASCAR race. Well, you certainly wouldn't do it in an IndyCar race. but you can hear, and that's one of the beautiful things about it, and it allows us to tell the story just that much better.
Well, we keep an eye on the moment on the Corvettes battling for the lead in GTLM. Let's check in with Dylan.
Well, and just to add on that, you know, that's something too that I think is so cool about this is can't tell you how many people I've brought to races who are just amazed by what these pit crew guys do, how fast they change the tires, how they just jump off the wall right in front of the race cars. And yeah, you maybe wouldn't do it in another series, but like you said, I think that's what makes this part of the series so cool is that we can be that close. We can get the microphones down there so you can hear the air guns screaming. You can hear the car drop off the jacks, all of the sounds and sights and things that make auto racing just so aesthetically pleasing. We can bring to the fans and the viewers at home. And
EJBB ball, hang in there. Don't fall asleep on us.
Glen is the fact that we can get as close as we want to, as close as we're brave enough to get.
Why was the girlfriend pissed?
Riding on board with the number 3 of Jordan Taylor chasing Nick Tandy. Let's go back to Parker.
Well, guys, as we watch this battle and we're seeing the 3 cars start to run down the 4 car Nick Tandy, you know, there's some discussion on the Corvette radios a little while back, maybe 2 or 3 hours, about the degradation on some of the tires on the 3 car, that they were maybe going a little bit too far. Right now, we're almost about 10 minutes from the end of this fuel run, and the 3 is starting to catch the 4. So there's definitely some differences or changes that are being made, maybe even the compound that they're seeing. You know, I think there was a thought process going to this race that we were going to see temperatures down in the 40s, maybe. And right now, I'm looking at my temperature on my watch, and it's 55 degrees. So I don't think
first, I guess, 2.5 hours of the stream, it was kind of a mess. I didn't really know what I wanted the stream to be, so there was literally no viewers. So it's amazing that just in the time I kind of settled on what this stream was. You know, we picked up 200 viewers, so that's pretty cool.
It's the only class where the teams have a choice of compounds, so they'll use a different compound, and the compounds tend to be about a 20-degree window in which they operate. So if you were planning and you ordered tires based upon weather that you thought was going to be considerably cooler, you may have an issue. If you have tires that you thought you needed for weather that was going to be considerably warmer, that could be a problem as well. So we'll have to see how all of that shakes out. Tire compound choice is huge in GTLM.
There's the leader, Mauro Engel, in the Windward Mercedes in GTD. What a charge they have made through the field.
Kevin Magnuson is in the Rolex 24. People seem to be really excited about him in the chat. He's currently third.
Or so.
8 seconds behind the leader in the 01 car.
8 cars on the lead lap in GTD, so that is far from done. And then 3 more, only 1 lap off. A lot could change
when this race is over. Yeah.
Really interesting things for anyone that's experienced this race, whether at home or here, is the anticipation when you wake up in the morning to find out. And this goes for the drivers too. Wake up and
honestly,
find out
if I were in a relationship, I would definitely do the same thing. It's one of those classic things where it's like, I'm going to bed after just one video, and then the video's like, 20 hours long.
Take over for the next 3 hours, simulcast here on Track Pass or NBCSports.com until 6 a.m.
Does anyone know why it
Eastern.
looks so smoky? I guess it's just the lights. It doesn't look that smoky to me. I don't know how it looks on the stream.
NBCSN up until 2 o'clock in the final hour and 40 minutes or so, plus post-race coverage on network television on NBC.
I guess you're right. It could be fog. Honestly, I have not noticed it, to be honest with you.
Okay. You know what? This has been a pretty good warm-up for
yeah,
what we're
that's
going
right.
to see tomorrow, because
GTLM
the
last
checker
year,
flag is in
they're
12
getting
hours
rid of
and
GTLM
45
and then
minutes,
splitting
and there have been some stories
GTD
told
into
now,
2
but
classes,
the real stories are
GTD
gonna
Pro
come
and
once the sun comes up.
GTD Am, meaning
The
amateur.
great thing is that there are so many still in play.
Absolutely.
You've got the 5 I've talked about overall.
So we still have 5 classes in theory, just no LM, obviously.
Right now, by the way, the 47 car is in front right now.
Dust.
racing.
Yeah, that makes sense for Texas. So you guys having
Giorgio
dust.
Cernagiato is in front of that class. In LMP3, it's the Riley back in front in the 74. And Scott Andrews is in that Ligier right now.
Yeah, that's most likely
Corvette,
what it
as
is.
mentioned, still in front of GT Le Mans.
GTLM leaders in relation to LMP3, I believe, ahead of them.
Leaders, Philippe Albuquerque overall. Look at his Konica Minolta.
Yeah.
Acura in front.
The first
right
GTLM car is
3+
13th
seconds in
overall.
front of Simon Pagenaud,
The first
Kevin
LMP3 is
Magnussen.
18th
Chase
overall.
Elliott was
So
rough on himself in that first stint.
about 5 positions
He's
ahead.
relatively keeping pace. About 3.5 seconds behind Kevin
Strand racing,
Magnussen
please enlarge the-
here as well. Well, it's been a fun start, but we're not even halfway there. So
what do you mean by hear the comments? Like text to speech?
On Track Pass.
If that's what you mean, I have no idea how to do that. I'm a complete amateur when it comes to streaming. And as far as enlarging the race window, I totally get why you want me to do that, but for copyright reasons, I'm already kind of stretching it, and I just, I'm just going to keep it the way it is. But trust me, I get why you want it like that. It's just not something I'm willing to do.
6 a.m. on NBCSN for the Rolex 24 from Daytona.
I-95 traffic cams. This talks about Corvette moving to GTD, really. Would they want to do that, though? I mean, that's kind of, in theory, a downgrade, you would think. But, wonder how true that is. No question. Is someone from every class win? Or is all classes racing each other? Each class does have a winner. The most publicized one is the overall winner, which is 99% of the time DPI, but there is a winner for every class. Top 3 from every class do get a trophy. Winners all get a watch, Rolex watch. Actually, do 2nd and 3rd also get Rolex watches? That's something I don't remember, but yes, to answer your question, there is a winner for every class. And it sounds like they have switched to the international IMSA radio broadcast right now for the overnight hours, at least until NBCSN comes back on, which I believe is at 6.
Temperatures in the sort of 60s or 70s, and I think that's what we've had this weekend. You say the temperature was now?
15 Celsius.
Yeah.
It'd be like a downgrade, but with GTLM moving.
Fairly cool, isn't it?
They're trying to design a GT3 car. I'm not sure how that would go. Yeah, I'm not sure either, but if they feel like that's the right thing to do, I mean,
62, 63.
That's something I forgot. I know we literally just talked about GTLM shutting down, but it kind of like completely skipped my mind when we started talking about Corvette. That means that they wouldn't be in it anymore. So yeah, that makes more sense now that I see, oh yeah, they're a GTLM car. That makes more sense. Now it just depends on what GTD they would be in. I would think probably GTD Pro category, being the large team they are, but we'll have to see.
Enjoying these sort of conditions because the cars, I think, are being pretty consistent under these nighttime conditions.
It's Jeremy Shaw. I'm John Heindorf.
Hey, thanks for tuning in from Thailand.
Radio around the world and around the track. Time to go live in sound and vision with our network TV partners.
Yeah, the Pro category would definitely be where I would think Corvette would move if they were to go to GTD.
Well, hello everybody, and welcome to the overnight hours. This is John Heindorf and the rest of the IMSA Radio, IMSA TV crew from the Haggerty Global Broadcast Centre. Delighted to be linking up with you in the United States. Many of you may have been listening to us already on IMSARadio.com. Jeremy Shaw is with me in the Global Broadcast Centre, and Nick David is our VP Racing Fuel Pit and Padding reporter. We've got 3 hours
of time with you whilst our colleagues from NBC take some well-earned rest. And the story of the 59th running of the Rolex 24 Hours at Daytona continues as we're, 40 minutes away from half distance still. And it's a story so far, Jeremy, that at the front of the field has absolutely ebbed and flowed between the top 4, 5, possibly still even 6 with the Mazda 3 laps down now. But in this form of racing, with the potential for laps back under yellows, those top 6 prototypes are still very much in with a chance of their drivers taking home a lovely Rolex Daytona Cosmograph.
I'd say the race is wide open. They're running to the halfway point in this race. It's been a tremendously enjoyable race so far from my perspective. There were some caution periods earlier on which kind of broke the flow a little bit, but since then we've had some long green flag periods. One was almost 4 hours, another one was about 3.5 hours as well. So, there have been some caution periods, but not that many. And we've had some tremendous battling going on. Right now, we've got a fantastic battle for the lead because Philippe Albuquerque is coming under
went to high school with Nick Candy. That's awesome.
In that Ally car number 48.
Do you still
And this is where we see the respective performance of those two chassis and the two
John
different
Hinbaugh,
engines.
Shit. Where
They
is he
are
at?
very close together now as it's all getting tight at the sharp end of the field. Albuquerque and Pagenaud, the 10 and the 48, that's the
well, he's not in a car right now, and I can't remember what car he's in, so...
still a different racetrack.
Corvette's ready to go GTD. They would probably pick up some sort of penalty weight or intake restriction.
Pagenaud, very racy indeed at turn 1, but had the door gently closed. I don't think
Shallow
it was exactly
fog was at
slammed in
midnight
his
to
face
5
there.
a.m. last
But it
night.
was,
But what about tonight, though?
Pushed closed rather quickly by the leader, as is his right. He was on the racing line, Philippe Albuquerque. In terms of where they are in their runs, they've both been into the pits relatively recently. Albuquerque's about halfway through his stint. 22 laps is what we're getting out of the DPIs or thereabouts. A little bit more if there's some full course caution, full course yellow. Pagenaud's 2 laps worse off. Third place, Kevin Magnussen is again on 10 laps. And in the Wheel and Engineering, Cadillac Chase Elliott also 10 laps out of the pit. So nothing really, Jeremy,
what the FIA would do, and if maybe GT3 and the Pro Series
the strategy of those cars. So it will be down to traffic and quite clearly the pace of the drivers.
Obviously, I don't have answers to any of that. But it's definitely interesting to see what takes place.
For roughly the same amount of time. Albuquerque
HG traffic cams on I-95 out by the speedway look clear just now. Okay. Like I said, several people in this chat have said they've noticed it looked smoky or foggy, but I had not noticed it. So.
And again, Pagenaud tries around the outside at turn 1 with a little bit of cover in front of them as they have traffic, which they deal with rather nicely. So really now this is down to the nut behind the wheel and the battle for the lead, with still 12.5 hours to go.
Indeed, working their way through the traffic here. The slower cars are just about everywhere they look. But the last 3 laps for these leaders have all been within 0.2 of a second for each of them. So there's absolutely nothing to choose between them. You're right, they're running. Yeah, they're about halfway through a stint now. They've done 11 laps since the last pit stop, and you're right, they're getting between 21 or 22 laps. It's been interesting to see who gets 21 and who gets 22.
Yeah, thank you, Hyper Games. It's like I said, I've told several other people this. It's not that I don't want to, trust me. I clearly want to have it full screen as well, but just, you're really pushing copyright, you know, with Inzo. If I do full screen, especially with, you know, what, 230 viewers that I have right now. You know, this stream could start to get noticed. Yeah, thank you guys.
Yeah, they are very closely matched. These DPIs based on the current LMP2 chassis, just 4 chassis manufacturers mandated by the ACO and then taken on by IMSA a few years ago now. There is a new LMP2 chassis coming out this year.
We streamed the full race. Not planning on it. As kind of in the title, it's kind of like an overnight thing. Yeah, you got it. The night part. You know, I would like to do the full race, but you know, I have other stuff. I ain't even 1080. I realize that. I realize I'm only 720. But yeah, I'm probably gonna head out at like either 7 or 7:30 a.m. Eastern time. So I'm still here for a few hours. And yeah, it is better than nothing. So far, good with GTE for these upcoming years with the fuel and the mod. With Aston, Ferrari, and GTE as well, but with GTL, I'm leaving. It still could affect it somehow. Yeah, it's amazing how just one thing could like affect an entire series there. Thank you, Chris.
Drivers, Chris Mace, for example, out on the track at the moment in
the T stream. Was the T stream a Twitch stream? Yeah, I mean you can watch Twitch. I mean, I understand that my stream is not the best. I completely get if you find a full screen, you know, stream without commentary and stuff somewhere. I totally get if you want to switch over. I'm just trying to do something different here without completely, you know, stealing.
Looking behind us too now. Something rather
nighttime is the best time in this race. Now Sebring, you know, with there being no lights at Sebring, or barely any lights, there is some on the front stretch. You know, that's really cool to watch at night.
And we get the nod, which is what everybody wanted on Twitter. If you want to get in touch with us during this segment, by the way, it's hashtag R24 Radio, R24 for Rolex 24, R2424 Radio at IMSA Radio. That'll bring your tweets straight into the Hangout Global Broadcast Centre. Running around at the moment. 48, excuse me, running around the back of the circuit at the moment. Nick
Thank
Dearman
you, EJB Ball.
An update for us from the
corners. Yeah, that's true. They have lights on the corners.
GT Le Mans stops.
Yep, the last
The point is, Sebring is, you know, a lot darker than Daytona, and it's cool to watch.
The cars are ranking 25 and 33 laps, depending on where they are in the individual cycle, but it's been in and out for Nick Tandy and Jordan Taylor in the 2 leading Corvettes, the 4 and the 3. Jesse Cron and Jules Gounon, the BMW Jesse Cron, he stayed on board again after 30 laps. The Corvette did 33, by the way, on the fuel tank. Gounon did 30 as well for Breezy Competition Ferrari. He was about 3 laps ago, slightly out of seeing it's the 25 BMW, and also, more importantly, Bruno Spengler handed his car over to Philip Eng, who always seems at least one letter short for his surname.
Good job we didn't have Exler and Enger as well in this race. That would have been too much for my brewer at this time of the morning. So 4.3, 24.62 in GT Le Mans. LMP3, 74 Riley from Merlin Motorsports. There's laps between those, and another further lap back there, Sean Bridge Motorsport 33. That's that category being split up a wee bit. GTT we haven't spoken about for a while, and as we're catching up with a few of the leaders, let's see if we can spot the number 57, Amaro Engel for
Heard that LMP3 has been a mess, is that true? Yeah, I mean, that was kind of expected coming in, let's be honest, but you can see the leaderboard right now. It was close for a time, but you can see the leader is 2 laps ahead of second place, and second place is a lap ahead of third place, and third place is 7 laps ahead of fourth place. So,
3 seconds there.
well, like I said, it was very well expected coming in that LMP3 would be the worst class competitively.
Racing, Anderson, the rest of the team taking that on. Anderson's got a fantastic racing top 3 then.
One thing, I don't know if I'm ever going to get to it, but one thing that would be a cool thing to do, my sister lives in Jacksonville, Florida, so that's like 2-hour drive away from Daytona, so it'd be cool to, you know, go down there for the 24, visit her, you know, go to Daytona, do the whole 24 hours, and then probably have her pick me up because I'd probably be too tired to drive, but that'd be cool, you know, to go down there for the 24 and actually be there in the stands the entire time.
They've been nice and consistent. I don't think they've been perhaps blindingly quick. That's not what it takes, though, is it, to win a 24-hour race? They've been consistent. And they haven't put a wheel wrong.
This is the fast car.
So if it stays
48
that
or
way,
10, what do you think of Chase Elliott? His first time racing world. As far as Chase Elliott, he's, you know, he's a rookie at IMSA. He's not that great, but neither are the other NASCAR drivers. Neither are Jimmy Johnson and Austin Dillon.
Still half an hour away from the half point in this
when
race.
Chase was in the car, they did kind of drop to last, although that wasn't really his fault. He's not doing awful. He hasn't killed the car or anything, but like I said, it's kind of how you expect a rookie to drive. He's losing a bit of ground, but he's managing. He's getting it around the track. And like I said, that's kind of the same thing with Jimmy and Austin as well. And who has fastest 48 or 10? Depends on who's in the car. Like I said, if Jimmy's in the car, 10. If you have Kobayashi in the 48, 48 is faster. Right now, you can see Pagano is in the 48 and he's half a second behind Albuquerque, so it's tough to tell at this moment. I would say the 10 because he's in the lead, but we'll see how these intervals change. It was better than they didn't have the stadium where it's got very spooky in the infield in the wee hours. I can imagine that.
European and World Championship program.
Should take advantage of that opportunity. Yeah, exactly. I hope to one day.
European program.
Not now though. I'm only 20, so I have, you know, college expenses and you know, money stuff to work out first. But in the coming years, that would be a really cool thing to do.
At the IMSA race, Jeremy, was when he was
Is LMP3 just running the Rolex, or are they doing points in the season? I believe it's the whole season. I wouldn't see any reason why it wouldn't be. From everything I've heard, it should be the full season.
I think he was on babysitting duty for us.
Yeah, put him to work, why not?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely right. This is getting spicy in the front now, Jeremy. Pagano's closed up now, and a little bit of traffic is there. Go by the AF Corsa Ferrari in the infield section. Pagano's got to be close now if he wants to take advantage of any little slip or stumble by the leader when it comes up to lap cars.
It's been good. It's been a fine drive by all these three.
A university called William Patterson in northeast New Jersey.
Yes, he's losing a little bit of ground to the leaders.
And I just started there this year because even though I'm a junior, I graduated at community college first. So pretty much this is my second semester at the university. But because of COVID and stuff, I only had 2 in-person classes last year and one, last semester and one this semester. And they're all in the same building that's kind of away from the rest of the buildings on campus. So I've really not even been on the campus that much at all. Like, I don't know where anything is besides that one building. I've been there since August.
Pretty much in sports car racing. So for Chase Elliott, to be doing as well as he is, holding in their full
And I
position and
commute too,
maintaining
so
that gap
that's
to the car.
another reason why I
Says a
don't
lot
know where
about this
anything
young
is on
man. He
campus,
hadn't
really.
driven the car at all until he got to the raw test just a week ago. He was unable to make it to the test that the team had at Daytona in December, but boy, he's learned quickly. And this is, I gather he was a little bit disappointed after his first stint earlier in the evening. But
over or under 2,700 miles driven this year? Last year was almost 3,000. Really, it's not really a stat I keep up with or really thought about before.
Look at the car.
Yeah,
I mean, it's dirty a little bit, but it looks like it's rolled off the truck.
I'm gonna say under.
Exactly,
I feel like this is just complete, like, throwing it out there. There's no truth to this statement at all, but I feel like you might see a little bit more aggressive driving overall this year, which may cause more cautions. I don't know. Like I said, I'm just kind of speaking out of my ass right now, but it's just an on-the-spot prediction that it's going to be under 3,000.
Resources you've got left to play with. He's doing absolutely the right job. He's not overtaxing himself on the car, and he's reeling the laps off. And when you look at his lap times, right, as you said, he's not going to be as fast as somebody who's got years in this type of racing, but look at how consistent he is. There's two things nowadays that endurance racing drivers talk about, and that is your stint average in terms of your laps, and that's everything other than your in and out lap, whether there's traffic or not, and your variance, so from your best lap to your worst lap in that stint. And the really good guys are within around about a percentage point, maybe 1.5% of their times over their stint of 35 to 40 minutes, 2, 3 and 4 times. Into the pit lane, the joy at the front of the field is broken up as we have a pit stop for the number 48 Cadillac. Nick David is watching this one.
Yeah, I like Cadillac comes in after only a 20-lap run. It's an interesting variance in the long run length. You normally run over fuel, which appears to be 22 if you get a little bit of towing around and an ease in traffic, or 21 in free air. Simon Pagenaud, just the 20. He's got a nice new set of boots. They seem to do it every single stop. And away he goes in the Ally Cadillac, which I think he's got a nice colour scheme. I quite like that one.
That's the silver and purple. Now watch the timing and scoring via Ipsen.com if you haven't already got that up, because 2, possibly 3 laps, Jeremy. Simon, as good as he is, will not be able to put the times in for 2 reasons. One, the car is heavy because it's full of VP racing fuel, but 2, the tyres are cold. No tyre warmers of any description allowed in
Not really. No.
Championship racing. So
the first Porsche I see from the bottom is 38, and he's completed 352 laps. I do not believe any Porsche
exactly right,
has
and that's how it should be
retired.
in my book. 21 laps to reckon that one.
Could be wrong.
Yeah, it is right.
As I always say. That race will be red flagged because of fog.
Most of the way through the race, I think he's ever done more than.
Oh, I didn't see your other comment in GTLM. Still, I don't think.
Some of the other cars have been getting
still don't
think it has. But no, that's fine. It's not costing them anything.
The 79 appreciable. The Porsche GTLM.
Nice clean
it's run 358 laps, but this stat is kind of ... What is that stat? Behind next in class. Well, behind next in class was kind of like the ... So maybe. Look at the schedule for the rest of the year, and it looks like all the classes racing here. Yep, that's what I thought. You're welcome, Mike. Porsche's still running. Okay, thank you, FaZe. My voice is not. Yeah, that's a webcam mic. It's just the default webcam mic. I'm not going for amazing quality. This is very bare bones what I'm dealing with here. I'm not looking to be professional. Just looking to hang out. How is Kevin Magnussen doing? He is leading. I'm sorry, second. This leaderboard says first, but this NBC stream says second, so maybe he just took the lead. Either way, he's up there. New pair of boots. Yep.
Break that screen and just get down to the
How many laps have they done? They have done 390 so far. We're to get live timing, imsa.com/scoring.
For the race, the tyres are ready to go. As you say, there's no tyre warmers, but at least
Thank you
the
for tuning in from Denmark.
And so they have as good a grip as they're going to get. Right,
gotta say, I've never had this active of a stream before. I mean, I've barely streamed, but I haven't had this active of a stream where I'm actually constantly reading chat. This is really fun.
That was a full change then for the number 48 and a new driver installed.
It should be on rotation, one Pablo Montoya, but things change at night, as we know. It can get different, but I can't see why he wouldn't put one into the car. 3 laps again for Philippe Albuquerque and Jose, but Ollie Pla did 22 laps before having this car in. So it's all up and down as we go. Really, it is so dependent on traffic. If you can sit behind and get a tow, you can save so much fuel. We've got lifting and canisters, you can't get past that GTLM car into the bus stop.
One Montoya confirmed in the Maya Shank card. It was Mike Rockefeller that took over the Ally Cadillac machine. Jeremy?
Yeah, the two Acuras, they've been regularly getting 22 laps of each of their sets. Number 10 car for the Collier Mid-Ultra team, and number 60 for Maya Shank Racing with Kovac. They've regularly been getting 22s. The Cadillacs, normally 21, occasionally 22. So certainly something to keep an eye on, particularly for much later in the race.
Okay, so back to the Magnussen thing. He did make a pass as I was speaking. And he is now in the lead. How many laps have they done? 391.
Magnussen in the Chip Ganassi 01 comes in, having obviously taken over the lead, but this is that same pit stop cycle. They haven't split up too much since the last full course caution, which brought everybody in pretty much on the same lap. That was 1 hour, 11 minutes ago. Nick David with his VP Racing Fuel Pit Paddock.
Yeah, I mean, I know it sounds like we're underplaying it, but it's really just cars turning laps, and they're doing a fantastic performance because you can go away and you come back through and all the cars are still running. It's very, very impressive because they've managed to avoid the constant problems left, right, and centre on every single lap you go past me.
Thank you, Nick. Ganassi car, Jeremy, also getting good fuel mileage as well as the Chettilar leader in LMP2 comes in. That's the blue and green number 47. Giotto now. The door is open. Did he get out? Yes, I think he did. We're running a new driver into that car. Sometimes they fake us out. And just handing a new bottle. It looks like it's taking a long time. And the key is, was it finished by the time the fuel came out? The answer is just about. In
Crazy
that
while
case,
people are
so it
sleeping,
didn't
these guys
actually lose much more than
and
a
their
second or
pit
two.
crews are out here driving from
Heads back into the frame.
and
Quite
that
tricky
is
quick
true.
exit here.
And I believe,
Very
correct me
easy
if I'm wrong, but I
to
believe
overshoot that
there's
and
no
end up
substitutes
getting under the
for the
glass,
most
or
part for
worse
pit
still,
crews.
hit the
It's the same pit crew throughout the whole night. They just kind of catch like 20-minute naps in between pit stops. Again, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that's how it is.
Quite a few people got a little
So it really is amazing.
with the throttle and cool tyres down through the years.
You're absolutely right. It's happened at least twice this week. 2 or 3 times actually. I think the German driver Zimmerman was off, had an off there in the Tim Zimmerman in the Grass Racing Lamborghini. Alan Metney in the NT Esport Audi also had a crash there during the practice sessions. In fact, missed the last practice session because they had to wait until the last night. They needed some extra bits they didn't have. They flown in from Detroit.
Hey, thanks for tuning in from New Zealand.
So these 2 instances I can think of.
Question is in Spanish, and I don't know Spanish, but
so yes,
I'm getting
it's not
position
unusual at
and
all,
57, so I'm gonna guess you're asking what position the 57 is in. I'm gonna take a guess on that one. I seen the wrong tab.
This week, we'll talk about that when we next take a look at the current top GT.
I don't know the class though.
Maybe have a word with a couple of people in the current GT team.
We
But if
have
you missed that, that was on
57 GTD,
with
first, running first in GTD right now, 21st overall.
2022.
Okay,
So
yeah,
this
Chris, you
was
got
next
it in
year,
chat. Thank
the
you.
GT Le Mans factory
I could have just
GT
looked at the
class
stream
will
too,
disappear.
but
Those cars will
3 reasons why I'm here. Fan
probably not
Masters
be
and Champion
eligible.
Chase Elliott,
Some discussion
fan of
about
7-time
whether
champion
Ferrari,
Johnson, and
I think
became a fan
Ferrari
of
is
Daytona
one
24
of
Hours
the
after legendary movie Ford vs.
third
Ferrari. I've wanted to see that. I have a whole list of movies that I want to see, but then just, not that I don't have the time, I'm just not used to watching a lot of movies, so I just kind of don't, and I just forget about it, even though I really want to watch something like Ford vs. Ferrari. That seems like a really cool thing. And in the trailers, I love how shots that's supposed to be Daytona, me being the race fan I am, I can clearly tell that it's Auto Club with the blue walls.
It could be a Camaro, it could be a Corvette. If you want to listen to that, by the way, just go to
Position is Kevin Magnussen. He is currently third on the stream. Okay, yeah, he's third. It's be very close race, still halfway in, and then it stops up and ranking back to third. Yeah, I mean, he's 14 seconds behind the leader.
Delighted to say that joining us at the Haggerty Global Broadcast Centre is Patrick Long. Oh, and just as we say that, it's disappeared.
They dropped the Skype call on the broadcast. It's fine that they don't show the blue story and sleeping like that. You see it sometimes. They had a whole thing toward the beginning that NBC did where it's like, the grueling 24 hours, and then they showed a couple of pit crew members sleeping. Thanks for watching from Germany. And thanks for watching from Mexico City as well. So much taking time to show is 25. Hey, no problem. Like I said, I wish I could be on the whole time, but life kind of gets in the way during the day. So, no, I'm here till 7:30, and I'm probably going to have to get off. But hopefully by then you find a different stream to latch onto. I don't know if that's the right wording I should use, but you know what I mean. Yeah, no, like I said, I do want to watch Ford vs. Ferrari. I'm just lazy. Any prediction for overall win? Lots of people coming in are saying the 31. I'm going to go out on a limb and say they're going to put Nasser back in that car and he's going to drive up to the front and take the overall win. 31 hasn't really been irrelevant in a long time in this race, but like I said, once they get Nasser in there, I think they have a real shot.
Early on, Trent Hinman behind the wins, 3 seconds behind.
I think that's like Nick Lars. I think that's at least the third viewer we have from Denmark. Earl Bamba. I haven't heard his name, but that doesn't mean he's not in
this race. But if we know anything about
and this may not even answer the question.
They know how to get
Earl Bamber, he is. He's 31st overall and 10th in GTD.
With Pat Long. Pat, can you hear us now?
Hey, how are you guys? Yeah,
hey.
Hey, good to hear you, man.
Thank you for tuning in from Jacksonville.
A little banged up. I mean, 3 hours and
4
hour period is about the old man's limit, but yeah, we're going through
Tandy, he is winning GTLM currently and 13th overall.
Collected by the 9 car and the
Thanks for viewing from Adriatic Sea. Wow. Thanks for tuning in. So, I'm noticing the majority of people here seem to be from different countries. Is there not a real international stream that you guys have access to? Because I know there is an international stream through IMSA, but is that not available to a lot of you guys?
Yeah, that and there's no left-hand mirror. So my first game, I had no radio communication, and that was wild in itself. And then
48 is going to win. Yeah, I mean, like I said earlier, Kuyasi, I keep pronouncing his name differently, but you know who I mean. He was super fast when he got in that car. So if they choose to finish out with them, 48 has a good chance. They're still up there. Who's P1 and LP3? Andrews is his last name. I'll get you the first name. Scott Andrews is leading LP3. From Interceptor, 48 will win. Yeah, I think a lot of people do.
They're tough cars. You run them hard, you rev them hard, and they keep going. So we're holding on tight and just trying to keep perspective.
We've been talking quite a lot, and the listeners tweeting in at IMSA Radio, of course, about GTD Pro for next year. You've driven in just about every category in IMSA down through the years, from the prototypes through the GT classes as well.
I mean, they both have a chance. 48, I would say, given the current situation, has the better chance, as I just mentioned with Kobayashi. He is by far the best driver in the 48. He drove away from the field when he was in the car. If they choose to finish out with him, 48, I would think would get the win. 31 does have a chance, as I said, with Nasser probably being their best chance. But, you know, if those two go head-to-head, it would probably be the 48. But they both do have a shot. 31 does have a little bit of ground to make up, however.
Will it bring more opportunity? I suppose is what professional drivers are thinking about. We see a greater incidence now of young drivers who, you know, teams and
I'm kind of dumb and not quite sure what a CAR is.
Will it give them the opportunity?
I'm gonna be honest.
To make connections with
Maybe. Leaders in GTLM are Nick Tandy and Jordan Taylor right now, the Corvettes. So
Deals where I think that young drivers definitely have to get their
Johnson can get it done. Yeah, if the 48 car wins, gonna be honest, probably not gonna be Johnson in the car, but you know, he still gets the win regardless. 48 has a strong chance, 31's gonna take a lot. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm saying.
If it's hard for me to follow, then it's really hard for the fans, and I just want it to be simple.
Who knows what will happen until half over. Very true. Anything can happen. Which one would finish out, but to win, I don't think he would. Yep. That's looking nice. Yes. All the cars look nice. Where is Kevin? Man, lots of Kevin Magnussen fans. He is third. Montoya just closed with 2 seconds on the leader, did he? Wow. He's coming up there. Does anyone have any English links? I think if anyone had links to like the real stream, they probably wouldn't be here, to be honest with you. But if anyone does, you can post it. C8 is the Corvette model. Okay, thank you. So yeah, they are still 1-2. The only that sounded better. Greatly appreciate the stream. Never up to see races. Sorry, glad I'm not working it. So it's the perfect excuse to stay away from Kobe. Yeah. Any excuse you can get. But thanks for watching. Thanks all 416 of you last time I checked. Every single time I go to check, I just casually check on my phone from time to time, and the number literally goes up every single time, except now, because it was 416, now it's 397. But, like I said before, this is the most interactive I've ever had a stream. Most viewers have ever had in a stream, and I don't stream that often, but this is fun. I am really enjoying this, and this is what's keeping me up. Like, I'm not tired at all right now.
23 here at
Despite the fact I'm nodding.
for IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship. Porsche have said, yes, please, we'd like some. You're a student of the sport. Could this herald, and again, harking back to what you've just said about the gentleman driver, the customer driver.
It's free to watch on NBC. NBC app, if you're in the United States, is free.
The like of which we perhaps haven't seen since the 1956
I believe, no, they're not on the sun right now. They're not on cable or anything right now. They are exclusively on the app till I believe 6 a.m. Eastern time.
put a car on the grid and put a
And
professional driver.
yeah, if you're talking about the network NBC specifically, yeah, it's the last hour, 2:30 to technically 4:30. The race is going to end at 3:40, but they'll have coverage until 4:30, so it's like a 2-hour broadcast. Very awesome stream. Hey, thanks for watching. If you need snacks, we'll go get them. I have my golden Oreos sitting next to me. I haven't touched them in a couple hours, but they're here.
Is going to be the number one attractor to a more fast customer.
Hey, thank you, Victor.
Subscription from all the different
Yeah, I don't really like to advertise subscribing. I think that should be up to you. But yeah, thank you for subscribing. And can't guarantee it's going to be a lot of the same content you're looking for, like this. My content is kind of all over the place. It's all sports, motorsports, and regular sports. You know what I mean when I say that. Related, but well, yeah. At the same time, it's kind of all over the place. It's a whole jumble of things. So, but thanks for subscribing. I don't know when the next time I'm gonna do a stream like this is. Definitely want to do it for Le Mans. But I don't really know any other things coming up.
You make an excellent point about the pace, to be honest, because anybody who saw the Innovative Mazda MX-5 races on Friday and Thursday, it doesn't
go
matter
get snacks. What are you doing?
the lap time is compared to what is the fastest
you
you can go around here. That was superb racing with 6 cars across the line in less than half a second.
Yes, my name is Eric. Thank you.
Thanks for joining us here on IMSA TV. Go get yourself cleaned up, get some rest, and best of luck
They
for the rest
mentioned
of the
him,
race. Be safe.
but like for the wrong reasons. They showed him in final practice before, basically going backwards on the track. He overshot a turn, and then he kind of went through the tire bears and ended up going the wrong way down turn 1. But today, it's kind of been uneventful. I actually do not know where he is. I know what car he's in.
Which is outside of the bubble.
I have two computers going here. I keep accidentally going for the wrong keyboard.
So when they come back in, they're going to go through the protocols, take another temperature test, you get another sticker for your pass, and they're all colour-coded and have QR codes on them.
DPI, no? Or is it LMP2?
It's very uncomfortable sitting in damp racing overalls, being asked questions by people. That's possibly the only thing that
Austin Dillon is in the Rick Ware 51, right? Is that LMP2?
Of that. Jeremy, a little bit of a problem.
Anyway, assuming that is, because that's the only 51 I see. Right now, that car is 6th in class and 12th overall. Like I said, when Austin Dillon was in it, just like Jimmy and Chase, kind of how you expect a rookie to do. Just kind of driving around there, avoiding wrecks, but that's kind of there.
He might have come back in again. I think he's come back in again.
I'm actually falling behind on comments. It's never happened before.
It's been a good part of
I couldn't see someone actually had this up in 5:30. That's early.
When Tristan brought it in, there's a break problem.
I'm just glad I don't really have that much of a life and I'm able to do this in the middle of the night. I'm so tired. I haven't taken a nap since I got up at like 9:30 a.m. and here we are 3:40 a.m. and I'm still up.
They're actually going to change the other 3
Yeah, he did mess up, but it's not like he had a head-on collision. That's kind of what you were afraid of when you saw that, but it all worked out. Oh, you talking about golden Oreos? They crushed original Oreos? Yeah, I love golden Oreos. Those run decent lap times last I checked. Okay, that's good.
They're doing the brake swap now.
Obviously, I'm not like paying close attention to all 49 cars out there, so if you're gonna ask about certain drivers, pretty much the info I'll give you is the little information I have off the top of my head, plus the trusty scoreboard I have over here.
Stop as the LMP3s have, so these guys are on the clock, Jeremy, at the moment.
Does Rick Ware have the money for all these race teams? I don't know. If you want my opinion, you know, Rick Ware Racing, I don't really understand their business practice. They have expanded now into pretty much every major motorsport possible, but they all suck. Instead of, you know, focusing on one thing, like say NASCAR, and trying to use that money that they have to improve one thing at a time, get winning race cars, and then move up, they're just expanding as much as possible. And then just being pretty much bad at everything because they're spending the money in the wrong places. They're spending money on expanding rather than getting better. Which, you know, I don't really understand it, but that's what they're doing. And have been doing for as long as I've known them as a team. Because DPI class is getting closer.
So we're
Again,
into
top
the
5
second
and 30
half
seconds
of
apart.
the race. 12 hours and half a minute down.
You are right.
And, you know,
I wasn't paying much attention to Montoya's times. I know someone said he closed in 2 seconds. Is that gap still closing?
all these little goals that people will want to tick off. Get to sunset, get to midnight.
I don't know. Is
Saturday night,
DPI
get to halfway
equivalent to
through the race.
LMP1?
And that's the only way.
Obviously,
I
it's
think
Daytona prototype versus Le Mans prototype, but is that basically what it is? Sounds right.
Daytona, it would scramble your
It is a
brain,
poor
surely.
business model. I don't really understand it, but they're here.
Very useful, both
Hey,
timing
thanks for
and,
tuning in from
very
Indonesia.
The next one,
It's afternoon here. We need to stay all night.
2.5 hours, 2.75 hours.
How's the Mazda?
Because that's the next thing. The sun comes up. You can go, right, okay, now
DPI
we'll
Mazda
start looking for it, but we have to do it in
6th
7 or 8 hours,
overall
but
and in class.
Realistically, though, we said
Jonathan
before,
Bomarito
the key
currently
point
in
is
the
meat
car.
of the race is just to you know,
I
push
assume
without
that's the
risk,
Mazda you
being
meant.
the
I'm
case.
looking
So
for any other
you just don't need
Mazdas.
to take any drive bomb up GTE or your
Yeah, that's the only Mazda I've seen. So yeah, 6th.
slower cars. So what you've got to do is start turning those consistent laps and then just see where you are at the point where what
Toy closing on the lead. Okay, yeah, thanks for clearing that up.
yellow, then
Oh, yes, Mazda only has, I was just looking through. Mazda only has the one entry. I'm not completely familiar with all the like manufacturers and stuff. Like people get really into like what manufacturers they root for. I honestly don't care that much, so it's not really something I pay that much attention to. So I always have to manually look. And in, especially in a thing like IMSA, there's a lot of manufacturers too.
Pulled out a wee bit of a lead. That's disappeared in the last 2 or 3 laps. And Mike Rockefeller
What team do you think will win it?
is now
Like I said,
staring at the tailpipes at the
I'm
rear
just going to
section.
go with my gut and say 31 is going to make a comeback, but there's no guarantee of that. They're 35 seconds behind. Anyone in the top 5 right now is a good shot at it, if we're being honest. But I'm just going to throw it out there and say 31.
AMG GT3. If he thinks he's got a better car,
Which class is the new class? How's it different? New class is LMP3. I believe there's like 40 less horsepower than LMP2, I think I heard. And that's basically the difference from LMP2.
Prototype car. He was here at Daytona a couple of years ago.
Want the 48 to win it. Lots of people do. Best regards to your stream. No one on YouTube. Trust me, there's a lot more, but all the other ones made the mistake of, you know, not really providing anything besides the stream. I think that's kind of what sets this apart, and having this stream still up is that I'm providing something different other than just complete pirating, you know, full screen, you know, high definition, you know, no commentary, just the race.
In this 48 team, and he is, well, more than holding his own.
Oh, and there it is, Jeremy. The 111 Grasser car. They go either side of it down into the international horseshoe.
Seems to be, well, I guess a different driver, but he kind of did that before. Not Rockenfeller. I believe it was Pagano that did it earlier.
They've got more traffic right ahead of them as they're at the far end. That is the 64 Porsche that they're going by at the western end of the infield. And there was an opening for
Who's in Chase Elliott car? Chase Elliott is currently in the Chase Elliott car. 35 seconds behind. He's lost a couple seconds. But as I said, when with the 3 NASCAR drivers in this race, whenever they're in it, you know, they run like you would expect rookies to. They kind of lose some time. They're just kind of there, but they manage. But once again, new driver in the 31. Hope, you know, if you're a Chase Elliott fan, hopefully once again new driver in there, the times will pick up a bit.
Right back on the pace. And he thought for a moment, I think, that there was just one opportunity to go around the outside while the 111 Grasser there,
Love the 31 most
behind the wheel,
because Chase Race
was going to be his friend.
I don't know why I forgot Allmendinger was in this. He was only commentating before and mentioned it 10 times. I don't know how I forgot that, but yeah. I don't really have anyone I hate in IMSA. I mean, I don't have anyone I hate in any racing, but, you know, NASCAR, I have those guys where it's like, I don't really like their driving style, but IMSA, I don't really have, you know, I root for pretty much everyone, I guess, in IMSA.
To keep that lead into
How do we determine a winner? Whoever crosses the line first at 24 hours is how you determine the winner. There's a winner from each of the 5 classes. You see the DPI, LMP2, LMP3, GTL, and GTD. They all have a winner of their own class.
Fired up the gas to absolutely full power.
Brilliant, dude. That was a great move, though. By both of those two. I mean, heads-up driving. You know, maybe there's an opportunity.
From what I heard right now, it's just wet, but doesn't mean it won't come to IMSA eventually.
Halfway point in this race, are we? This is fantastic stuff. Just a tremendous motorist. Magnussen hanging on there in third place.
Yeah, well, it's a different kind of car. Especially the DPI cars, they're more similar to Indy cars than they are stock cars, so it's definitely a learning curve. Dixon is, I would agree with that. He is one of the best drivers overall in anything. This helped Chase when it comes to NASCAR as a road person. As far as track layout, I mean, he did already win a NASCAR race on the road course. But as far as track layout, a little bit. But as I just said, IMSA cars, especially the prototypes, they race a lot more like Indy cars than they do stock cars. So maybe a little, but not any more than he already had. I don't think that makes much sense, but I hope you kind of get what I'm saying. I don't know if it'll help him that much, but he is good at the road courses and stock cars, no doubt.
13 minutes maybe to go, 6 or 7 laps, and before they'll have to bring their steeds in for some additional VP racing fuel through turn 6.
Yeah, the only drivers that they're concerned about is within their own class.
If you're slow,
Who's in Austin Dillon? Currently,
faster cars normally
I just saw it before.
Cars as well, of course, to be able to pick their line and go up over the top.
Sven Mullen is currently in the car that Austin Dillon is racing.
Conversation with us here in the wee small hours.
I think there's like 5 NASCARs. There's Elliott, Johnson, Allmendinger, Dillon. Sounds right to me.
And the rest of the production team from NASCAR Productions for making sure that we can still see the action.
Yeah, Montoya is definitely known more open wheel side, but he did wreck into a jet dryer at this track in NASCAR. So
that's because there's traffic ahead.
Who's my favorite NASCAR driver? Assuming you're asking me, Truex, just because New Jersey connection. He's more South Jersey and I'm North Jersey, but still there's a farm in my town that has like a corn maze every year. One of the years it was partnered with the Truex Foundation, and the corn maze was his 78 car. That was really cool. I still have like the advertising pamphlet for it upstairs. Who is winning overall? Currently the 10 car, the Acura
There's
of
something going on all
Wayne
the way around
Taylor.
this racetrack all of the time. It's a tremendous motor race. We've got 49 cars
On
starting this
Toyota.
race. We've lost a few, but not that many really.
What about F1 drivers? Do you think this is easier?
I guess it's 4 cars.
I don't know. I would.
But everybody else is running well. There's a few cars that have some.
I really don't know if it's easier than F1. I mean, nothing in professional motorsports is easy. Let's just put that out there. But
all the way before the end of the race.
It's definitely slightly slower than F1. Like F1 definitely takes turns faster and stuff like that. They go overall faster if they were to be on a track like this. That's really a tough question, honestly, because there's just so many elements to it. It's just hard to give an answer. You would have to ask an F1 driver that. I remember being an NASCAR fan in 2012. Is that the Jet Dryer one? Is 2012 the Jet Dryer one? Oh, I guess it is because it said for Montoya. Winter storm warning now in effect NYC. Hey, I got that too. Sunday 5 p.m. to Tuesday 1 p.m. Winter storm warning. My one in-person class this semester is Monday afternoon, so I'm going to assume I'm not going to that this week. And yeah, you're right, probably no snow for Daytona. Yeah, I mean, you can like whoever you want. I think Bowman's a good driver too. Kyle Larson, favorite Mustang driver. Yeah, when he went to World of Outlaws this year, I don't know what percentage he won, but it was 70% at one point, if not more. McCartney's Scott Dixon, Kiwi Boy, yep. That was the Porsche, the one with, see if he is, okay, well he's not racing right now, and I don't exactly know where everyone is. I can just go through the Porsches I find and tell you. There's one Porsche in GTLM that's running 25th overall, 6th in class. There's another Porsche in GTD, 27th, 6th overall. Then 28th overall, 7th in class, number 9 Porsche 911. Number 88 Porsche, 31st overall, 10th in class.
So at least he's got it back for some kind of service.
64 Porsche, 30th overall, 15th in class.
Yep, straight behind
by
the wall,
Matt
which is
Plum right now.
Whatever has been diagnosed.
That's the Porsches I see, so that's a whole rundown.
This is something that needs the attention of the team and can't be fixed with a few men over the wall, so it's going straight back into the pit area.
Cannot believe I'm actually falling behind on comments for once. Thank you, Matthias. Appreciate it. Please, if you can make the race screen a tad bit bigger. Here's the thing. I actually cannot make it any bigger without going full screen. As you can see, like the screen is like a constant size. I can't really adjust that without making it completely full screen. And I think I just messed it. I have to readjust it now.
I don't think that was a connected incident. It was down at turn number 6. Oh, well. I say that.
Sorry for moving it while.
Side-by-side contact between those two cars at turn 6.
I will let this replay end before I fix it, and there it goes.
Yeah. Well,
how did I have it before? Oh, I was just scrolling down more. That's what it was.
But I don't know. I didn't see whether it counted long enough before the actual contact. See whether it's been relative to that beforehand, because the 42 car certainly was well to the inside of the car, wasn't going slow and trying to let the other guy go past.
Every championship is equally challenging for different reasons, yeah.
Push it to the apex of the corner.
So,
a lot of great drivers this year. I'd like to see a bit more of that, I think.
Apparently, I was watching the NBC broadcast like in the first hour, and they're talking like, Romain Grosjean to Rick Ware. And apparently that wasn't out yet. Apparently Lee Diffie leaked that on the air. Everyone thought he was going to go to Dale Coyne as well, but apparently he's going to Rick Ware. Has Dylan done a stint yet? Yeah, definitely. He had a stint. There was one point, they never actually showed it on the actual broadcast, but because they have commercial free, I saw it. I don't think he was in the car, but whoever was in the car before him toward the beginning of the race spun at one point. 100%. Uh-oh.
Encouraged, certainly not discouraged.
Where was I? Oh, there I am.
Not allowed
For sharing, being able to watch
What is
the
very
stream
much
on IMSA TV for some reason in South
Sterling
Africa. Okay, so that kind of answers my question from before, because I noticed, obviously, a lot of people from different countries tuning in. That's, IMSA's weird. Madison catch up slowly. Almost gonna have to. He's slowly getting better every year, so reason to believe that.
In a moment, she always
Ferrari spawned. You're a baseball fan. Yeah. If you look at some of my other videos, it's not that hard to tell. I'm a baseball fan for sure. I like kind of doing coverage of more. Ooh, saw that. I like doing coverage of like minor league games, especially stuff that people don't pay attention to as much. I even interned for an independent league professional team in 2019, which was really fun. Doing camera work as well. Hopefully get a lot of snow in New Jersey. Yeah, I saw for New Jersey, for me anyway, 11 to 15 inches predicted in that winter storm warning.
Get to the apex with the 11
Why go to the garage? I don't know. I was reading comments. Audio.
The issue as well is that
keeps auto.
The GT cars actually are very good.
She was almost 2 minutes ahead, so you're gonna watch this. Yeah, there is a stream delay. Yeah, I know that. No driver change is perfect. Watch the chat.
So they do actually work rather well in the
I'm saying yeah, a lot of people are. John Himbo commenting.
That may have been just a slight mistake.
Can you see how Racing Team Netherlands 29 is doing? Sure. I still feel like this tab is slightly off. No, I guess it's fine. I guess that's actually kind of perfect. But yeah, Racing Team Netherlands 29.
21 lap race. Felipe Albuquerque should be next time. He's done 21 laps already on this stint. I think it's his fourth stint, so probably he'll be getting out of the car and handing over to a teammate as they continue to turn around. Just a point about the GT.
This is only 29 that's really showing up as a number car. Is it the Orca? If it's the Orca, in LMP2, it's 8th in class, 47th overall. I believe it's out because it's only ran 64 laps.
That can cause problems at racetracks.
Okay, yeah, okay, you were talking about that car.
Into the pit lane as well. In the number 10, black and blue Acura. And that looked to me like that was that just VP Racing Fuel as well?
Hard to tell it when it came.
Hey, thanks for tuning in, Victor. I'm glad you were here for so long.
Every single time. So my guess is in the DPIs. The real question is
time to bash with Bowman and most impressive year last year. Most impressive year for him, for sure. It was up front quite. I mean, not a ton, not as much as Harvick, but he was up there.
Around the side of the car during the start and stop.
Winwood Racing number 57 in.
Any other way yeah, I think that's why most people are here.
As well as we welcome into the Hagerty Global.
Yeah, before anyone else asks, I have to say this again that to avoid copyright, I can't do full screen or anything, but you know, it's fun doing it this way, reading the chat and everything, adding my own commentary.
Albuquerque did get out after the 4.
Been here for like 2-3 hours. Yeah, I've noticed. It's awesome having people actually tune into this.
Ferrari, Sarah I'll ask you the same question. As we come up to another.
Yeah, oh shit! I didn't even know it was 4 a.m. The last time I looked at the clock, it was more like 3:30. It's 4 a.m. I'm gonna be streaming for I guess roughly 3 more hours. Here till the end. Yeah, I hope so. What happens?
Drive time is what I've been interested in, and to be honest, mildly frustrated because the most recent stint analysis that has been
sorry, I have to
online
look back.
does not have comprehensive drive times associated with it yet. So when that does, I will let you know who has completed their drive time.
Oh, you talk
trying
about?
to figure out
I wasn't. I honestly wasn't. Can someone else answer that? Because I honestly wasn't. I was reading chat. I wasn't paying that much attention to the guy who went to the garage.
Of course, as far as championship points are concerned, we did have more of
I think, and
I've
mentioned this several times, but I think the reason why this is like the only stream that's not been taken down is because it is interactive and you can kind of make the argument of fair use. Although I don't know how fair of an argument that is, but I think that's the reason why it's not taken down like all the others.
Just talking to, as I said, the gradient guys who are running the Sun Energy number 75 about what they're doing
On
with drive
pit
time.
road.
They were trying to get Kenny a Bull, who
Your street short those for
is
100.
a full AM driver through
Probably
most of
not.
his drive
To
time.
be
And he
honest, it's
saw
not that I
quite a
don't
lot
want
of
to.
it
It's
in one or
just
two of the yellow
the
flag
whole
figures.
setup and everything that I have is kind of like, you know, I'm 20 years old. I still live with my parents. So this is the only computer in the house that can like handle streaming and is directly hooked up to the modem and everything. It's the only one fast enough to handle streaming at all. And so pretty much the only time I can stream is middle of the night because, you know, I'm going to have people hanging around any other time of the night. And, you know, I just rather, you know, be in my own little world here while I'm streaming, you know, not have people walking around in the background. But if there's ever a time where I like find myself home alone during a race in the middle of the day, then I might do it. But you know, I'm just gonna be honest with you. I'm just probably not gonna do a lot of streaming unless it's the middle of the night, just because I live with my parents still.
Doesn't count if you're sitting in the pit lane, but it does count if you're out behind the
But
scenes.
I will definitely think about it. As I mentioned before, Le Mans, that being 24-hour race, I probably will do that, although that's all the way out in June. If Bathurst were happening, which it's not this year, I probably would have done that as well.
3 hours and 55 minutes of track time, but not that additional 35 minutes that he needs to get to the 4.5 hour mark.
Yeah, actually it's kind of the same question, I guess, but yeah, no, for sure. This is the most fun I've ever had doing a stream, because I have never really had that many viewers in a stream, and I know, you know, most of you are here just for the racing, not necessarily for me, but no, this is seriously awesome. I love doing this, and I definitely will consider this in the future. I don't know how many of you, you know, pay attention to other sports besides, you know, motorsports and racing, but another thing I was thinking of that takes place in the middle of the night is Australian baseball. I might try that. I mean, that has a much lesser audience, obviously, but I know that takes place a lot in the middle of the night. That might be fun to see who shows up for that. I mean, I didn't know I was going to get this many viewers tonight. I mean, the first 2 hours of the stream, no one was watching. It was going just like any other stream. But then it turned around and I got like 400. So
if we get the possibility of a long safety car, they could very easily eat that time up.
Bulgaria, thanks for streaming. Thanks for watching.
So we got a couple of decent battles at the front
oh,
of the
it keeps auto updating when I'm trying to read.
4 o'clock in the morning at Daytona. First and second.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to be rude to people that, you know, ask for full screen. I get it. Trust me, I get it. But I'm just avoiding copyright, as I've said many times. You know, maybe not the moment I make it full screen, but if I make it full screen, it's only a matter of time till I get completely shut down here. Is this on cable? Currently, no. Starting at 6 a.m., it is on NBCSN in the United States. So, screen over here, already answered that. And YouTube AI has been beaten, yes. Remember you did this what? You talking to me? I didn't do this last year. Probably some other guys. If you're talking to me, remember I did this last year. This is my first time ever doing this. But I could just be taking what you're saying out of context too. I don't know. Or you just could be talking to someone else. I don't know. Who's your favorite baseball team MLB wise? Yankees.
Is Trey ahead of him, and you've got
still
something
up here. Where's Scott Dixon running?
Really does.
I don't know if he's. Oh, he is running. He's in fifth
You can see where
currently.
they're braking. You can work out where you perhaps are a little stronger.
Looks like
They're a little
other
weaker.
streams go banned, so everyone watching
Where you
YouTube
are
can
in
be
your
yours.
stint.
Yeah, no, I
Do you
just
sign
got lucky, to
contact
be
with
honest.
Simon, or, as you were talking about before, do you sit in
Top 5
and
DPL, if you're driving the car, this will be interesting to watch. About 32 seconds apart. Yep.
save some fuel?
But yeah, no, I really just got lucky with the YouTube algorithm tonight. That's pretty much the only reason why you're all here.
Part of the racing team. Did you hear that last bit? I mean, what is the tactics you go through the stint? Are you pushing? Are you holding back? What are you doing as you go along?
No, I think, we're pushing it flat out. We're so close there. We're trying to stay on the lead lap, and there's so much jockeying, there's pit stops, and yeah, it seems like it's flat out every hour nowadays.
Yeah, we talked to some of the luckier
Last year was like 1,000 views. Yeah, but that wasn't me though. I'm sure this isn't an original idea. I'm sure there's been other people that did this in the past, but no, that wasn't me. Favorite NHL team, Devils. How is Magnuson?
It's pretty harrowing when you've got cars on both sides and you're trying to keep your own car on the track, that's for sure.
Magnuson was, why am I blanking? He was in the 10, correct? He's in the car that's currently winning.
Yeah, we lost a little
Motorsport do you follow the most? NASCAR, just, being in America. Best golfer? I don't follow golf, but just because he's the most well-known, Tiger Woods, I guess. Where Jimmy Johnson? He is currently not in the car, but his car is running second. 1 a.m. here, about to head out. Hey, thank you for joining. Really appreciate everyone that's watching.
Well,
His favorite NASCAR driver of all time. This is going to be kind of a weird answer. I don't know how many people have this answer, but Michael Waltrip, just for the fact that he was the kind of like the first favorite I had. For no real reason other than the first ever time I saw NASCAR on TV, I remember it was a Busch race and it was his Aaron's Dream Machine car. I think it was like Watkins Glen or something. And that image kind of stuck in my mind. So he was kind of like my first favorite driver just because he was the first car I ever remember seeing on TV. Like I said, kind of random, but that's the truth. He's a lap down? Dixon is a lap down.
It's an honor, and
might go to sleep an hour or two. Yeah, don't blame you.
We enjoy our racing as well. So,
did you do any races? No, this is my first time ever doing anything like this. That's why I'm like so surprised that anyone's here, is because, I didn't expect anyone to turn up. But no, I didn't do anything last year. Devils, Yankees. Hey, awesome, Lily.
Yeah,
Devils lost in a shootout today to the Sabres. That was kind of disappointing. But it led right into the race, so it was kind of perfect timing. It ended around the same time the race started. Did he get to the back car? Wow. Garcia with the shed. Is he currently in? Currently not in. What car is Garcia in? 800. Yeah, I mean, that's pretty popular. 88. I lose my favorite. You were your own favorite driver? No, I'm going to stay for another hour and just listen to the stream. Yeah, that's cool. Like I said, I'm very appreciative that anyone is here.
Teammates, Rivera is over there, Darren Kelly. So we have a racing program
honestly,
over there.
if I had to pick an Oscar, Penske, Hendrick, or JGR. I mean, that's 3 of the top teams right there, so yeah. I'm stoked that you're doing this. Thank you, Kevin. Yeah, I'm not sure, Kevin, I'm not really sure who you were watching last year, but I guess they're not live tonight because everyone's saying that I'm the only stream that's up.
Thanks, John, and thanks for all the work you guys do.
Garcia's in the Corvette. Oh, is that GTLM? Is that? I'm just gonna go Well, the two Corvettes in GTLM are numbers 4 and 3. They're currently running 1 and 2. I don't know which one Garcia's in, but he's in one of them, I would assume.
A podium position.
Thanks for the stream. No problem, Andy. Corvettes, as I just kind of mentioned, Corvettes are running 1-2 in GTLM.
Scott Dixon.
Nowhere in this one from
fifth position now.
Kyle Busch is a one.
Did I see a
Sometimes. Yeah, I used to not like Kyle Busch at all when I was first getting into NASCAR. But it's just one of those things. This is a weird comparison, but it's kind of like, if you're around my age, you kind of get this maybe. But it's kind of like how watching the show SpongeBob, you kind of understand Squidward the more you grow up. It's kind of the same thing with Kyle Busch. The more that I grow up, the more I kind of understand where Kyle Busch comes from with a lot of his comments and actions. So, you know, he's grown on me.
Penalty, which he has served, and now he's fighting his way back up.
Magnus Racing is in GT.
Big miss over the limit, and he thinks that's finger trouble
Can I
coming
look
out
at
of where the pit
teams
lane
on this?
limiter used to
No, I
be.
can't.
Getting on the loud pedal, and then
I will
remembering,
get that
oh,
for
wait,
you.
I still have to go through the Michelin RFID readers. I better slip oops.
Yeah, explain about those, Shay. We have in past years, and actually it's often caused some issues getting out of
Just curious, do they actually have
very tight coming out
team
of the pit
names
lane.
on the
You
score?
trace a
scoring
tighter
thing?
inside line through turn 10 and rejoin effectively in between turns 3 and 2 and 3, excuse me. And it used to be just at the entrance to that left-hand turn.
Oh, he got a drive-through penalty. Okay. A few people watching that.
These RFID chips.
Yeah. There's only one other. Okay, so there is another stream. Okay, so I'm even more glad that all of you chose me. That's why Dixon's a lot better. Thoughts on San Jose Sharks? Aren't they like really bad? I don't know. With the NHL divisions the way they are this year, I don't really pay attention to West Coast teams a lot this year. I just know a lot of California teams last year were terrible, including the Sharks. So that's all I know. I don't really know how good they are or not this year.
Thanks, Greg. Good to know you're up there. And put them in a much more protected area. It's a bit like when a hurricane's coming in.
Yeah, I'm only going to be on till like 7:30 a.m. Eastern.
Michelin did. They moved it to a
You
safer
definitely have to do
location.
them. Yeah, I plan to. And that'd be easier for me because if you think about it, I woke up like 9:30 this morning and then plan on overall going to 3:30, 4:30. That's more like 30 hours straight of being awake. With Le Mans, at my time, East Coast USA, it ends at like 9:30. So it's a lot more, actually like 24 hours of actually being awake. So Le Mans is actually easier for me. Other stream's dead. Okay. Great stream. I'm really glad that you guys enjoyed, you know, the interactive part of this because I didn't really know how good this was gonna be. You know, I just kind of assumed that a lot of you were just like, yeah, just shut up and let me watch the race. But I'm really glad that all of you like the interactive stuff.
You don't even have to be able to do it in daylight or anything like that because it's an RF.
And I'm sorry I kind of put the other thing on the back burner. I will figure out Magnus Racing here in a minute. They're not bad, not good. They weren't 20 seconds. Alright. Nice Racing and Pulse Surprise signing the addition former player F1 Ace. Favorite? Who's your favorite NFL team and player? Favorite NFL team? Giants, New York Giants. Player, active. I mean, active, I guess. I mean, I gotta go with the obvious popular guy, Saquon Barkley. All-time Eli Manning. Like I said, they're probably the most obvious New York Giant fan favorites, but you know, will you later do the finish? Probably not. As I mentioned before, I don't really have this space all to myself during the daytime normally, so probably just do it during the night. But I really do hope that for those of you that can't actually watch the actual broadcast, that you do find another stream. So the stream has the same amount of viewers and the others. Oh, so it's like just an in-car cam. Okay.
of our presentation as well, as we're
What do you
on
mean
the
pay?
night owl slot. Before we hand
Not sure
back
what you
to
mean
our
by that.
colleagues at
What are we paying for? There's only one on the YouTube channel. There's 3 onboard cameras in the main race on. Alright. Yeah, I tried doing the onboard cameras. It just doesn't work for me. I tried it like 2 or 3 times.
Still just under 11.5 hours.
And he's asleep. Wait. Are you saying the other guy that's streaming, he's just sitting there asleep? I know several Eagles fans, because I'm kind of in the middle of the two markets. I'm Jersey, but I'm like Northwest Jersey, so I get Philly media as well as New York media, and therefore, like I said, I know a lot of Eagles fans personally as well. No, he's on Odell. Odell I was a fan of Odell when he made the catch, but then he just kind of being, one of those drama queens, and it's like, I don't really like Odell that much anymore. How do people donate? I don't really have that set up, because like I said, I wasn't really expecting a turnout at all. I'm not in this at all for the money. I don't expect anyone to donate, but if you really feel obligated to, I can set something up for whenever I do this next time.
Failed to get that back with a bit of miscommunication on the radio, which Larry Holt of Monty Manning was not very happy about.
Favorites Kansas City Chiefs. Favorite players Patrick Mahomes. Favorite all-time is Peyton Manning. That's pretty good. Obviously, as I said, my favorite all-time is Eli Manning. So of course, I'm also a big fan of all the Mannings, Peyton and Cooper. We do the finish. No, I will not be here for the finish, unfortunately. Hopefully that other guy is still up, though. If that other guy's streaming is still up, hopefully you guys can all kind of flood his stream when I'm done here. Hopefully his is still up. What time of day did the end the race? 3:30 Eastern. Magnus is running Mach 5 speed racer scheme. Soft spot for Watkins Glen back in 2011. Cool. Race ends 11 hours 23 minutes. Yeah. Looking for the standings. LMP2 car number 20. Are they still going? LMP2. So LMP2. The number 8 is first. The number 47 is second. 82 is third. 18 is fourth. 51 is fifth. 11 is sixth. 52 is seventh. 29 is 8th. The number 20 in LMP2 is 9th and out of the race. 81 is 10th.
Apart throughout the whole race, Alexander Sims and Nicky Katzberg in the 4 and the 3, so they have turned.
Will we be broadcasting Super Bowl? Probably not. Again, well, in that case, I actually do have real plans for Super Bowl like I do every year, so most likely not. But, anything's on the table. I do really appreciate the fact that you guys want to see more. I love the Odell and then he changed. Yeah, from the moment Odell had that whole thing, blanking on the name, the guy that at the time was with Carolina and now kind of made a name for himself in Washington, they just kept fighting and drawing penalties. Giants probably should have won that game against Carolina and didn't because of stupid penalties from Odell. That's kind of when I started losing respect for him a bit. Cowboy fan. Gross. I'm just kidding. I should have done stuff. Like I said, if that's really something you guys would be helping out with, that's awesome. Like I said, I do not expect anyone to donate. This is all for free. I don't have any monetization on any of my videos. My whole YouTube channel is completely free. But if you guys really are interested in donating, that's awesome, and I for sure will see if I can set something up. I just have to figure out how to do that first, because I really do not know the first thing on how to set that up. Link to other stream. Who would say is favorite to win the race right now? Right now, 10 or 48. And my pick that I was talking about before is now in the third position. Nasser is, just like I said, Nasser back in the car. and the interval has closed.
The
It is 4:20. You are correct.
Mercedes GT3 Lucas Stoltz.
You like boxing, UFC? Not really. I don't pay attention to it that much. I used to work as a dishwasher in a local restaurant, and the manager there was cool. He watched UFC like all the time, like after hours when he was doing stuff in the kitchen. He would have like UFC on his phone, just watching that as he's just doing whatever.
It's Felipe Albuquerque. Felipe, great to have you on the show.
Sport Audio video channel. Yeah, so if you guys like, prefer the other stream, obviously I don't care. It's probably a better stream anyway. But people are saying Sport Audio video is the other stream if you are interested. Apparently he has in-car cams if you're interested in that. If you set up you can buy your own computer. That is true. I don't know if I'll make that much, but it's definitely something to think about. I do have my own computer. It's just really bad. It's a laptop from like 2011, and it barely even runs. The hinges broke, so the screen is always stuck on open, but like kind of slightly tilted. So if you want to read something closely, you have to like bend down, and it's just a mess. But it's still technically usable. Like I said, we actually have several computers, but this is the only one that can handle stuff. There's one right next to it, but it's too old. It's a Windows XP. We've had it for almost 20 years. Like Gladiator movies. As I mentioned before, I just don't really watch a lot of movies. Not opposed to it. Just can't say I've ever watched it. YouTube is going on far. Yeah, so if you guys, I'm really glad that you guys are cool hanging out here, but you guys, whenever I leave, should check out the other guy, assuming he's still streaming. Look, cool. What was your favorite NASCAR finish? 2012 Watkins Glen. That's a good one. I don't know. There's just some things I don't think about, and favorite NASCAR finish is one of them. Because you kind of can put that into two different categories. You can put it into a sentimental category, and then you can put it as like, wow, close. Like there was that 4-wide finish in 2010 at Talladega. Jimmy Johnson won that race. That's back when tandem drafting was a thing. That was awesome. Sentimentally, first thing that comes to mind is 2008 Daytona 500, Ryan Newman. That was pretty cool. I slept for 2 hours before I helped for the last 22 hours. I have not slept. I woke up at 9:30 today, and I'm actually not tired. Seriously, the interaction here is what's keeping me up. That's awesome. Arena Wars are great to watch. I've heard of that. I tried watching rugby because there is a United States rugby league. I just didn't understand what was going on and honestly didn't try that hard. But I might try it again one day. The rugby I found was on like FS1 as well, so it is on like basic cable channel. Thank you, Mike. I'm sorry that I'm probably behind. Rush you're not missing much noise. You're not even talking, man. Thoughts on Next Generation car. I mean, it sounds interesting. I really don't know if I like the way it sounds. It's not the worst. I just don't know. Sound-wise, I hate the lug nut, like most people do. I hate the fact that they're thinking about moving the number back, but I think pretty much everyone agrees with that. The way it looks, I don't really have that much of a problem with. That's, obviously, like I said, the number thing is the only visual thing that I care about. But
today, and then the last 3 hours and 40 minutes.
2011 Talladega. Is that the 4-wide finish? If that's the 4-wide finish, then yeah, 2011.
How have you guys been
Are you into Cars?
Tire allocation?
Cars the movie, or you just talking like cars in general? Because I know a lot more about racing than I do cars. If you popped a hood and told me to name everything, I couldn't do it. I have no idea. You know, I know how to do simple things on my car, and that's it. You like cars? Okay, so I guess you were talking about the movie. I've only ever seen the first Cars. Okay, yeah, you guys were talking about the movie, but whatever. Yeah, I've only ever seen the first Cars, but I did enjoy it. Do you play video games? Yeah, mostly sports games. Non-sports related games. Zombies, Call of Duty Zombies. Although I haven't done that in quite a while, but I do enjoy that. You play sim racing again with my computer situation. I would love to do sim racing. But if it's not on console, you know, like iRacing is not on console, it's through computer, through PCs. Can't really do that with my equipment. Although, obviously, I wish I do. And I do have like a steering wheel and pedals that I bought for like $20 at Walmart for Xbox. But like I said, if it's not on console, I don't really have a good computer to run it. Oh, you restore classics. That's cool. See, I'm confused now. Some of you were talking about Cars the movie, and some of you were talking about real cars. So I answered both. But what did you think about 7 road courses on the Cup schedule? I don't know. I think it's good to have variety. You shouldn't overdo it like IndyCar did and have all Indy road course. You shouldn't do that. But 7 road courses out of 36 races for NASCAR, I don't mind it, as long as they're going to one track once. We rephrase that. As long as you're going to each of those road courses once and not kind of like doing multiple races there, I'm okay with it. Console, but I have Xbox, both 360 and One. I'm interested in the idea that NASCAR made a car in-house and also had Action Express make a car. It's weird having a sports car team. Yeah, I can see that. Race.
Thanks very much, mate.
Thanks for the stream. No problem, Chris. And thanks to everyone for being cool in this chat. Okay, good night, Chris. Thank you for tuning in. Like I said, really appreciate everyone. If you love racing, then you gotta get set to run iRacing. I know. Like I said, I do. If I had a fast enough computer, this is my fastest computer right now, and it's a Mac. So I don't know how well it would actually work with iRacing, but
do my eyes deceive me, or does the 10 where it's
I lose my train of thought when I'm tired. I'm sorry.
Say number 1, say 10.
It's been like that for hours. It has been.
I lost my train of thought, but yeah, no, I really do want to do iRacing, but I just don't really have the computer to do it.
There's a few cars where the
Today you had a chance to see new 20. What's the new 2021 car?
That's not so much of an issue.
For what series?
That would get you.
LMP2 number 20. Do you know what the reason the list pulled out? And how long were they racing? I do not know the reason offhand, but they ran 56 laps. And to put that in comparison, actually, I think it has how many laps they are behind. They are 375 laps behind the race leader and 362 laps behind class leader.
The third place car in LMP3 is
oh, there goes the 33.
And that is turn 1.
On PS4 we can still play Zombies. Yeah. Is Zombies cross-platform now? I don't have any of the new games. I stopped buying Call of Duty. Well, first I used to get a Call of Duty game back in the day every year, and then I only got the Black Ops because I only cared about zombies, and then I just kind of stopped altogether. The last one that I got was Black Ops 3, and I barely even played that, if we're being honest. Not that it's bad, it's just I prefer like the really simple zombies, and by the time Black Ops 3 came around, it's just there's storylines and all this stuff to follow. It's like I came to zombies to have fun and shoot things and just mindless gameplay. I don't care about storylines, and like if I have to Google what to do, it's not really fun to me.
Metney did just make the trip down the pit lane.
Any new ovals you like to see in the car? What do you mean by new ovals? Like, I have a lot of ovals on the list that I want them to go back to. Auto Club Michigan, Pocono, just for the reason that that's my local track.
And I'm sorry to report to Lamborghini
You know,
fans, but both
I don't know about new ovals.
Brasser Lamborghinis
They're not going to
from
Iowa this year, are they? Iowa, I definitely want them to still go to Iowa, but like I said, I don't think they're doing that. Loudon, Milwaukee Mile for sure.
That car was several laps
Homestead,
down. They have finally
you know,
retired.
so many on the list I want to see them go back to, but I don't really know any new ovals that they haven't been to that I'm like really like, oh, they should go there, because they've been to a lot of the tracks, a lot of the ovals in the country. Myself with a laptop. 1, 2. What do you mean by that? SSPP. What do you mean by that? Started out with a laptop going to 32-inch TV. What exactly do you mean by that? I'm kind of lost with that comment. Okay. 10 cars. The one car. Don't know. Don't know. Just got here. I was chasing how you're doing. He is not in the car, but Felipe Nasser is in his car and running 5th currently. We'll play Cold War as crossplay. Oh, that's cool. I do not have Cold War. Like I said, the last one I bought was Black Ops 3. Who's leading? How's Jimmy Johnson doing? Ricky Taylor is currently leading in the number 10 car. Jimmy Johnson is not in the car, but his teammate Rockenfeller is in 3rd.
+1 has
They still
elicited
have
that
to make
car
pure
another
zombies.
drive-through, and we've got
I remember
car
the
stopped
original
on
Black
the
Ops
track
had like
at turn 2,
like an
making
arcade
great
mode,
spot
which
this
is kind of
week.
interesting. I played that a little bit.
That's Mike Rockenfeller.
I just got back
New
from
boots for
racetrack.
him. He
What
is
racetrack
not
were you
getting out
at?
of that Ally Cadillac as they are doing fuel and tires, so that's a very good spot by that pit box. The
It's possible to get the internet
crew
on
is
this
fielding that car. Very, very
What do you mean?
nifty at
What
this
do
sort
you
of
mean
thing. They do have a
internet?
nose for when a
For
car
me,
might
like
be
what I'm
disconnected.
showing right
And
here?
it is, in fact, car number
Is this through
7,
Track
which
Pass,
Alan
NBC? I mean, you can just Google like NBC Track Pass, but if you don't already have it, you would have to pay for it. So, Dover is a cool track. Yeah, I've been to Dover once in 2010. Kind of a boring race. Not gonna be, just gonna be honest. That race wasn't the best. It was the spring 2010 race. The only crash I really remember is Hornish hitting the wall, and I remember Kyle winning. So, and it's sponsored by Hershey's milkshakes, out of all things. So I got free samples of those, which are pretty good. Came back from watching the Rolex.
Just a drive-through was a stop and hold.
Oh, you were talking about iRacing. Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. That's a good upgrade. What do you think is the GOAT of NASCAR? I mean, Richard Petty. I mean, statistically, is the best of all time, and I firmly believe that he is greatest of all time. But maybe I'm just old school.
By magic, it was like you conjured the car up there, John. Yeah, so it's full service, no driver change, so fuel, 4 tyres, drink bottles, nothing else going awry. So they're not having to fill your fluids at the moment.
Yeah, no problem, Ethan.
Which is rotating from the lead.
What sport games you got? A lot of Maddens, although I haven't been getting the recent ones because they're all the same. A couple NBA 2K games, kind of sporadic. I have 12, 16, and 21 for NBA. I have every NASCAR game possible. I even have the 3 old EA games that can be backwards compatible on the Xbox 360. I have a Monster Jam game that I haven't played in years. I don't know if you consider that sport rather than just entertainment. I've also have like a Baja 1000 game I haven't played yet, or I have, but very little.
He's very used to
baseball, MLB 2K, and then the kind of arcadey new Xbox MLB games, the RBI baseball stuff, and NHL games as well. Pretty much every major one. I do have a current free trial for soccer for FIFA 21, though I've never bought a FIFA game. So I'm trying it though. I don't mind it.
This kind of power I can get used to.
In the acceleration lane.
It's like interacting and watching. Yeah, I mean, I think it's cool that you're able to watch both streams and enjoy mine, especially. I can't believe anyone, is enjoying this stream, but it's fun for me. I'm really glad it's fun for you guys.
Hello, David.
48 was just, I just saw him in the pits. He's now 4th. It doesn't look like there's a driver change. Rockenfeller is still in.
It's a car in technical department with computing power that would rival NASA, to be honest, and they collect an inordinate amount of data from the cars. So last week at the Raw, for example, David, they were taking data sticks effectively out of the cars shit at fairly regular intervals. So there's actually quite large penalties for people who don't turn in their data stick within a requisite amount of time.
Yeah, so it's a really interesting principle when it's set up every
Sorry.
every 6 hours in effect.
Have you tried snow runner? No, I have not. What does the green and purple? Where do you see the green and purple numbers on the cars? If you're talking about like the graphics on the screen, that's just like the different classes. Oh, okay, I see. You did add on to it on the side of the cars. Yeah, that's just like different classes, I believe.
Hour 11 and 13.
Anyone any idea why kids was losing time?
And then
Should be one. I do not know.
17 through 19, I think, was the other
Bot?
one.
What?
So they
Bots?
give
What are
you
you
those
talking about?
opportunities, and then of course when the
I think
car
I'm getting
goes into
fat from these
permit after
snacks.
the race, IMSA themselves will remove the data stick.
I'm just
Or
lucky
your
I have a
team
high
manager
metabolism and I
will
can
bring it
kind of
to
eat
once
whatever I
again within
want.
a
I
set
feel
period.
super lucky
If
about
you
that.
don't do that,
Although I
it
might
can
not be the
result in
healthiest, even though I
disqualification.
might look
During
like
the
it.
session, if you
Do you
miss
play
it after
Fortnite
the
Rocket League?
practice
I've
session,
tried
they
Rocket
hold
League.
you in the pits
It was a
for
fun
5
game,
minutes of
but
the next
again, I
session,
had
which
it.
tends to
I
be
know there is a
about
console version of it too, but I was playing with friends who had it on
12% of the
PC,
session. So
and again,
they
just
are
equipment-wise,
quite big
can't really
penalties
handle
for
anything
messing around
above
with data
Minecraft.
sets.
So,
And then all that data.
but I did play. I did enjoy Rocket League. Have not played Fortnite.
Is taking up to
Is there any-
the Charlotte Technical Centre.
Yeah,
The numbers are
your sub
crunched,
sounds pretty cool, dude.
including from
Not like okay, so there's no reason for me to get it then, I guess.
sensors that are independent of the car manufacturer's sensors. So it's not just like the team says, oh yeah, we can give you throttle position. Yeah, that just comes off here. And, it doesn't always just work like that all through the vehicles.
A professional racing team would gain a sensor.
When you get Discord messages at 4:30 in the morning,
Biggest racing team in the world, that's for sure.
I'm actually kind of.
Parallel.
At this point, like I said, I didn't expect many people to view this, so at this point I was kind of expecting to be like, oh, I just can't wait for the stream to end, can't wait for 7 a.m. But now, it's getting closer, 3 hours away, kind of wish I had more time. Rocket League sold out these. How do they sell out? How does a video game sell out, especially if you're selling them digitally? Like, I got my Rocket League on Steam.
Yes, and they seem to have got things pretty good. They're going to have to start all over again, of course, with the new.
Okay. Good night, Ethan. Thank you for coming out. Isn't Minecraft? Yeah, Minecraft is crossplay now. That helps me because I have a friend that can play it on Windows 10 while I can play it on Xbox, and I'll have to deal with my crappy computer or internet. Well, I guess still internet, but not crappy computer. What position Montoya? He is in the number 60, running 4th. Depends on what, yeah. The Java version, which is like strictly the PC version, no crossplay. What they call, I think, Bedrock is like everything else, like Pocket, Xbox, PlayStation, Windows 10, all of that.
Onto the racetrack, and the reason that I say 31 seconds being relevant,
I don't think that's what. Well, what did he mean sold out? Because I don't really understand.
To a full tank in a DPI car is a 30-second fuel drop.
Rumor has a Kyle Larson finished 24 hours
almost
Daytona.
empty, and they filled it up perfectly.
Excuse me, what?
Or, we'll just give it to Japan. We'll leave it with that.
Okay. 55, Jonathan Bomarino will be
Yep.
next to the TPIs in.
Unless that's sarcastic. That I was expecting that kind of comment a long time ago, where it's like, "Shut up! I want to hear the race." I was really expecting like everyone to be like that.
Starting GTT this time.
Let's play some good old Minecraft in the future. You still have the, I do have the game. I still occasionally play it with a friend. I used to have like 10 friends on every day playing Minecraft. That was back in middle school. You know, everyone's moved on, bigger and better things. But no, I would definitely be up for Minecraft. Ironically, earlier in this stream, I was playing it because I thought to get views, I would be like, oh, let me, you know, do some gaming in the side corner, and I was doing a bit of Minecraft, but then 0 people were watching, and then the moment I just put the games away and just did what I'm doing now, hundreds of people started flooding in. Okay, 10 more minutes and then bed. Alright, Kevin. Position 48. 48 is second. He means how EA started carrying more of that, okay. Yeah, that's very true then. Good joke. Good joke. The place is his team. Whose team? 48 is second.
By all of 3 seconds, 4 from 3. They
I'm getting sleepy, I guess. Alright, Hyper. I completely understand. Extra David we pull off the race now. I'm just talking about whatever the chat's talking about. I totally get if you want to talk racing. And I mean, that's mostly what I'm talking about. But, you know, I'm just going with the flow of the chat, if, you know, being honest. I just like having a chill atmosphere and being really open with random strangers on the internet.
There, number 8 car driven by Timothy Biret to the number 47 Chetala racing to Lara for Bertel Lecourt in the driving seat. And he has got look at the distance.
Who are you talking about? Super places.
On Fabian Schiller for Dragon Speed in 3rd position.
Oh, you're talking. Oh, you're talking about Kyle. Joker places his team.
21 seconds from
What do you mean? I'm still confused. You said you were joking, but then you followed it up with what place is his team in? Kyle Larson like isn't in this race.
Now 8 seconds further back in 4th place in the number 16.
I don't know. I'm confused. I get confused easy. I'm sorry. All right, I'm really good for real now. I'll listen to your streams. Awesome, Jimmy. Thank you.
Cadillac, the 01 car, is in 5th position with another 47 seconds back. That's how it stands. And we've got a problem out on the racetrack. That is.
Yeah, chat. Why can't we just focus on the race? Come on, chat. Yeah, but seriously, I don't care. You guys can talk about whatever. You know, my stream, my rules. We can talk about whatever. I don't really care.
The next 60 minutes of racing
how do you feel about Chase Elliott? Like, I mean, am I a fan of him? I mean. Honestly, I'm not like a super fan like most people seem to be, but, you know, I like him. I like Chase Elliott. He's cool. Do you have any prognosis on current standing? Who do you think will win? I'm still going to throw out there 31. No, Kyle Larson is not in this race.
The windscreen wiper off the screen tends to
that would be the win car. 50 something. There's a guy in the way. Really huge dirt route.
And the air's got underneath it.
Yeah, and I apologize for my explanation.
The 48 car out yet. 48 car is second.
Cars that he has completed drive time, and I believe now parked on the side of the racetrack, so that is rather unfortunate for the Texans.
That's not a that's not a Rick Ware car, is it? No, it's not. They don't have the wings car. It'd be funny if that was a Rick Ware car, though.
The ground behind the guardrail actually gives you a good viewing platform at that part of the track, but Nico has not been able to get the car going once again. The lights are still on the side, meaning that it does still have some sort of electrical power going to it, but Nico has not been able to get the car rolling. This doesn't look good for the wins, number 52.
Of course, yellow. It was somewhat inevitable. Got to give credit to race control again as we go yellow for the 7th time.
Oh wait, no, I'm an idiot. I was looking right at him.
32 minutes of green flag.
Nico, they call him Nico. When that was coming,
on the scoreboard. They gave time to see if Nico Lapierre, who was on his outlap from the pits, by the way, to see if he could get back going. A number of people dived in, including Ryan DL in the 18. I thought he might have stayed out and tried to get a lap back. Ollie Gavin came in at the number 14. That's the Vassar Sullivan Lexus. Timothy Pure from the lead of LMP2 came in just before the full course yellow as well. And
All right.
Farley Gavin came in and went straight behind the wall in the RCF. So that's something.
Man, how did I get so far behind? I was playing the game on my computer next to me before because the chat was moving, but it was moving slow enough to where I could still pay attention. I haven't touched that game in like an hour because you guys are so active with the comments. Not a bad thing. I love it. No, if I save the car, I guess like dirt modified, yeah. Like I like dirt racing. Obviously, there's not a ton of it on TV. I would like to follow more of it on like TV and stuff. But no, I love dirt racing, dirt modified stuff like that. I mean, I guess it'd be cool if either of them won. To be honest, if either the 31 or the 48 won, it would not be because of them, but their teammates. Like 48 Kobayashi, he would be the reason. Number 31 Felipe Nasser, he would be the reason.
That's Nick Damon with that VP Racing Field pit and Paddy update.
Snooze. Seems like it, right? Will 48 overtake 10? Possibly. This is not the first caution. This is like the 7th, I think.
Find out what happens with our wonderful
what are Corvettes doing? Corvettes, I believe, are still 1-2 in LMP. GTLM. What am I talking about? GTLM.
Well, now that was interesting because
what was I saying? There's only one on the first one.
Prototype right in there that with the purple marker lights on the top. It wasn't the Ali Cadillac, but was the side-by-side contact.
I work for AMR. Pretty cool to see them when you. Oh, that's cool, man. I have an Indy 500 AMR safety truck and as a die-cast in my room. I bought it online from like Target.
For finding that, excellent work.
It's fun to hit the wall.
Just remember that car just come out of the.
Oh yeah, that reminds me. Another racing game I have is Project Cars, although I have barely touched that.
If there wasn't a touch, it was very, very close indeed. And thanks to Jared, our director.
Yeah. Between those two cheering for more, I don't know. I don't know.
Correct. Yes, exactly right, Nick. Could have been that.
And
between the two, not just as drivers, but like team overall, I don't know who's really more deserving. I mean, in the weekend overall, including Aurora, the 31 has been dominant except for today's race. But in this race, you know, what I saw from the 48 from some of the other drivers, you know, they're pretty fast.
You have to steer to the left-hand side of the blend line. Nick Lapierre, very experienced driver.
Yeah, that'd be really cool, Alex. If you could get up there to work for the big races for AMR. I'm not really sure how, you know, all that works, how the ranking in AMR really works, if there is a ranking. But no, that'd be cool.
Nico and his partners. I believe he's staying in the car.
I think I've heard of Assetto. I don't even know if I'm saying that right. Assetto Corsa. I think I've heard of it, but I don't think I've ever seen it. And someone just says, "Go Chiefs." Yeah, agreed. When it comes to Super Bowl,
so the
worst stream ever.
Sorry, say again, Nick.
Alpha Wolf. I think Alpha Wolf is just trolling at this point. He wouldn't still be here.
You might be lucky and get away without suspension damage. I'd be very surprised. The medical centre guys are there as well because he had a bit of a shock as he came off at not massively high speed.
Andy Magnussen. He's not in the car, but his team is first.
In the Cayenne, and they'll be the ones who were talking to
Support Audi videos much better. Bye. All right.
Car with the purple lights was out on the track. And
yeah, we should do a podcast. I actually do have one that I post on this channel. I haven't posted in like a month, but it's not necessarily completely, you know, IndyCar, you know, racing related. It's more like NASCAR diecast related, so it's a little different. But I do have like 3 episodes of a podcast. It's not really that great. It's just me talking about like new releases and stuff. But yeah, no, if you guys are really interested in a podcast, I could come up with something in like a real podcast, more about racing news and stuff, like real life stuff. I figured that out. Alfa Rolf is trolling. I figured that one out.
A few times, and I've actually got my Lexus contacts getting us a report as soon as they can.
Thanks, Josh.
Yeah, not the start of the season they would have wanted. You're watching and listening.
Wait, did I get the wrong car? Kevin Magnussen, he's in the was he in the 01?
For giving us a bit of time.
I thought he was in the 10, but maybe I'm just remembering wrong. So I'm just remembering this off the top of my head. I don't actually know for sure. I could do research, but I take the lazy way out and don't.
An hour and 10 minutes.
Is Magnussen in the 01?
Hand you back. Rooftop rear rental.
Do you review that? Kind of both. No, I'm sorry. I don't make that guess. Sorry, I read that wrong. I do not make that guess. I am no good at creative stuff. I do. If you look through my channel, you can see a bunch of, I guess what you would call reviews.
Gets windy up there as well.
Okay, 01. I'm sorry. I thought he was in the 10 for some reason. So yeah, 5th. Magnussen's team is 5th.
As well.
Well,
I think Nico's out of that car now.
I mean, Jimmy, if you're interested, obviously you're on this stream, so you're interested in the same type of stuff I am. I wouldn't be opposed to starting a podcast.
Suspension, tire and wheel area. There's bodywork damage pretty much everywhere else.
Okay, everyone's saying 01, so I was wrong. What's your favorite NASCAR gen? Gen 4, of course.
And that's not going to be a quick fix.
You have to do whatever it takes to drive that.
Nick Damon and Shea Adam are with me, John Hindhoff.
How's Jimmy doing? Jimmy himself, when he's in the car, is just kind of there, but his teammate Rockefeller is second. Thank you, Savage Monster. Much appreciated. I feel much more like your average Twitch streamer right now, kind of emotionless when I'm thanking people just because I'm doing it so often, but trust me, I really do appreciate everyone that's here. And I'm really surprised this many people aren't just like, shut up, let me watch the race. K-Mag was in the car. I'd say it would be in the lead. Turn one on the research. Yeah. I mean, he was in the lead earlier. I know that. I definitely remember him. I definitely remember seeing his name in the lead.
Second in class at the moment.
iRacing Grand I mean, iRacing is like the top thing out there, isn't it?
Or are they just putting in a new driver? This seems all a bit relaxed there. I suppose it's under yellow.
Yeah, I mean, we can talk in the future, Jimmy, if we're serious about podcast. I can't guarantee anything, obviously. I'm not good with technical stuff, or like I said, even being that creative. If we were to do some sort of podcast, I would like it to be unique in some way, not just kind of copying everyone else, but yeah, definitely something to think about.
8 minutes category.
Yeah, I mean, if we're being honest, Jimmy is the number 4 driver in his team if we're talking about lap times and performance. But that's just coming from never being in a car before, started testing.
They're 8 minutes right now for Mulder Motorsports. And that's a very
good
way.
I mean, you can only hope with the next gen car. Like I said, it's not the worst thing. I just don't like what they plan to do with the numbers and the single lug nut.
It's kind of like an ultra Acura. He's taking the opportunity to change.
Well, right now I read every single comment. If there are, a bunch more people in here, it might be different. But yeah, with this level, like I said, I haven't been able to focus on the game I was playing. But if it means interacting with people, it's fine.
They didn't have a replacement disc there for a moment. There was something not quite right. The other thing you'll notice is that there's nothing holding the brake disc.
It's because of the yellow. The 52 car kind of just lost power. As people were saying in the chat, fell asleep. But no, he just lost power. Where did he get? He's probably further down now. He was in Orca,
up to it. That's fairly standard operational practice.
Yeah, Nicholas Lapierre was who was in the car when that happened.
No, indeed. We designed that into the
We were doing now.
S7R Celine when I was working for Ray Malik back in
well, see,
2001,
the difference is right now I'm feeding off of what people are asking me. If I were to do a podcast, it might be a bit different because I would have to prepare and think about stuff to talk about. You know, it's not really, the questions aren't really fed to me necessarily in a
Out of
podcast.
the Era Motorsports, number 18. He's currently in his motorhome, just chilling and trying to
Well,
recover.
I'm glad you guys would
Ryan
actually be
Liao is
interested.
out
All
on
of this
track.
conversation I did
Kyle
not
has
expect
one of
coming
the
into
best
tonight.
liveries in motorsport, and definitely
what we're
in
doing.
terms of the race today. Kyle, can you hear us?
Yeah, I mean, like I said, it's just Jimmy being a rookie. You have social
Not
media,
happened yet.
Instagram,
We'll have to come back to that one.
Just a reminder, of course,
I do have Twitter. I don't really use it. Instagram is just my name, but underscores in between the spaces. And the picture is me holding my cat. So if you want to DM me on Instagram, that's what it is.
Get the chats to the drivers. We'll see if we can get back to Kyle in a moment or two. It's Tim Gray who's in London.
They are milking the full course caution. You didn't see the half-hour caution at the beginning of the race, or maybe you did. If you want to do different podcasts, yeah, I don't really know. This is all stuff that came up tonight. So as far as the podcast, I have no idea.
Thank you for having me. Owen is a 6-year-old race fan.
Dirt track talk. I mean, like I said, I love dirt track racing, but it's just, you know, I don't know if I'm really the expert to be talking about it because it's not on TV as much as I would like it to be. So I don't, you know, watch every single race of like World of Outlaws or Lucas Oil Dirt Series. iRacing is PC only. Oh, I've got it on Mac before, but it just doesn't run that well.
No, I'm super excited.
But people talk with them podcast. Yeah, that's very true, Josh. It's very true.
He's been sending us videos and things. We've been sending
You're
him
going,
videos. So it's been a lot of fun.
That's
So
true.
it's basically like a Crayola drawing, correct?
Nasser
That all of a sudden you guys translated onto the race car.
Nasser is actually the 31 car is actually the highest it's been since like the beginning of the race. It's second right now. So the 31, if this is what you're asking, the 31 had its problems all the way back toward the beginning of the race when a caution came out and they needed to make an emergency fuel stop to top off while the pit road was closed to avoid running out of fuel. So they had a penalty, had to go to the back. And then they've been trying to make their way up ever since then.
And you and Dwight, yeah, it's your second Rolex. So how has this race been different than a year ago?
You know, we got the car a couple of weeks before the race.
I'm glad you guys are being so supportive in something that I hadn't even thought about until tonight. I mean, like I said, yeah, I do technically have a podcast right now, but it's not very great, you know.
We couldn't downshift for whatever reason, so we had to do the old Control-Alt-Delete.
Yeah, no, it's definitely a lot to think about.
Yeah, we're looking okay. The car's fast. We just need a break with a caution. I'm hopeful that this one can get us a lot back.
Yeah. Jimmy, and Josh on a podcast. Wouldn't have been.
How are you?
Hey, you too, Mike.
Fair enough.
Yeah, very well.
Thanks for coming by.
Good.
48 is in first.
You've got to have endurance racing, though, isn't it? You know, if this had been
Good night, Kevin. Thanks for being around and being so active in the chat.
Losing laps earlier on, it would have been, I'm sure it would have been pretty hard to motivate yourself, quite clearly.
And
you guys have not
I will
got an
work
issue
on
with that. You feel that you've got the pace in the car
donations. If you guys are really interested in donations, I will work on that. And as I said, you know, racing-wise, the next thing that I know I 99% sure will do is like in June with Le Mans. And that's if I'm still worried about copyright a little bit, but it's been running well so far.
And all part of the tactics as well to get that bronze driver time.
How's Chase doing? Chase is not in the car, but his team is second with Felipe Nasser in the car.
Get his time in early, or did you change?
Yeah, Jimmy, for sure.
Thinking when we had the yellows early on.
Did you DM me like now? I mean, you can do it whenever. Why do I have 27 notifications on my Insta? What?
What's the plans for the rest of the season?
Oh, is this
Grant?
just you liking a bunch of my pictures? Is this what this is?
From here, we go to Asia for Asia Le Mans Series. And,
Oh yeah, I see it. Yep, that's you.
I don't know if
Follow.
anybody knows this might be a breaking news. We're entered for the season with him, so we'll be floating around.
Whoa, you've just lit up Twitter. So that's an exclusive here as you talk to us. So you are going to be doing the full
YouTube
Implementation
takes
Sports
30%
Car
of
Championship.
super chats. Alright, but if I'm making anything, if I'm making any money off of you guys, that is, you know, that's more than I was making. Because I mentioned this earlier, but like, under the new system, I've tried applying, and then instead of sending me back like, no, you're not big enough, they literally just blocked me from ever being monetized again, and I don't know if I'm ever going to have the chance to apply again because the button just isn't there anymore. So hopefully the super chats are like a separate thing. They don't run through monetization, I hope. But like I said, I'll look into that. Hopefully we can get super chats going.
The logistics for that quite complicated.
Yeah, it's a bit of a nightmare, but we're okay so far.
Oh, I wish you the best in that, and great news.
Yeah, sure, Josh, for sure. As I said, my Instagram is just, you know, kind of the same thing as here. It's just my name, both underscores as spaces. Who's Austin Dillon? He is mainly a NASCAR driver, and he's running this race. 4 a.m. in Missouri. 5 a.m. where I am. I've been up, like I said, 9:30, so I've been up for 19 and a half hours. Was my Instagram is just my name, as I said, but instead of spaces, underscores.
Still under full course yellow. Class split is going on at the moment. So
really? I haven't checked the viewers in a while. 500. No wonder this is so active. You two not going
amazing
like
to
I
think that a
thought.
6-year-old Shea,
Thank you, Josh.
race fan Owen, has started a career. Andy Blackmore might have an
honest,
apprentice, although in fairness,
I'm still
Andy's
like
daughter,
good to go.
Kira,
I'm not about to like fall asleep at the computer or anything, but I'm definitely slowing down.
livery.
You know, I don't know if you guys have really noticed that much, but like, there's times where I'll just blank. My mind will just blank for no reason, and that's just an effect of me being tired.
On JMW
But I'm still pushing until that 7:30 mark, and I still plan to stay awake the whole time, even after I'm off
But I
stream.
have to say, Owen, young Canadian, so
I'll just
making us
drink
proud
as
from
much
just outside of Toronto. So you know, maybe
soda
there
as
is
I
something.
possibly
Andy
can.
Blackmore lives in
I've been
Canada
drinking
too.
Dr.
Maybe
Pepper.
that's where all
That
the
Dr.
art
Pepper
is.
specifically seems to have been doing the job to keeping me awake.
The flag is in the air, and immediately there's a jig out. There can't be a pass. Now, was that a pass before the line there from at the front of the field? It's a pass that was trying to get a lap back, I think, from the
in the grass.
Mazda. Jonathan Bomarino trying to get a lap back there as he's trying to fight his way back through, but that looked very close to going before the line. Shea Adam was watching.
Yeah, I agree.
That. You
Kansas.
saw
I
the
am
last
definitely
time
rooting for
somebody
Kansas
got
City in the
called
Super Bowl.
for that. Shea, what did you reckon there?
Close.
problem,
I want to see a
Anthony.
replay. Yeah, it's going to be something that race
I'm
control
probably
will
the
look
biggest.
at, and I'm
I would
expecting
guess
to see
probably the
little
biggest
words
stream to
from the
not
race
be
control
shut down.
chat start under review.
A couple of light-coloured cars that were going very well indeed at the front of the field, but maybe, just maybe, jumped a wee bit early. Like Rockefeller for Ally Cadillac Racing, excuse me. Still scored as the leader. So in fact, was it that car that nipped out to the high side? I didn't think it had that much of the purple on it as it went underneath on the tri-oval. They were slightly mixed up with some lap cars in there because the Mazda clearly stayed out to get its lap back, so that's what they were trying to do. It's 55, yes, it is the 55. I was right the first time. Is at the head of that group and pulling away, just going.
I don't know what's up with the audio. That's definitely the stream doing it, but it'll get quiet randomly and it'll only play out of like one side of the speaker, and then it'll just go full blast again and just kind of go back and forth. But that's definitely the stream doing that.
And Shea Adam
seen any driver change stuff? Yeah, there has been. I remember the first time, Chase Elliott got in the car, they had that on camera. Although I believe that was during a commercial break. I'm on Track Pass, so I have commercial free, but they did have the camera on Chase Elliott the first time he got in the car because it's Chase Elliott. YouTube killed the German stream. Is that the one you guys were talking about earlier? The Audi Sport, Audi Sport channel? Or is that a different one you're talking about? I mean, the podcast just came up like half an hour ago. I have no idea what we're doing for it. I would love to do it, but details on that to be determined. I have no idea. Yeah. I mean, I'll definitely be here for the sunrise. They said sunrise in Daytona is 7:13. I'll probably stay till 7:30.
Work that you have associated with it. There's no need to incur this kind of penalty. But I do have some insight as far as that team is concerned. By the way,
I kind of sometimes watch NHRA. It's not the biggest thing for me, to be honest. I never was there. But NHRA used to go for years to Raceway Park in New Jersey. I was never there, but I kind of wanted to go just because it's local. But of course, they stopped going there now. So.
Up again and things start to heat up because they are very fast in the sunshine, not as fast under the moonlight.
Okay, Sport Audi channel still alive. You got the German stream is someone else then. Growing. Yeah, I mean that's great. It's great that the other stream is growing. Like I said, I'm kind of afraid of being the only stream up because copyright monsters of IMSA.
But still scored in second position.
Thank you, Savage.
Another interesting penalty just came
They killed
through.
the stream on board 31.
This time for the 14 Lexus.
Well, the camera's still working. They're showing it on the NBC stream right now.
Area drive-through. I wonder where they stopped. If they just stopped in the middle of the freeway.
Yeah, like I said, I'm not very technical. I barely managed to get this stream up. I went through like a YouTube tutorial on how to set this up. So.
Just after 5 o'clock in the
But
morning.
not, yeah, but for sure, I'd love to actually get something done. That'd be very cool.
In this part of the United States of America.
Yeah, Josh, you, me, and Jimmy. That'd be very cool. Savage, your name is Polar Bound. All right.
Get round over the top. And down into turn one, the Wayland Cadillac goes out wide.
338 miles an hour. Yeah. yeah, I'm aware of the speeds. They go crazy fast. The Taylor car beautiful. Yeah, I kind of like what they did with the number 10. So I guess because they switched to Lexus, they wanted to change up the paint scheme. They added a lot of blue to it. I think it looks good. Who's number 6 right now?
That start being looked at yet.
Someone said number 6 rookie Aaron. Who is number 6?
I think that was the Mazda that was ushering it off.
I have no idea how to pronounce that name.
That's the car that's right in front of it on the racetrack right now.
I would rather not try to pronounce his last name because I feel like I'd just be calling him Core. I'd rather not do that.
That restart and the subsequent
Is Dylan still running? He hasn't been in the car in a long time, but I believe the car is still running.
Prepared to get the lap back he'd been fighting so hard to gain, and just took his line.
The German one is still on Twitch, someone says. So if you want German stream, somewhere on Twitch.
Pick up the brass lost drive, and of course the worst time to do it is a restart because all your rivals are queuing right behind you or other cars.
As far as Dylan,
yeah, I mean, just you look at just come up. But I very much doubt there's no indication of any.
Yeah, Cody Ware. That's another guy. Technically, Cody Ware is a NASCAR guy too. Completely forgot he existed, but he is racing for his dad, Rick Ware. In the same car as Austin Dillon is in the number 51, and that car is running 5th in LMP2 and 11th overall.
It's a very grey area with, obviously the rules within.
And now I have finally caught up with the chat.
You don't have the wave around.
How many viewers do we have? 513. I cannot believe that. Wow, thanks guys. I was at of course it's abbreviated, so I don't know the actual number, but I was at 2.01k subscribers before I started the stream, and you guys brought it up to 2.05. You guys, at least 40 of you have subbed, and I didn't even have to ask you. That's awesome.
notch in the
So I can do
infield. That's first and
what?
second.
What? I'm just saying facts. I didn't give any opinions about Cody Ware. I just said I forgot about him. I didn't say anything bad about him. I just said I forgot.
Cadillac.
And when I said I forgot he existed, that's not completely true. But I forgot he was in the race is what I meant to say.
About a second and a half of each of them battling for position. Yes, we'll take that. At this time in the morning, that's fairly tasty, isn't it? By the time the sun rises at
I'm just getting around to those of you that I'm just getting around to following back those of you who just followed me on Instagram, by the way. Thank you.
Of darkness. Just by way of comparison, we were talking in Le Mans, which was held in September in 2020, rather than June, about how unusual it was.
Yeah, you're right, Jimmy, you're right. The biggest thing I remember Cody Ware for is causing a pit road accident during a Daytona 500. And I think that's the one where Tyler Reddick got airborne.
Time this year, so green flag at 3:40. Then it was a
too much algorithm to pick up the screen. Yeah, I really don't know. Like, my stream is in a real gray area right now. Because I'm adding something to it, you can make the argument it's fair use, and maybe that's why it's not being taken down. But at the same time, I'm still technically streaming copyrighted material. So I have no idea what this falls under. But, you know, if you want to support, really, I don't care. But,
Yeah, and I think we know that Kelly Boulay is currently on her way to beat up Kyle Kelly for telling us that.
Although I really don't want to lose this channel. I've had this channel for 10 years, and I'm finally making content I'm proud of, so I don't want to lose it. But I don't think if this gets copyrighted, that the channel will be gone, because I don't have any strikes or anything. So it should just be like one strike and this video gone. But
then get drivers who are sitting around for 2 more hours.
You guys will have the memories.
And this year, no autograph session meant that we had drivers who were especially without something to do. A little bit of a note on Corvette Racing, by the way. They split their strategy for the first time the last time around.
You still managed to make it to a YouTube live stream.
With the yellow accents, has been getting slightly better fuel mileage throughout the course of this race. They've been able to go about a lap or two further than the 3 car had been on their pit sequences, or at least the 3 had been pitting a lap or two before the 4 had. They split the strategy in order to
video
try
any bigger without going full screen. Like, it is stuck at this size right now. Like, if I move around the window, it will stay at that size. So unfortunately, I can't do that.
Because the BMW of Philip Bang,
you lost your channel in 10 years. What happened there?
Yeah.
YouTube take it off?
Immediately starts to give a bit of grief.
Or the algorithms, you bet. Yeah.
Number 3 Corvette. Those two.
I just realized in the other room I've had this race on the TV the entire time, and I completely forgot. I just looked behind me and noticed the light illuminating from the TV. Forgot it was there.
Just a reminder, by the way, that on Monday afternoon Eastern Time, when you're just beginning to realise,
at least for me, I only have to survive 2 more hours before I'm home free.
All of the action.
Who is messaging on Discord at 5 in the morning?
In our
watching me trying lap show on here. Yeah, that's awesome. What do you think about Jeff Boindale Jr.? I mean, they're cool. It's really weird with Junior, because if you watch like interviews of him in like 2008, you really didn't think he would be a good TV personality. He was always kind of, whenever the interview, he was kind of like, shy, doing that thing where he rubs his ear, kind of like not really wanting to be on camera.
10.5 hours time.
And then you look at him on NBC, and he's such this like sociable guy. It's like such a difference.
Live pages of Haggerty.com.
But yeah, as far as liking Jeff Boindale Jr., yeah, of course, I like both of them.
So you drive.
I grew up watching both of them, so. Of course, I never really watched either of them win a lot. Like, I started watching NASCAR in 2008. Jeff Gordon didn't win it all in 2008, and Junior won a race on fuel mileage under caution. So.
Toyota
Lost your other channel after 11 years. Damn.
Didn't we, Nutty? If you get them after just
Why
under
is
24 hour
25
races,
flashing?
their defences are down. They're not don't
Don't
really
know.
are. You can get in there with the
Do you mean the headlights?
It's the Colombo
Okay, you meant
question
the
at end
headlights.
when
Yeah,
they
they
think
just
they've
do it to
gone
piss each
through,
other off.
and Brendan had just actually got back
Thanks,
home. He
Caesar.
hadn't even spoken to his significant other. And he got right
I
in there
actually,
thinking,
I have so many stories of how I accidentally went to, like, not accidentally, but how I went to a game or a race or something that just happened to work out and I got something really cool out of it. It's just, I've been lucky. But one of them, I went to 2016 Watkins Glen, and that's where Junior was out because of concussion, and Jeff Gordon was in. And that happened to be his 600th start. So they had giveaway towels when you walked into the race that said Jeff Gordon's 600th start, and then it also had like a Tony Stewart thank you thing at the bottom because that was his last season. And I still have that hanging up in my room. That's really cool.
Ben Keating's done the most driving after 13 hours, SRA says. They're both tweeting in using the hashtag R24radio.
I mean, is that... That's something I didn't think about. Is that why I couldn't get in-car cams to work because I have ad blocker? That's something I just thought, because I've been accessing Scoreboard the entire time, but I have ad blocker on. I wonder if that's what's preventing me from the onboard cameras.
In any period, and that's total. That's not in one car, isn't it?
No more than 4 hours in any 6 hour period, and that is cumulative. So that goes between, if you get out of one car and straight into another, your drive time continues to go up, let's say. Unfortunately for Ben, the car in which
yeah, see, that's what I'm saying. You know, back when he was a lap down, and or not him, but the car was a lap down, I was still here saying, you know, once Nasser gets in the car, he's going to be up front again, and look where he is. I said that at midnight. I said that 5 hours ago.
Page that I've got going. Keating is the only driver who needs to hit
Jimmy
the minimum drive time left
I don't know who's
in
going to
that
finish the
car
race.
as far as the amateur ranks are concerned.
Almost 550 viewers. Wow, that is unthinkable for me. I've never had that kind of success, especially in a stream. I've never had this kind of success before.
Some time ago. The team saw something in the data that they didn't like, so they brought
I've had
the
a
car back
few
to the garage
videos
for a
blow
systems
up,
check.
but, you
If
know,
I
not
scroll
really
down on
that
timing and
much.
scoring, it is still back in the garage, so that does
No,
not
nothing
bode well
that
for
can
the
be
Lexus
this
team,
interactive
who
with
hasn't
people
exactly
with.
had the easiest of Daytonas so far this year.
Finally caught a break, I guess, when it comes to streaming.
Update. The battle continues in front of the field.
600, what do you mean 600 cut
The
off?
intervention of traffic. Mike Rockefeller has not
What,
been able
does the
to get
stream
away.
die at
Or
600?
you could say
What? What are you talking about?
Has not been able to get past. Juan Montoya now within 3 seconds of those two, with half a second behind him, Scott Dixon. So the top four still only separated by 2.6 seconds. And Ricky Taylor's not that far back either. He's only another 3.5. Sound of the Cadillac motor up on the high banking. Heading towards the breakdown for the bus stop on the far side of the circuit, the other side of Lake Lloyd. The leaders very close
Can't stay
together
away.
as they sit in traffic.
Yeah, oh, that was a conversation from a long time ago. But yeah, there is Australian baseball, and that's really the only thing that I know that's currently going on in the middle of the night. You know, regularly, at least until February.
Was the number 5 Mustang sampling dark grey car that's lapsed down after its problems earlier on, but there's nothing between the leaders. They're behind the pits again.
Other stream cut off at 2,000. Yeah, I don't really know what you guys are talking about, like stream cutoffs. I didn't think that was a thing.
Our listeners collective from Radio Show Limited came up with
like why would they shut down the stream?
And
why would they
now
cut off a
become
stream at certain
recognised
viewers? I
as
don't
a
get the
scientific
point of that and
phenomenon.
why that would happen.
It actually doesn't matter how many or how few cars you have and how long or how short the circuit is. Ultimately,
Inja
you
just
will
gave up.
find
Well, that's
cars
good
at
for
very
me.
different paces. They will end up in the same place at the same
And also,
time. And the
going
leaders will
back
have
to the
fight their
Australian
way through
baseball
them.
thing, I don't know how feasible that would really be. Because obviously, as a lesser audience,
weird
all
thing
you
is
guys
the
are
only other
here
place
racing
I've seen the
fans.
word
There might be some
traffic is related
crossover,
to
but not much. And also, internationally, anyway, most of their games are on YouTube. Like, I would literally be pulling a game off of. I'd be streaming on the same site that I'm pulling the footage off of.
Yes,
So I don't
is
know,
one thing, but
how much sense that
I'm
actually
afraid that's
makes.
it. Sorry. Even at this time of the day, Rockefeller doing a great job. Isn't it good shit to see Mike Rockefeller back in a prototype? It was very nice to hear the compliments.
Well, if I
and the
go
respect
offline
that
and
Philippe
it's not
Albuquerque
7:30,
was
if it's
paying.
before
It does it
7:30,
very
you
well,
know
as
why.
we heard in that interview earlier on from way back down the years and the Audi years as well. But Rocky's clearly lost absolutely none of his drive, his desire, and importantly, of course, none of his pace either in that number 48 LA Cadillac.
Yeah, Mike Rockefeller, a guy that we've long associated with prototype racing. And it's so good. When they announced this all-star studded lineup, everyone knows Jimmy Johnson. Everyone in America knows who Jimmy Johnson is. Everyone in America, well, most of the people in America know who Simon Pagenaud is.
I think it's Korean baseball you're thinking of. Korean baseball was on ESPN at like 4 in the morning, but it was on ESPN
Kobayashi, at least people who pay attention
for a while, and then eventually when MLB came back, they put on like ESPN Plus, their pay streaming service. But yeah, no, Korean baseball was big because there was nothing else going on. Australian baseball is only a couple months. It's a winter league. It runs from like normally December to February.
Not as well known over in America, but he's
So
got all
in
the
2020,
big endurance
Australian
race
baseball was
wins,
already
and
done
he is
by the
somebody
time
that
the
sports
pandemic
car
hit.
enthusiasts, they smile when they see his name on an entry list. So to have Mike as a part of that group and to know that that's the group that was handpicked to drive this car, oh man, it's a good feeling to have him back on our rotation.
And into the pit lane at the end of his stint, and that means that there's no feed-pay fuel left in the car, and that with a little bit of yellow was a 24-lap stint. And Nick David is watching this one. I don't think he's
Facebook
getting
Live
down.
has 1 to
No, he's stuck in that car
6,000
now.
viewers.
Tyres, it's fuel. That's a little bit interesting.
Two tyres only though, just the insides.
Yeah, a little like me and James
Your
actually a few
favorite?
minutes ago.
See, that's the thing. I don't
Just
really
talking
have
about that we're going to start seeing a
favorite
flurry of
because they're all
GTD
Australian.
breakdowns coming up. He said, but remember that
Obviously,
VK3
but
are
a
not
lot
allowed
of
to break
players that are from America, especially like minor league ones that I've seen in person play, go over to Australia. Like Brisbane, I think it is, has a pitcher named Rick Teasley. I've watched him pitch for years in an independent team that's now the AA affiliate of the Yankees, Somerset Patriots. I watched him pitch for Somerset for years, so that's cool to see. Also, a guy that I saw in AA Reading for the Phillies. Cornelius Randolph, I think it was, is in the Australian League.
I wouldn't have thought that there were so few tyres that needed to do that.
And last year, I think another Phillies. There seems to be a lot of Philadelphia and Milwaukee influence in that league. There's a lot of Phillies minor leaguers in there, but I think last year Gift Nagope was in that league as well. I've seen him play a few times in person in AA and AAA. Wasn't Darren Ruff for the Giants play also baseball just last year? Maybe. It's possible. I mean, I watched games when I could, but they're always in the middle of the night, so it wasn't like a regular thing. Where are you at in Jersey? Northwest. Technically Lehigh Valley, although when you think of, I don't even know if you've ever heard of that region anyway. Not many people have, but we're technically in a region called Lehigh Valley. And it's mostly a Pennsylvania region, but I'm in a county that's the only New Jersey county to be included in that.
I.e., from the time when the sun comes up, you want to have
But
as many
like literally
sets
every
of
other
fresh
county
tires
around me
available as you do.
is
Now,
known
the
as
interesting
New
thing
York
about all of these
Metropolitan, and my county is
cars
kind of like
doing
grouped in
the
with
one
Pennsylvania
side
for
of the
some
car
reason.
tire change only. They don't exactly
But
get
yeah,
to
Northwest
choose
Jersey.
what tires they get from Michelin, so they get 38 sets of tires. That doesn't mean that they could request 42 sets
you're in
of
Union.
left side tires,
Cool.
or 76 sets of left side tires only. They have to take the full sets, so they're doing left side tires only now. Does that mean they're going to leave the lefts on at some point and then put fresh right side
Sorry,
tires
I'm
on?
yawning. Yeah, well, I assume that's how you probably remember that, Jimmy. Like, I said I'm a Yankees fan. I remember a lot of stuff from them that no one else would.
For GT Le Mans, but not for DPI or any of the other
It's close to the Newark airport. All right. Last time I flew anywhere, I mean, whenever I fly, I use Newark Airport. But last time I flew anywhere was a long time ago.
Might actually be one of the reasons why the
I don't even remember. 2012 maybe? It's been a long time.
It's working well.
Savage lives in Texas. Yeah, are you the one that said you lived near Dallas when we were talking about the dust storms or whatever we were talking about?
Every other GTV race was on the S9, so that was 7 races on the S9. It did lead to a little bit of confusion and a little bit of discrepancy between the
like 2 hours
performance
from
and the
Texas
GTV
must be
cars,
right
and
over there.
particularly
Okay, so you're
the
not
VOP
like
results,
directly
because when you're bouncing
near
back and forth
Dallas
between
then,
different tires,
because I know
it
Texas
does
is
make
in
it
Fort
harder,
Worth, which
as
is,
well as doing the different
if I'm
tracks.
wrong, correct me if
Last
I'm
year
wrong,
at the
I
Daytona
think that's a
24
suburb
hours,
of
they
Dallas.
ran on the S8, which was the softer compound.
Well, that's cool
But
that
then
you
when we
still
came
have
back for the
Indy and
race in
NASCAR.
July,
I used to
we
have
ran
that
on
with
the
Pocono,
S9.
but Indy went
Now,
away.
we were
For
supposed to
reasons
have
that
a
I
S9,
understand.
say.
But
That was a rain race, so that did
when's a
affect
good
things.
year
They
to watch?
did eventually get to go
You
on
mean the
flips,
Rolex?
but it took a
I
little
mean,
bit longer
any
of
year that's
asking.
not
But if you
pandemic
look at
year.
the performance of the various manufacturers over the course of their different
you know, like I said, I've never
tire
personally been
life
to the
cycles,
Rolex,
in
but
effect,
I would
everyone
love to
seemed to
go.
be
I would
happier
love to
across
actually
the board
stay
on the
for the entire
S9, and so
24,
Michelin has brought that tire
brave
for
it out,
2021.
and that'd be a really great experience. But yeah, no, probably any year past this year would be amazing to go.
On the Michelin tire
You're in
situation.
You're in NYC, BX. I assume BX is Bronx. Goes Yankees #1, then Giants. For the Philadelphia. All right. Oh, I see what you're saying. You're a Mets fan going to Philly. Nice. Phillies are the only Philadelphia team that I don't hate because they're not really in competition with any of the teams I like. My cat just jumped on the desk, so if anything happens, it's his fault. But yeah, no, I like going to Phillies games occasionally. It's like a 2-hour drive for me. And I like going to a lot of daytime baseball games, just so you can get there and come back in a decent time. Went to a Cubs game in Philly one time, and Cubs won 17-2. That was the first time they did that Players Weekend in 2017. There is a guy that's using your video and just zoomed in on the race. All right, good for him. That's funny. So you can hear me and stuff. It's honestly always the cats. Yeah, it's honestly probably one of those people that came in. It's probably boy, that was the cat. It's probably one of those people that came in and was like, "Can you zoom in?" And I nicely said, "No, sorry, I can't." It's probably one of those people that just decided I'm gonna do my own stream and just cropped it, which I don't really care. They can do whatever. Let's see them at Spa. Yeah. Sucks about living in Texas. The weather's unpredictable. Yeah, I would not want to be anywhere where tornadoes are prominent in the springtime. New Jersey isn't that prone to tornadoes, obviously, but 2019 was a really weird year. I mentioned I interned at an independent team in 2019. There's one night where I had to stay at the stadium for an extra half an hour because a a line of storms that could produce tornadoes. It didn't, luckily, but it had the potential to produce tornadoes. Was like right in the line of path of where I had to go. And then a tornado touched down like 20 minutes away from me at a school that I've been to before for football games. So that was weird. It was like very low though. It was like F0.
By the way, you're racing for first, second, and third at the same time.
As a Brit, you have no clue what I'm on about. I don't know either. It's 5:30 in the morning. This is the time where I'm talking, but I'm not paying attention to myself, so I don't know what I'm saying.
These professional drivers are obviously the top of the game anyway, but there are elements where you disappear into a dark and piece of straight in the backwards and
We'll be driving on Nuremberg the next 2 years. Wow, that's cool. That's like the really long course with the chalk all over it, right?
How do I actually pace myself to get past this car in the most effective possible way? Do I just ease back?
Thoughts on the Matt Stafford? I saw that the Matt Stafford trade. Sorry, the cat is really distracting right now. I'm sorry. It's kind of surprising. It kind of came out of nowhere, but I mean, I guess I get it. You know, they've tried with Stafford for a long time, didn't really get any results, and now they're ready to move on. But honestly, I think it's more of a coaching thing than it is a quarterback thing. But we'll see what they do with Jared Goff, I guess.
Time. Cleanliness to Miss Portney, well done, Fraser. I'll say cleanliness in
48 lose too many spots. How did that happen? Rockefeller's still in. I think it was just a restart thing where he kind of got pushed back.
GT cars running with the International GT3 specifications.
Take the dog outside then.
Departments.
That's what I'm saying. I said this hours ago. Felipe Nasser was going to take the car to the front.
Donchi for Winwood Racing, the Mercedes AMG GT3, Nicholas Nielsen for AF Corsa, number 21 Ferrari. They're together on the
oh, cool. I was just talking about Brisbane before.
Indeed, and this has been a very good run, Adam. From the Winwood 57 car.
Who's your favorite YouTuber? You just really? I mean, I'm flattered that you say I'm your favorite YouTuber along with Mr. Beast, but like you just met me tonight. It's humbling. But no, favorite. I don't really watch a lot, especially like mainstream YouTubers. I used to watch Mr. Beast a little bit, and then it's like kind of like with every channel that I follow at some point. It's kind of like it just kind of falls off. Favorite YouTuber. I don't know. Most of the stuff I watch currently is all like sports and motorsports related. So like if you guys know David Land, that's kind of who I watch a lot. He's at the Rolex right now. He should have posted an update around midnight on his YouTube. You know, he's on the ground at Daytona right now, so that's pretty cool. It's cool to follow coverage like that in real time. Felipe Nasser was enough. Yes, he was. How's Briscoe doing? How is Briscoe doing?
Manager of Product Communications at Porsche Cars.
Don't know. Don't know.
Joining us in what I know is a
someone will say it in chat. Guaranteed. 48 pitted, that's why. I thought he pitted before the restart though, no? I went down and just listened to stream for a bit. That's awesome that like so many of you are just like listening to the stream just for my talking. Like that's awesome. If you hear traffic.
No, it's been an incredibly for us, I guess.
I see the one running on the grass.
So far, obviously, we had the unfortunate incident with Kevin right at the start.
But after first spin, I knew Nasser. Yeah, definitely. If you look at the practice times too, I mean, you could tell when Chase was in the car. Same thing with Jimmy.
Keeping concentrated, keeping motivated, and fortunately, all the cars are still running.
Mr. Beast fit. Does he?
Yeah.
I mean, I haven't watched him in I think a couple years now. One of the last things I watched was like some thing where they were like in a pool for 24 hours or some shit like that. And like I said, I have nothing against Mr. Beast. I just kind of like fell off from watching him because the videos just kind of became repetitive. I've heard about some of the stuff he's done. Like he's a really good guy. I heard about the like planting trees thing. can't think of anything else off the top of my head, but I know he's been doing stuff during the pandemic to help other people out, and he's a good guy.
Yes, absolutely. So that took some work, but it's obviously something we wanted to support, and like you said, a nice surprise after we had the goodbye tour, you could call it last
the
year.
link I am using is Track Pass, which you would have to pay for. So I cannot give you this link unless you have Track Pass.
Unfortunate that they had that bad luck early at the start, but they're running well now.
60.
We lost him.
Where
Manager Product Communications.
we talk about Briscoe still.
North America.
I remember someone's asked about Briscoe, and then someone said number 60. I don't know if that's part of the same conversation or not. I'm just going to say it anyway. Number 60 is AJ Allmendinger. Currently, he's running third.
Back over again to take it to
The stream, the NBC stream still says Montoya, but the scoreboard is saying Allmendinger, so they're making a change any second now.
That will be Dave Burns with Calvin Fish and Marty Snyder.
If I could have any of these cars, which one would it
That's
be?
in about 25
I don't know.
minutes time. And Dave,
You're talking
Frank,
like ones that you normally see on the street,
we are pushing the technology,
probably
of course,
Corvette
in
or
these
something,
unusual
but if I
times.
could have literally anyone, I'd definitely take a DPI car. The faster the better. I don't care which DPI car, just give me any of them.
We're all having to learn to work in different ways, whether it's
I
covering races
I don't believe they have a trial now.
our work in our 9 to 5 jobs. Listen, a couple of quick questions so that we can get back to the action.
Traveler, are you like behind on the stream right now? Like, did you leave for a bit and then come back? Because I'm not really sure, but it seems like you keep commenting on stuff we talked about a long time ago.
First of all, LMDH, that's a little while old now. The new version of the DP.
Who do you think is going to win DPI? 31. As long as Nasser is in the car, 31.
Some of that. And speaking specifically about coming to IMSA, that's very, very exciting for everybody on this side of the Atlantic.
Yes, absolutely. Certainly something we've been thinking about for a while, and it's something we absolutely can't wait to get back into. Of course, the other big news is the Porsche Carrera Cup North America.
The C8s. I know what you mean now when you're asking about C8s. I didn't earlier. They are first and second in GTLM.
The one-make racing throughout the world that goes on with the GT3 Cup cars. But yes, LMDH, we can't wait till 2023 to be in that top class and race for the overall win again. And yeah, something that we were very excited to announce at the end of the year. So on both ends of the spectrum, we have great action, great racing coming up, and looking forward to see how Carrera Cup unfolds this season. We have the first race in March, and 8 races in total throughout the year in the U.S. And then 2 years down the road, the big class LMDH. We're very excited to be a part of it.
Yeah, full live coverage of that on IMSA.tv here in the US and further afield.
All right,
the particular part of Carrera Cup North America
Nasser in the
that I think is
cockpit
very
now.
exciting is for the young Korean drivers.
Mike
There'll always
Conway
be a nice
is driving
mix,
now.
I'm sure, of drivers, and you
That comes 11
recognise
years
that
with
with the
$3,000
different categories. For the young Korean drivers, effectively for the first
Yeah,
time,
Traveler, I
you
think, is
give them a
definitely
Porsche
talking about
Academy
conversations
in
we had
the
over
US
an
and
hour
some
ago.
off-track training as well. And now that the championship is on Michelin tyres, you can send people to the shootout in Europe, and they won't have the disadvantage that they've had in the past. They will be able to compete.
Seems like a couple people have been here for the C8s. They've been 1 and 2 forever. Put Jimmy in now. Ooh, only if you want the 48 to drop like a rock.
That wasn't the case before. So it really gives us a better opportunity to place young talent directly in that.
YouTube, delete your comment? I don't know. I see it now.
Further up in the Porsche racing ladder.
I've
So
seen you
again,
chatting
new
earlier
this
in the
year,
stream.
New for us, and we're looking forward to see how that develops.
One quick
We
final
have full
question, and we'll get
screen.
back to the GTD.
That is a
which is just
negative for
easy
copyright
up
reasons.
again. The guys have been kind enough not to swap positions. Indy Dodgy still ahead of Nicholas Nielsen, the AMG ahead of the Ferrari. GT Daytona Pro for next year.
Yeah, that's true, Jimmy. That's true. You know, he doesn't even have to be in the car.
All right, that's not necessarily customer racing, but does that make things more interesting for Porsche Motorsport in the United States? Can you guys envisage an opportunity for you guys to get back into some works or semi-works racing with that?
Absolutely. I mean, I think if you look at the field right now, you're already seeing a bit of that mosaic of mixing between customer teams, but also a lot of factory drivers, not just at Porsche. So
Offs, like cars going off track. Surprisingly, not that many. I think most of them that have happened early, like 6, 7 o'clock. It's been pretty smooth for the most part for a long time now.
So yes, another very exciting development. Just shows you that racing is always evolving and certainly not getting less interesting this year.
Am I rooting for in each class?
Frank, thanks for joining us.
Like I said, in IMSA I don't really have favorites, or for that matter, anyone that I don't like. I'm just here to watch the racing. If I had to choose one, based off of who I think will win, I guess, is DPI 31. GTLM, definitely the Corvettes, one of them. GTD, I have no idea. The only people I really know offhand GTD is the one that Townsend Bell is in, and I think they might be out. I see Spencer Piggott is in the LMP3 winning. I'll root for Spencer Piggott. LMP2, I don't know. Sorry, that's not a very good answer, but
just 15.5 seconds.
Yeah, one car did catch on fire. It wasn't a huge fire.
Of the field. So frustrating, I'm sure, for Nicholas Nielsen in that Ferrari. Every time he gets somewhere close, there's a car gets in between them, and all of a sudden he
Jimmy hater. No, I'm not a Jimmy hater. I'm just a realist. I mean, if you watch, I like Jimmy. But if you watch him in the car, in the Rolex, the lap times just keep getting slower and slower, and he keeps falling back. It's just a fact of, you know, of him being a rookie. Nothing against him, it's just the truth.
Chip Ganassi and the Wind Taylor Racing number 10. And then another 9/10 further back is the 48. That's Mike Rockenfeller. So second, third, and fourth absolutely together, with fifth place AJ Allmendinger taking his break from the NBC broadcast.
Yeah, I was kind of thinking about that too with the donations.
Only 6/10 of a second further back as this battle.
Well, it also depends. Now that I have, I don't know if I would go on a limb and say established fan base. Like, you guys are sticking around, but for, you know, for how long? And what would you guys actually tune into? Like, in the future, would I do streams like this still? Or would I try to branch out and just do, you know, my own content solely and then try to make money off of that? And if so, would you guys actually tune in for that? You know, there's a whole bunch of questions that goes in with the donations thing.
They're trying to make up a lap. Alexander Sims and Nicky Katzberg in the 4 and 3 Corvettes lead Philip Eng by about 4 seconds. The first of the BMW.
What car is Magnussen? He is in the 01. I thought it was a 10 earlier, but apparently it's the 01. Scott Dixon is currently in that car, and he's running second.
Number 74 leads Jan Claret for Sean Creech Motorsport. In second now,
the Mazda still Team Yost. IDK.
In third position, that's Mazda in race update. Shane Adam will give us a little more news.
Yeah, being a rookie in a different series doesn't mean you have to be slow, but in this case it does. In this case he is, so that's why I'm saying it.
Well, and he said he's taking a break from the TV booth, also taking a break.
It doesn't take away from the skill he has. It's just he hasn't learned IMSA cars as much as everyone else.
Which is the minimum drive time for the prototype class. So he, was taking a break, but he also needed to complete his job here before.
I keep changing his name. Kobayashi in the 48.
Just make sure you're
he was super fast when he was in the 48. I think he can be up there if they can get him in the car again.
Nick, we're coming to the end of our time together. What really sticks in my mind over these last few hours is just how close
I plan on it.
Everything has stayed.
Excuse me. Because obviously it's a very similar thing to Daytona when it comes to time of day. Yeah, I definitely plan on doing Le Mans, and that's still June, assuming they don't change anything. I'll be doing that. 99% sure I'll be doing that. See ya, Hyper.
Scott Dixon in second. That was a lapped car.
Dixon is a winner. Le Mans usually got the first. Is it? In the US, it's on like a cable channel. It's on like Motor Trend.
Graveyard shift. You got the unattractive team with you, myself and Shay, helping them out here.
You need something to.
Jimmy is a rookie. Jimmy is a rookie. I mean, okay, I see what you're saying. He has done the 24 before, but okay, I see where you're getting at. He has done Rolex 24 a very long time ago, but I'm talking as far as skill level.
Effectively make the most of it. And do those interchangeable brakes or whatever under the yellow flag situation.
Hey, thank you. I was a couple other people from Germany in here too.
So if someone does make horrible mistake in the
think we do okay in Indy.
everyone to pile in.
He tested at Sebring, and he also wasn't very fast there. It's, you know, like I said, like with everything, it's just a learning curve. Hopefully he can pick up lap times. I hear Indy is also, I don't know if Jimmy's going to be there, but I hear there is more Sebring testing this week for Indy. So if he's there, we'll see how his lap times are, but he was like last pretty much all the time in Sebring the first week. I'm just going to make a community. I'll try doing Discord and stream through Discord. It will not be the same, obviously, but more safe for private. That's true, that's true. Yeah, you know, there's, like I said, there's so many questions with donations and everything that's been brought up tonight. You know, it's just a lot to think about right now. And I'm just not really sure what I'm going to do with any of it. It's just all questions for later.
First of all, Mike Rockefeller, by the way, will be the
Nuremberg 24 is hard to find this week. I don't even know when they run the Nuremberg 24, to be honest with you. I know Le Mans and I know Daytona.
Still to go.
How many Rolex 24s have you watched? I have, in some capacity, I've watched everyone since, I don't have a specific year, but 2009, 2010, probably. Enjoying Nuremberg
135.9 for Scott Dixon.
Nah, that's all good. I for the most part, I understand what you're saying. You're doing pretty good with English.
Remember, in endurance racing, traffic giveth, traffic taketh away.
That's true, but like I said, I'm not super in it for the money, so if they just take it for monetization, it's fine. But yeah, if there's a strike on it, then yeah. It's best to, I'll save it for my own archives, I guess, but I would take it down if it warrants an actual strike.
Turn number 6, and Nick David has another VP Racing Fuel Pit and Paddock interview.
With Kenton Cook. Kenton, how are you doing? The end of your stint got very interesting because the team pulled the car in for its brake change but got it wrong in the rules.
Was I saying?
Yeah. So I
was I saying Nuremberg?
Exactly what,
I'm sorry.
What happened,
there's 2 Germany tracks. How do you pronounce that? Nürburgring. Nürburgring? Nürburgring. I'm sorry. I saw that and I just thought of the other one.
And I think that's where we made the mistake. We were planning to do the 8-minute mandatory stop at that time.
We're preparing for a huge snowstorm this afternoon. Hey, same, Corey, same. I have a winter storm warning from Sunday 5 o'clock to Tuesday 1 p.m. and it's supposed to be 11 to 15 inches according to the warning. So. And 24 hours you stayed up for it. Successfully? None. I've always had at least a couple hours of sleep. This is the longest I've gone. Ever. And that's not to say that I will make it all the way, because once I get off stream I might just crash. I don't know. But still going strong for now. real driver's track. Call it hamburgering. I'm definitely familiar with the track. Like, that's not what I'm saying. I just didn't know they had a 24. Or I forgot about it.
It's highly unfortunate. It's definitely unfortunate that that happened, because 8 minutes is going to be a few laps.
Yeah, I wish the Bathurst 12 hours is still going on this year. That would be next weekend.
The unknown now into the 14th hour with LMP3 car. I mean, you got that long ago. How was the car?
Driver from the 01, Scott Dixon, is currently in the 01.
Feel a bit tired.
Yeah, I would say it was starting to feel a little tired, in the sense that the car was touching a little bit down, touching on the banking a bit more. For me, for some reason, I'm not sure if there was some...
Yeah, I live in New Jersey, so yeah, I'm probably in the same boat as you when it comes to that snow.
The car actually feels okay. But yeah, I was just touching on the banking a little bit more than it had.
I don't know.
In the contact earlier, the steering wheel was a little bit off.
Like I said, I've never successfully done Le Mans either, but Le Mans would be easier for me in terms of because of it starting at around 9:30 a.m. I would probably only be up for around 24 hours versus this. It's starting at 3:30. I'm probably up for like 30 hours. In theory, if I were to make it all the way.
Obviously, we don't wish anyone harm, but hopefully we can get
yeah. I have a friend that lives near Indy that said it was snowing. He sent me a picture of his cat that had snow on it.
It's a difficult car to get past. A lot of the traffic involved P3. I'm not saying that the P3s are any fault in this. Is it a difficult car to negotiate around the traffic? There is the same speed as the GTLMs and the difference in the other prototypes. And also lack of
favorite driver currently in NASCAR, Truex, because of the New Jersey connection.
The GTLM cars were somewhat similar, but honestly, they've got some pace over us for sure. They've turned it up since the roar, it seems, and yeah, we don't have anything for those cars. And depending on if you come out of the pits, you can certainly be in the way of GTD cars, but once you get tired, it's not really a problem. But I can definitely understand how.
Damn, you guys brought me up to 2.07K, which means somewhere around 2,070 subs. That's awesome. This is by far the most that I've been subbed to in a single night.
Which would make things interesting. And I think everyone kind of knew that coming in for it to be an interesting ebb and flow of how things are
favorite driver currently in Indy.
But I guess it and then it switched to the
tougher one. It's a mix between Tony Kanaan and also Colton Herta. Colton Herta because Steinbrenner team, and Steinbrenner being associated with the Yankees. I love the paint scheme that he ran last year. It was like a pinstripe paint scheme that he ran in Texas.
Luckier for the Miller Motorsport team in the first 14. Thanks, mate. Appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks, man. We'll keep pounding.
Surprise! Yeah, there's like no rain in the forecast at all for Daytona this year for this race. Alonso. It's possible he could come back to Indy, but I think he might kind of just be done with it. I don't know. I haven't heard anything about him in a long time. What happened to Lexus? What didn't happen to Lexus? There's one Lexus that is in 44th overall, 17th in class. Looks like they're still in. There's another one, Jack Hawksworth, 41st overall, 16th in class.
Currently being driven by Marcus Gomez. He does need to meet his minimum time as a silver in the car drive-through for Bill Auberlen. It's a rare day when Bill gets a penalty. It's a rare day as well when Brian Sellers spins on track.
But yeah,
which
both of them are still running. They're just kind of back
a little
there.
bit of investigating, and it turns out that there was some contact between him and Klaus Bachler about 40 minutes ago now at this point, I would say. Between
I
those
do
two
watch
cars, the one
F1.
and the 16, it has been looked at by Race Control with the help of TV. So thank you, everyone, for cooperating with that. And it is nice that Race Control is still up there, still watching, still paying
Yeah, that's
attention,
true.
still remember to
Alonso,
read
I
the rule
completely
book,
forgot
people.
about that. Alonso is coming back
It
to
was a
F1
drive-through penalty
full
assessed on
time,
Haas
so
backer
no,
just
he
now.
probably
Bryce
won't be
Sellers
doing
and
Indy. I know
Miller
1
racing
year,
Lamborghini number one
the
back
previous
into the
last
fourth
time that he
position.
was
We
full
did
time
have
in Indy,
those
he
GTLM
skipped to
pit stops
Monaco
that you
to do
mentioned.
Indy.
Outlaps right now for
But
Alexander
I don't
Sims
think that'll
in the
happen
number
again,
4
most likely.
Corvette as he stayed aboard that silver machine. Connor DiFilippi in the 25 BMW, that's the red one, and James Dorado in the 62
I think Bristol Dirt Race will be good. Honestly, I think it'll be kind of a shit show. It might be entertaining to watch, but will it be good racing? Probably not. Will Kyle Larson run away with it? Most likely, if someone doesn't take him out. But yeah, we'll see. 300 laps in stock cars with people probably aren't too, most of the field not too experienced on dirt, especially in stock cars. On banking, we'll see. What position? Kevin Magnussen. He is not in the car. Scott Dixon is in his car, and it's running second. Any thoughts of Formula Drift? I've never really watched it. I never got into it, mainly because it's like based on like judge scoring. I don't really like stuff that's based on judge scoring. I like stuff, you know, it's pretty black and white. You know, you like most racing, you cross the you cross the line first, you're the winner. You know.
0.3 of a second. What does 0.3 of a second look like? 4 or 5 car lengths on the banking, if that. Conway in the red and white, number 31 for Whalen Engineering. And in second place,
It's awful how some streams refuse to say the original source. I mean, I'm very open about where I'm streaming this. This is NBC Track Pass.
Taylor's only another 6/10, top 3 within a second. How'd you like those onions?
You plan to stream Daytona 500? Probably not. Probably going to have people over that day. And I mentioned this, but I'm 20. I live with my parents still. I'm downstairs. This space is normally not open, you know, for just me during the day. So, yeah. As for now, if I'm still doing this in like a few years from now, it'd probably be totally different. When I hopefully have my own place after graduating college and everything. But for now, it's just whenever I can have, you know, the place to myself pretty much. And that means mostly doing stuff in the middle of the night like this.
Which of the Cadillacs has the best drive? It appear in the early part of the banking to be Mike Conway, but in the draft behind, here comes Scott Dixon. Dixon's got the run. Which way does he go? He goes to the high side. That's going to be a
I
tough
cannot
call.
make the race full screen. Copyright.
But did he force Mike Conway into a slightly tighter line? He may have just done that, but can't capitalise coming out.
I do watch bikes. MotoGP, not necessarily. I know it's on like NBCSN. I don't follow it that much. Although I could. I watch Supercross, although I didn't tonight because this was on. And again, it's never really live, but sometimes I catch American Flat Track. That's really cool. They do it. They have a race that's local to me too. They do it at the Meadowlands Racetrack in New Jersey.
With Dave Burns, thanks a lot for being with us. Enjoy the rest of the race.
Wow, that's cool. Yeah, I guess that's probably part of it because, like I said, the first 2 hours I was streaming, there's no one watching. And then all of a sudden, a few people came in. I saw 50, then 100, then 200, 300, 400, now 500. Like, it's just, you know, the algorithm. So that, you know, it's just mind-blowing the way this night turned out. You watch Supercross? Yeah, I think I just answered that. Yeah, I do watch Supercross. I mean, I understand where you're coming from about the battle for the lead is exciting, make the commentary about the race, but I'm just reading chat. I'm just going with the flow. You know, I'm just trying to catch up on chat. According to the scoreboard, yes. Let's watch him pass right here. And yeah, there he goes. So anyway, someone asked favorite track in NASCAR. I don't know. Not being biased. I don't know, because I could say a super speedway, but then that's kind of cheating because everyone says super speedways. Could say Watkins Glen too. I don't know. I like Watkins Glen. Of course, would that be biased because I've been there? But I do legitimately like watching Watkins Glen on TV, so I don't know. Might be Watkins Glen. What do you mean official live stream is off? Like okay, you say if you're from the Netherlands, so the Netherlands stream just isn't going right now? Does sound good. You still race at the Glen NASCAR? They do. In August, usually. Yeah. Beanie plays. I completely get where you're coming from. Like, I'm definitely in, like, a real legal gray area with this.
Daytona is
But,
one of the holy
you know,
grails. You're
it
trying
would
to
be a
part of
lot
history.
more
It's
obvious
always
if I were
a
to do it full
fantastic way
screen,
to kick off
is
the
what I'm
season.
saying. I think
It's one of
part of the
those
reason why I
premier
haven't
events in
been
the world.
kicked
It's
off is
something that a lot of
because
drivers cherish
I
and are looking
am
for,
adding
and very
something
few
to it
ultimately
other
are
than
fortunate enough
just
to win it.
pirating the race, you know?
It's never been more competitive than it is this year.
Winning is never enough. Watches is never enough. I want more.
The stars from all over the motorsports world are here in abundance.
Racing a night, very, very challenging.
Sorry. But I want to win in each category. DPI, probably, I think I answered this a little while ago, 31.
Actually doesn't feel like sleep
All other
deprivation
classes, I
because
don't
you've
really
got so
care.
much adrenaline.
Whatever one
You always
Piggott
have
was in
to
for
expect the
LMP3.
unexpected, so you have to be ready to
GTLM,
back
probably one of the
whatever issues
Corvettes.
happen.
GTD,
When the sun
probably
comes
agree with
up,
number
the intensity
14.
goes up. Sunrise is so
LMP2,
challenging
I
with
don't
the
really
sun
know.
in your eyes.
You think, okay, I'm in the final stretch here, but you still actually have hours to
Kobayashi's
go.
in. Oh, good.
It is one of the toughest races to win, so you got to really start strategizing from the halfway point to set yourself up for victory.
The final hours of this race is brutal.
Races have been won or lost in the final minutes of this race, let alone hours.
It's never over until you cross the start-finish line and you see the checkered flag.
Love the words of Alexander Rossi. It's never
Oh,
over
shit, 6
until you
o'clock.
cross the line seeing the checkered
So,
flag.
if you guys are in the United States, this is back on cable now on NBCSN.
59th edition. After an overnight that has seen all kinds of action, we welcome you to the broadcast and welcome you to the morning. Hope you have your favorite hot beverage to awaken yourself and join us for the next few hours down to 3:40 in the afternoon when this race checkered flags.
Beanie, you've really been in
and they
here
have
for
a
that
winner
long?
of the 59th
You've been
Rolex
here since
24.
55 viewers? That was a while ago.
Just a
That's,
little bit. Calvin
you've kind of been lurking a little bit. Coverage has concluded. All right. Hold on, we're doing this again. Nope, not that. There's your full screen. You do this thing, for some reason they can't have the stream in a straight 24-hour thing, so they like break it up into 8-hour segments. Here we go, part 3.
Cup Championship
Jimmy Johnson, his first stints in the Rolex 24, he hops out and hands it over. He did well.
Jimmy did a really solid job there with that double to start the day. Then there was damage for this Team Netherlands car.
I have not been to an F1 race. If they did not cancel that one race that was supposed to be in New Jersey, I maybe would have gone to it. I don't know. I was kind of young at the time. But I would have loved to go to the New Jersey F1 race if it actually happened.
Essentially, no damage had continued, but did get a penalty.
Lights on, darkness falling, and the 31 had to do emergency service for the wheel and engineering car.
Yeah, it cost them a little bit of track position, but not too bad.
Yeah, that's going to be me, Beanie. That's going to be me when I get off, just drifting in and out.
Left pit lane. Not sure what miscommunication happened there, Cal, but that was dangerous.
Hayden Reed behind the wheel on his debut. Here you see Billy Oberlin in the background got sprayed with fuel. Chase Elliott did a really solid job.
It's kind of cool because, like, some of you guys, like, at first is like, you know, you're the kind of people that's like, make it full screen, and then, like, I don't know what I'm saying, but, like, some of you guys were like, saying stuff like, why are you streaming this? You can't be doing this, and then, you know, make it full screen. But then those same guys are, like, actively in here and saying, oh, good job, you're doing awesome. Like, I'm not sure what I'm saying. I'm sorry, I'm tired. But I'm still pushed until at least 7:30.
Didn't hit the barrier, just continues, no drama.
That was Alexander Sims. He continued on, and now down the inside, the DPI car trying to find a way through, and it's big and traffic, Gal.
Well, 5
I
different
have better time than Im's
coexist on the racetrack. You're gonna have moments like
but
this.
when I give a link, you got to believe it's called. Yeah, I've been using that. Is that live timing though? Because I was using that during like practice and stuff, and it would only show up after the session was already over.
And then more drama for the 5 car as there was a
but yeah, I have been using Alphamel systems throughout whatever you call this, throughout the Roar and throughout Rolex weekend.
Cal, they were leading earlier and then they were sent to the rear.
Yeah, they had a very strong car and they're way back now, out of contention for the victory.
Hour 11, and that's the 12th Lexus stopped.
That's awesome. Honestly, that'd be cool. I wouldn't want to work at a place that's down the street from a racetrack, especially you can hear them. That'd be just like such a cool tease.
Hour 13, and the night continues. Look at this action.
Wow, that's deep. Free live stream. I don't know. There's probably other people who are completely pirating it in full screen and higher quality out there, but free stream. Probably someone knows, but I don't.
You gotta give each other a little bit of space.
Hour 14, and as the night continues off track again. This is at the International Horseshoe.
He wasn't in this week's race. That's awesome.
52 has been fast all weekend long. And then look at this restart here. The 31 was not looking good earlier. They're back in the mix now.
I mean, to be honest, like, I really doubt that that's probably better because I've seen it and it does seem more in depth and everything. But this has been working just fine for my purposes.
That move. And that takes us to just about an hour before sunrise here in Daytona Beach, Florida. The class leaders looking like this. Scott Dixon in the Chip Ganassi Racing DPI. Tim Murray in the Tower Motorsport number 8. They're doing well in LMP2. And Spencer Piggott in the Riley Motorsports LMP3.
He did pit at some point. Yeah, and they just changed drivers too, so they had to just pit recently. Kobayashi's
really well. There's a lot of concerns about this LMP3 class in terms of the durability, but a lot of the cars are running really well. There's only one car that has not done that mandatory 8-minute stop for the brake change, and that's the 8 car. Just texted with Bill Riley, he said, we're in good shape. He said, I'm just nervous. So much unknown about this new category.
Well, there are so many nerves in a 24-hour endurance race, and overnight, Calvin, the hours have clicked on. In fact, 13 hours of darkness with this race starting as late as it did 3:40 in the afternoon on Saturday. That has been an issue for them. They've really had to battle with the night.
They really have, but we're about an hour from sunrise now, and that really gives everyone a shot in the arm. But the key is this year, we started the race so late, there's still a long way to go in this race.
What does that do for the teams, Calvin? Because they've got to crack on until about 3:40 this afternoon to see the checkers.
Well, you just got to work out your strategy for the GT cars.
I was pronouncing it right
factor that
earlier.
in. Ideally, I think
But
right now
your
everyone would like
number
to see it
20
yellow. So if there's
question.
any of that servicing that needs to be done, you can knock it out. You've still got a lot of laps left, a lot of hours left in this race to try and
class was he
recover
in?
and
They had-
strategize.
I
Remember,
just know
with
he's number
these
20.
wave rounds that you can get, Dave, you can get back in the game. So we've got cars maybe 2-3 laps out of the lead battle right now. They are still very much in the picture here for a win today.
And the agendas, Calvin, are really very diverse. There are 59
Yeah, okay, that's
rookies
the
in this
team
race
that
today. So not only are
is
some going for
out
the season-long
after 56
championship,
laps,
some just want that
40th
Rolex
overall,
watch.
9th
That's
in
right,
class.
David. You've
So
got 59
that's where
guys who have never
he
seen green
is.
flag running here at the Rolex 24. They just want to finish this race. Maybe their bucket list was a top 10, a top 5, maybe a podium, maybe dream about the win. There's others who, if they've had a bad day so far, now you switch to the big picture of the championship, getting some points here in the first round.
Yeah, it would be
not coming out
interesting.
of
Scott
Daytona
Dixon was
with too
ever
big of a
an
hole that you've dug
F1.
yourself.
Would he
Talking about the
dominate
rookies,
like Lewis
experience
Hamilton
certainly
does?
at the head
I
of
mean,
the
who
field
knows?
there. The 0-1 driven right now by Scott Dixon, and he has about an 8-second lead over second
You have
place.
sim racing.
the 31
Unfortunately
driven
not,
by
and that's
Mike
just due
Conway.
to
Well,
equipment.
good morning to Pit Road and our colleague Marty Snyder. Hey, man.
Good morning, guys.
If I had better equipment, I would have sim racing. But no, it's just because what I'm dealing with, I do not have sim
You
racing.
mentioned that, Dave. And 2 hours ago, they got a speeding penalty on pit road. Had to serve a penalty for that, coming back down with a pass through. Went back out and took the lead again, so that shows you the strength of the Chip Ganassi Racing Cadillac. In the 31 car, you mentioned Mike Conway in right now. They're getting ready to pit here in just a moment, as a matter of fact. Conway in the car right now, but Chase Elliott overnight had a terrific stint. Remember how bummed he was after his first stint of the day. Terrific second stint for Chase Elliott. Really kept him in the ball game. His drive time is satisfied for this Rolex 24. But I just talked to Tim Keene a moment ago. They might still put Chase Elliott back in the 31 car a little bit later. And on the other side of this pit box, as the 31's getting ready to pit, Jimmy Johnson is here hanging out. Although Kamui Kobayashi literally just got in the 48 car. I asked Jimmy, I said, why are you here an hour and a half early? He said, you know what? Sunrise at the Rolex. There is nothing better in motorsports. And I told the guys I wanted to be in the car for sunrise. So Kamui's going to run his hour and a half. So about 7:30 or so, Jimmy Johnson will get back in the car and be able to enjoy that sunrise here at Daytona as his teammate Mike Conway hits pit road here in the 31 car.
It really is hard to say with
Calvin, I imagine you
Scott
would
Dixon,
concur with
especially if
the
you're
seven-time
right, going
champ,
up
nothing
against
like sunrise
Alonso
at the
at his
It's a
prime.
special time during this race, but I just love the passion that Jimmy has for racing, to have had so much success in the NASCAR world, then come back this winter and gear up for an IndyCar program with Chip Ganassi Racing. He even put himself in a Formula 3 car, Dave, to get some more road racing experience. And now he's at our biggest sports car race of the year, and he's very much into it. And the fact that he's sitting on that pit box, wanting to know what's going on, how's the car doing, how's it feeling when I do another stint. This is awesome to watch.
Calvin, what about this car? Not in the game as the night hours rolled through, now back in the game. And Chase Elliott, the current NASCAR Cup champion, with what he considered a horrible, he called it terrible, first stint on the track through the night, as Marty reported, a much better time really getting accustomed to this Cadillac.
Well, I think the big concern was the car damaged? He talked about an off that he had and may have damaged the underbody on the car. These cars are so aerodynamic sensitive. When you go through corners like the kink on this infield and through the bus stop, if you've got damage to that race car, Dave, that's just going to limit your lap time potential. And I think for Timmy Keene and the whole 31 squad, they were okay. It's like he didn't crash, he didn't have anything go bad. But the concern was, how good is our car to now fight for the win? Well, the question has been answered by their pace right now. They're back in the game and very much in the mix.
Yeah, that is really cool how all driving from around the world are kind of coming together, especially Rolex. Rolex is probably the most, at least in the U.S., the most famous example of driving from all sorts of motorsports from all around the world, coming together.
The Corvettes have been doing an amazing job. Alexander Sims up front on the 4, Nicky Katzberg back there in the 3. And Calvin, I don't know if you get the sense, I mean, obviously the 3 winning the championship last year, that there might be a little inter-team battle going on here with Corvette, saying, hey, you guys won the title, we want to win in the 4 car.
Yeah, I totally agree. We do need an American driver in F1. Alexander Rossi, I'm sure a lot of you know this, but Alexander Rossi originally was trying to go to F1, so he could have been our American driver.
I think that'll spur on Tommy Milner. I mean, they looked across the paddock and watched that 3 car. The 3 car, I mean, Garcia went over 2 years, Dave, without a victory. He won championships along that time without winning a race with Jan Magnussen, but he hadn't had a victory. And then they couldn't stop winning. Everything seemed to fall in the lap. Some they just went out and won. Others are almost given to them. So they have the momentum, and that's tough to break, particularly when you got skilled drivers like Jordan and Garcia in the car for the full season. But Tandy and Milner, they're going to be up for the challenge.
Corvette putting on a show in GTLM, just under 9 hours and a half remaining in the Rolex 24 at Daytona. As the leader comes in for a quick stop, we'll take a quick break and come back with more action from Daytona.
I think it is Ranger Van der Zand in right now. I don't know where Van Thor is. I do not. I can check. But he's currently not in the race. So, what did I look at before that I wanted to respond to? Oh yeah, sunrise is 7:13 a.m. in Daytona, which is 57 minutes from now. And once the sun rises, I'm gonna dip, but I'll wait till then.
Hibbs' Rolex 24 at Daytona with you through the finish at 3:40 this afternoon and beyond to talk to the winners. Remember, at 2 o'clock, we'll switch over from NBCSN to Big NBC. Be sure to check your dial there or stay with us on Track Pass all day long. He's just been told by his crew they're showing you sleeping on camera. There will be no sleeping in the Rolex 24, although, Cal, these crews, they work so hard, they've got to get something.
Well, it's always a monster day, and we talked about the late start to the race. What that means, effectively, is they'll be finishing a lot later today, and it's hard to change your sleep pattern in terms of what time you woke up on Saturday morning. So for many of these crews, it'll probably be a minimum of 36-hour stint, maybe up to 40, so that's a long stint. Grabbing a nap when you can. Good luck when it's pretty noisy out there.
Who's leading overall? Right now, Ricky Taylor in the number 10 is leading overall.
And making some noise down inside the bubble, down in the infield area is our Steve Letard. Stevie, watching this battle
Jimmy,
is
Chase, and AJ. AJ is currently
we'll see the
fifth, just so
sunrise
you
very
know.
soon here at
Chase's
Daytona.
car
Yeah, I mean,
is
it's something that's just so special. It was a lot of
where
fun
is it?
yesterday to be part of it down here in the
Fourth.
bubble, interviewing a
With
bunch
Mike
of drivers.
Conway in the
Kelly
car,
Stannis
and Jimmy's
myself
car,
had some
driven
big
by
names
Kobayashi
early.
right now,
We
is
talked to
second.
Chase Elliott before he got in the car. I know his first didn't go as he wanted, but it sounds like overnight he really found some more pace in that 31. And I guess much like Jimmy, there's too much going on,
Fog
too
at
much
the
anxiety,
airport,
too much
I-95
energy, too much
can
excitement.
clear.
So I wanted to join you on the fan, so I figured I could pepper
Montoya
Cal
was
some questions to
60,
make me a little
correct?
smarter.
Hey,
Montoya was in the
I like
60
that.
car. He's
Good
on the
luck
same
with that
team
one.
as
Grab a
AJ.
big old cup of coffee and we'll enjoy
Yes,
it.
no.
They're our
Anyway, that would be
server climbers,
fifth
David, I
if
can
I'm
assure
right.
you, it'll be well
No
caffeinated.
problem, Vincent.
These drivers, not sure what their sleep patterns are, their caffeination schedule. Obviously, so fit, Calvin. The sleep patterns they have to go through to be sharp for their next stint in the race car. What's that like?
Well, it depends. I mean, we've got 5 teams out there, and these Corvette squads are one of them, are running just a 3-driver rotation. So what that really demands is that when you're in the car, you stay in the car a little bit longer. You can't just be doing doubles, otherwise there's no time for a driver getting out of the car to really wind down. It's not like you get out of the car and fall asleep. You're pumped up, do you know what I mean? So you got to settle down, try and grab a couple of hours at least. So you're going to be seeing these drivers. The maximum drive time they can do is 4 hours in a row. You can't do any more than 4 hours in a 6-hour window. So that's the most you can do, which would be like a quadruple stint. But I would imagine these Corvette guys may be looking at triples here to get through. That then gives you 6 stints in length of time for someone to take a nap.
These are the Corvette C8R version. It debuted last year for
You show
IMSA competition.
Kobayashi car camera.
The mid-engine version of the
do they
Corvette
have
that
them?
was rumored and awaited for so long. Ran so well last year, and this year hoping to capitalize with that championship
know why
trophy
they
at the
got
end of the season and putting
go
on a
on.
show for the fans here now. The BMW number 25
live
is not
car
that far behind. Connor
cameras.
DeFilippi behind the wheel there, trying to catch these two, and they have been on some of the restarts, Kevin, which we've had several full course cautions now, opportunities for other GTLMs to battle with these Corvettes.
Yeah, the BMWs have been hanging in there. They took a bit of a hit after last weekend's Raw qualifying race where they had some pretty good lap times, but I don't think anyone's really shown their true hand. But they had 20 kilograms added to the car. And Steve, you can probably relate to
I
that.
got
when you
another
add
one.
weight
Can I
to a
show
race car, it just
Kobayashi car
slows it
camera?
down.
I don't see one.
heavier. I mean,
There is no
basically, it's simple, right? How much
48.
downforce or how
You
little
have
drag do you have? How
42
much power
Audi,
can
you have
you make, and how much
24
weight do you carry?
BMW,
On the
55
high bays for the
Mazda,
NASCAR
number
guys,
3
weight at a
Chevy,
big track like Daytona's gonna
number
be huge
31
penalty.
Cadillac,
Here,
number
where you
16
see the Corvettes
Porsche,
enter
and number
into the
23 Aston
infield
Martin,
section,
but I'm not
the
seeing
slower areas, the acceleration areas, the
not
change
seeing
of direction, that's where
48
that
here.
weight is really going to pay a penalty. I imagine, Cal, once you get
So,
out of NASCAR 2 down the backstretch,
I
top
cannot
speed
show
probably
Kobayashi
hasn't
right
changed a
now.
whole lot, but all of the acceleration and deceleration much more difficult.
Yeah, a lot depends on the length of the track, but sort of round number that I've been given over the years, every 10 kilos in a car like this is about a tenth to a tenth and a half. So if they got 20 kilos, it could be 2 or 3 tenths in ultimate lap time. But the BMW is strong. It's got the power. It seems to have a little bit of an edge in top speed. And as we saw last year in that fantastic battle between the 24 and the 2 Porsches, the Porsches just didn't have it where it counted, and that was across the stripe at the end of the laps.
I always
Yeah.
wonder,
Someone said
we've all
D31
taken road
Cadillac.
trips, nothing to
Now
this
that I
extent, nothing to
have
this much pressure and speed, but it always seems like this time
now
of
that
day
I have
before the sun
ad
starts to
block
rise
off
is the
for
toughest
IMSA,
to
it
kind of
might work.
maintain
That might have
focus
been
to
an issue
regain
before.
your energy. Did you always find it the
I
same
think
as
it
a
is
driver,
working.
Cal? Is it
All right.
once the sun comes up, are you kind of rejuvenated? Is it these hours leading to sunrise?
Yeah, you really are, Steve. And as Dave and I just discussed, the problem is this year that checkered flag's a little bit further down the road, right, by the 3:40 start. So, yeah, it does give you a boost. It gives everyone kind of, hey, we're getting close to the finish. The car's still running. But so many agendas. If you're down, you got to think about the big picture. LMP3 and LMP2, this is like a one-off. It's not part of their overall championship. So they're really geared towards maximizing the result here today. For other contenders in this race, hey, if we're running down in outside the top 10, we still have to keep grinding because every point today will matter when you get to that championship finale at Petit Le Mans at the end of the season.
When I watch these two, Calvin, Alexander Sims leading in the yellow Corvette and the number 3, sorry, in the silver Corvette and the number.
So now we
no,
have
that was right.
that
Silver is
view that I
leading in
couldn't
4.
figure out
3
before,
is
but
yellow
it's just
in
because I
second.
had ad
Nicky
block.
Katzberg. They're so close. It's really almost just between the driver difference at times, right?
Yeah, and that's a bit of a nervous time for the team when you think about it, because we talk about this multi-class racing. There's kind of a nice rhythm right now. We don't see any big, massive packs of cars. Everyone's kind of spread out a little bit at this point in time. But when you got 2 cars that close together, and suddenly if you got to fight your way through traffic, someone does something that you're not expecting. Maybe both cars get involved. So you got to tell your drivers, hey, give yourself a little bit of that social distancing we talked about as a key to victory. Make sure you're not so close that you're going to have issues. But we just got word that Katzberg's actually in his 4th stint here in the car, and Sims is in his 3rd. So we talk about these driver lineups with just 3 guys working through. That's what they have to do, but stay within the rules in terms of the maximum stint length.
Showing you the leader in LMP2 here. This is Gabriel Aubry in the Tower Motorsport Orica. He's got some time over Devlin DiFrancesco in the number 82.
earlier, Dave, I use this class as the example. I'm not afraid to admit it that I'm not tough enough to go 24 hours. I got some sleep last night. And when I woke up, the first thing when I got during the commercials, I asked you guys, hey, what happened to the 11? I think for a fan at home, you know, we're back on NBCSN. They're tuned back in. They have their cup of coffee. I think it's fair to have those questions, right? So the 11 you said was in an accident and had a ton of speed last night. For the teams, for the drivers.
Hey, thanks for tuning in tomorrow. Unfortunately, I'm not going to be live in 3 hours. I plan on leaving in about 1 hour, around 7:30ish. So if you're already gone, sorry to disappoint. You'll find out if you try checking back in. I'm not live.
Motorhome in the infield, and then we had 3 of them run, and you just used to count. You know, wake up at how we do, and you didn't need to look at timing and scoring screen. You could hear Jack's motor sounded a lot different to everyone else's.
And there is Spencer Pigot, the leader in LMP3 at Daytona, getting back onto the high banks. The 3.56 miles of Daytona International Speedway coming alive. Sunrise coming. And Daytona 24 continuing
Yeah,
on.
5-lap lead for LMP3. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of what everyone was expecting LMP3 to be coming into this. Possibly see Kevin Esther. Someone was asking about that before. I would have to look up what car he's in, which I'm going to do on my phone. Sorry I'm being less responsive. I'm just tired. Find in page. Finn Estrie. He is a 79. 79 in GTLM. Okay. Okay, so Kevin Estrie, he's actually currently in the race. He's 18th overall, 6th in class. It says yellow. Something happened. No, I'm going to be getting off at 7:30 completely. So hopefully there's other streams for you guys to watch. I don't want to leave you guys completely in the dark, but unfortunately, you know, I have to go, so. Oh my.
Back at Daytona, the 8th full course caution has come out for debris on the racetrack. And that is marketing material. We'll get to exactly how that happened. Dave Burns, Calvin Fish, Marty Snyder, and Steve Letarte with you. Welcoming
Ricky
the day
Taylor
of
is
Daytona.
currently leading overall.
And this is a Porsche getting into that signage, Cal.
That's the WeatherTech Porsche getting into the WeatherTech sign. That was a big slide there through the bus stop. Pretty wild there. Kevin Estre behind the wheel.
Yeah, he was overcooked right from entry, it looked like.
Yeah.
I mean, oh, yeah.
He was drifting.
Kevin's Rolex 24 has been an adventure, starting with the start.
Yeah, he was pretty frustrated about that, but I spoke to some of the BMW squad last night about that start. They said it was definitely the green. What they believe happened is the Corvettes on the front row didn't go. Suddenly, Estre and the Ferrari on row 2 effectively hit the brakes. Bruno had committed to the gas pedal and couldn't get around him.
For the fans that think they're just two plastic signs, the concern for me wasn't the signs, it was the large sandbag that were holding the signs. You know, you don't know where that ends up. That could destroy a car.
Well, don't the realtors, when they put all their signs at the stoplight, don't they have to go pick them up later? So this was just...
Yeah, and the cynics may say, I thought the sandbags were thrown out after the real qualifying.
Marty, you want to jump into that one with Scott Dixon?
Yeah, we'll chat with Scott Dixon. The man needs to get some sleep. He has just finished a quadruple stint after doing 5 stints in a row. We'll get to that in a moment. Talk to me about that last one. You got the speeding penalty. Nice recovery, though, after that happened, Scott.
Yeah, it was Kevin at the speeding penalty coming in. He almost hit, I think, a
TV not working either?
I don't know what happened. And then we had some confusion in the pit stop, too, and the belts were all... It was mayhem, but team did a good job to get us in the right strategy. You know, get back. That caution definitely helped, and then we're able to get the speed to move back to the front. So the car's not great. It's not as good as what it was early on. We don't seem to have the pace. We don't know if it's the conditions or
what happened is I didn't actually see what car it was. But there was a GT car that spawned in the bus stop and caused a caution by knocking over some signage.
See what the daylight brings tomorrow.
Earlier you told us you like the smaller team because you get more time in the car, but you did 5 and then 4 stints in the car. Are you exhausted?
The first one was pretty long for sure. I was getting thirsty and hungry, so they were going to have to start, handing me some food, I think. But the last one was pretty easy. It was only 3 stints. It was about 4 for the time, just because of the cautions. So, we'll see. Try and get some sleep here tonight and see what tomorrow brings.
I want to ask you how the racing has been because you and Kamui Kobayashi, former teammates, had a terrific battle for a long time in the middle of the night.
It was pretty fun. Kamui's flat out as always. So kind of had some good runs on him, and then got caught up in some traffic. But he's a hell of a racer, huge talent, and he was a fantastic teammate last year. Just hope that we can beat him come the end of the race.
All right, we're gonna let Scott go get some sleep. Thanks for the time he hung out to talk to us, guys. But that might be a preview of what we might see later
Justin
with the former
TV.
teammates
That's what Twitch
going at it.
was,
But Dixon with some interesting comments there,
before it
Cal,
was Twitch.
saying car not as good now as it was early in the race.
Yeah, and the track conditions change. I mean, I felt that they might be running a slightly lower downforce setting on their Cadillac compared to the others, because Renger was absolutely flying at the start of this race. He still has the fastest race lap in the mid-134s. So, but, you just got to wait for the sun to come up, see the track temperature changes, see if that balance comes back a little bit. And they can tweak on it. They've got a lot of hours to work with. I mean, we've seen Ganassi do suspension changes and gear cluster changes at the beginning of 24-hour races to make sure their car is in the sweet spot for the end.
Hey, what's up?
It's one of the big stories. Chip Ganassi Racing back in the DPI ranks and running strong with the likes of Dixon and now this man, Renger van der Zande.
Ricky Taylor is currently leading overall in the number 10 Acura. Are you kidding me? You guys see that? You see that car squeezing between the safety vehicles? Yeah, Renger van der Zande just took the lead. Yeah, that statistic doesn't really surprise me, James. Living in the U.S. and watching sports all the time, yeah,
The kindest words and
I
the
agree with
nicest
that
things to say
statistic.
about Jimmy Johnson.
And yeah,
I
sorry
hope
about the
he enjoys
Discord.
his
I have
time
no
and
idea
just
who's
absolutely
on
gets to
Discord
do
at 6 in the
everything
morning
he
right
wants
now.
to do.
I've really had this race kind of earmarked as one of the events for 2021, and I started some conversations in kind of midsummer, and that's where I found interest with Action Express Racing and potentially in the 31 car.
So it's quite interesting. We started talking with the Jimmy Johnson group back in the fall. Before long, we're starting to say, well, instead of driving maybe in the 31 car, let's just bring a second car out. And I'm so excited about the driver lineup that we have.
I like to say I'm a modified Frenchman now because I've been in the US for 16 years. It's interesting. We're obviously in a different point in our careers. Jimmy is obviously trying to become an openly racer now. I relate to that, to the passion, to the fire that he has. I'm obviously at a different point in my career. I've been very lucky winning Indy 500.
Simon Pagenaud wins. He's made an Indy 500.
We are victorious, man! We did it! Yeah! But I'm definitely at a point where I'm happy and honored that I can give him advice on road racing.
I've got to figure out how to come out smoother. Feel like I'm also bad. I don't know where to. Yeah.
I think every successful endurance racing lineup, let's say, it's always really important to work together.
You put your arm up on the headrest, and you can use that and kind of push yourself up. I thought we were breaking the pattern. You are, but don't worry about it. Okay.
There's just an amount of professionalism and respect. I'm still getting to know Kamui, and certainly look forward to that.
Have you gotten to know him at all yet? Phone calls or texts? Or?
No, I just had a message, and just 3 minutes ago, I just hi.
We all going to perform within our own abilities.
See you, Dario.
We've got Cameron Kobayashi's won 2 times. Mike Rockenfeller's won once. I came close, and Jimmy's done it, I believe, 8 times.
John Fogerty and Alex Gurney will tell you about him is that he'll just get in this car, having driven it, 2-3 times a year. He'll just get in it a few laps and bang, he's right on the pace.
I've just always loved the cars. These cars are really high tech, really cool looking, very fast. I've always been drawn to them. I've always loved their big marquee events. I wanted to participate in them. And where I sit today at 45 years old and being a rookie in many situations I'm getting myself into, this is about living life. This is about driving cool cars and having cool experiences.
You can tell how much Jimmy Johnson loves this race in his 8th attempt at the Rolex 24, having a lot of fun. And yes, sitting here in the pit box an hour and a half before he's even going to get in the car, just enjoying everything. And I love what he told me when he got out of the car the first time. He said, I love being challenged. It makes me come alive. And I just love what he said about loving this car, loving this race, and sitting here enjoying things today. You see Chad Knaus right in front of him. I talked to Chad, yesterday now, and I said, hey, are you going to stay up all 24 hours? He said, dude, it's my first Rolex 24. Of course I'm staying up 24 hours. But Calvin, I think the point should be noted because
it's a good thing I have the track
if
pass
you're going to stay
version,
up for the whole
which
race,
of course is commercial free.
Everybody got up, 8 a.m. on Saturday morning. You're going to stay up for the entire race. It's really kind of 36 hours you're putting in because you got up early on Saturday, you do the entire race. Then all these teams have to load up. So it's a long day for these race teams starting at 3:30 in the afternoon and finishing at 3:30 in the afternoon.
Yeah, particularly for the crews as well, Dave. They've got to load up and pack up tonight as well. So it's hard to change your sleep pattern, right? So Friday night you went to bed like, I'd love to lay in the morning. Well, guess what? You're pumped up, you're ramped up about the day ahead. So as soon as the eyes open, you're immediately got busy brain and you're going to be awake.
Sure, if I looked out my window,
it's a long
I'd
day,
see
but the adrenaline is pumping. And if you're in with a shot of the victory here, you're not going to feel tired. You're just going to be inspired.
So great to hear from Jimmy. And remember when he retired from full-time cup racing, he said, what do I want to do now? High horsepower. And he's certainly finding that with IndyCar racing and with IMSA sports car racing. Jimmy will be back in the 48 car a little later. Kobayashi getting ready to come to the restart here at Daytona.
Yeah, no problem, OSU. Glad you could tune in. Kamui-san is same guy in front of talk about Kobayashi. He's driving for Cadillac in the Action Express 48. Local time in Daytona and for me is 6:39 a.m. Because of where I'm positioned versus where Daytona's positioned, the sunrise is a little bit later there. I actually don't know what the sunrise here is, but I know it's going to be at least a few minutes before Daytona. Daytona is 7:13. So roughly 34 minutes. Okay, sunrise here actually isn't that far off. Sunrise where I'm at is 7:11. Hey, Hero Channel, what's up? Oh, you live in the mountains of Pennsylvania. Sometimes, like when I'm bored, I just kind of like drive around. And one time last January 2020, I was driving around just randomly. It was kind of like in the 30s/40s, and I drove like a Long Pond where Pocono Raceway is, and then my phone starts vibrating, going off or whatever. And it's like, that's weird. And then over the radio station, they had this snow squall warning, and then I see all the dark clouds coming in, and it starts snowing, and I'm like, all of a sudden, like on top of, on a mountain in Long Pond, where it was like all of a sudden like 20 degrees, and then it started snowing. That was an interesting day. But then once you get back on like Route 80 on the highway, it's back to like 40.
At Daytona, getting set for the restart. The DPI class at the front of the field, heading down the backstretch, and soon to restart and resume the Rolex 24 at Daytona. Remember last year, 833 laps, Calvin. It was a record number of laps and miles that the crews raced. Look how far it was.
Yeah, that's quite the journey there. I don't think we're going to get a record here today. We're already at our 8th caution. We only had 6 last year, and that's what really stymies that potential for a record. I mean, the cars are fast. The racetrack is quick. Beautiful conditions here. Not as cold overnight as we had last year, and a really mild day ahead. So I think the pace potentially was there, but we expected with the 5th class being added and 59 rookies in this field that we would have a bit more drama and a few more cautions. Marty?
Hey, Dave, so the DPIs will take the green first, coming up here to the green flag. But, Calvin, the interesting point, since Steve's asking questions, I figured I'd jump in, too. So the DPIs...
Yeah, 20 degrees Celsius is a little bit different than Fahrenheit.
On that stop.
For some weird reason, I had a conversation about with someone about that same thing. We were talking about 20 degrees Celsius. That's such a weird coincidence. Like, I just had a conversation about that earlier today. Or yesterday now.
Fresh sticker tires from Michelin. They're great tires, but they take a while to come in, particularly in these cooler conditions right now.
Ranger Van der Zandt first, A.J. Allmendinger second, Mike Conway third, Kobayashi fourth, Cash Nevis fifth, Jarvis sixth.
Awesome stuff there by Kobayashi. He's a great racer, and he mentioned that he met Mike Rockenfeller when they did an invitational DTM race over in Japan, and they had a great ding-dong battle. I spoke to Rocky about that this weekend. He said, I kept putting him away, and then he'd come from nowhere and make these monster moves down into the brake zones. He said, we had a good race. There was no controversy about it, and we had a good giggle afterwards, but he said he can race, let me tell you.
When Kobayashi was announced a couple of years ago, racing for Wayne Taylor, it sent excitement through the sports car fandom and the garage area, knowing that Kamui was going to be a part of IMSA,
especially in recent years.
Racing.
You get like that huge notification on your phone for snow squalls. Like snow squalls are treated in the same vein as tornado warnings now.
One-off for the 48 as you ride with him.
Which I'm not saying they're not dangerous, but like it's just kind of a weird thing.
Here's the move. Beautiful, timed that to perfection. You see the car moving up ahead. That's Ranger Van der Zandt. Probably trying to get those tires cleaned off. There's not so much warming the carcass of the tire, but just getting it scrubbed a little bit. If you had any pickup, but Kobayashi is on the move. He is on the attack.
I'm pretty sure Fahrenheit is only used in the US. Yeah, we're weird. We don't use the metric system
silly,
either.
but the Rolex to me is like an active Hall of Fame. You know, one thing I love about the NASCAR Hall of Fame is learning about the different drivers as they go in and get inducted.
I mean,
for me,
with Celsius, I can take
Rolex,
like a solid guess at converting it to Fahrenheit, but the only thing I know for sure is 0 Celsius equals 32 Fahrenheit.
His talent, as you see right here in the braking zone behind the wheel, unbelievable. It's what makes this event so special for me as a race fan.
Look at the traffic here. You can see Van der Zande, he had to kind of just hold back a little bit and time that run on that TF Sport Aston Martin. Kobayashi thought about it in terms of getting that run. That's allowed AJ Allmendinger to nip at his heels. The little terrier, AJ, our mate, is going to have a go at it.
Dinger taking a look, and the Acura.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. I just started noticing that, like I said, a few years ago, they started, treating snowballs very seriously.
He had a really good Formula One career, finished on the podium at his home race in Japan, and right now he is the current world champion for the World Endurance Championship, winning for Toyota, and guess who he won it with? The man who sits in 4th place, Mike Conway. They're teammates over in that championship.
You know, I said more traffic ahead. That was just the deep braking of Kobayashi, as ahead of him, Van der Zande was not quite as deeply into the Western Horseshoe, allowed him to move right up as they head down the backstretch. With the sun beginning to show that it will be rising soon. 7:13 officially on the East Coast is sunrise time, and we're heading toward that now as the Rolex 24 grinds on.
See, Helio Castroneves there in the back of that pack, looking pretty good on the brake zone down into the bus stop. He's only a couple of seconds back of Conway.
How'd you get in-car stream?
At what point do you fear it could be the last yellow?
Basically, I turned off ad block. The reason why it wasn't working for me before is because I had ad block turned on. So by turning it off, it all of a sudden loaded for me.
This race, but right now it's all about the battle for the lead. Kobayashi down on the inside, deep on the brakes, they touch.
Around goes Kobayashi.
That was just taking it over the line there a little bit. AJ Allmendinger now on the attack.
That sucks.
Kobayashi has to respond here. I'm not sure there'll be much damage. It should just be the delay. May have flat spotted the tires, but that's just too much aggression at this stage of the game. We've seen it all day long from the opening hour in DPI. We talked about potential contact between the various classes, but these guys have been going at it within their own class today.
Here it was coming through the trioval. Kobayashi looking to the inside the car on the right. Just not
here's the replay. 78 years ago. 30 car collision, 2 people dead. Holy shit.
Such a tricky braking zone anyway.
By minor damage to your car, I assume it's still drivable.
You're still hanging on the brake pedal a little bit longer than normal. That's going to turn the car around. Watch that. He has to get on the grass there. He just crosses that white line. Van der Zande lucky that he didn't get turned as well.
These two drivers who are both going for 3 straight overall. They used to be teammates. Now competing against each other. They know each other's tendencies. And Van der Zande just held his line there, Cal, as Kobayashi went for it.
Well, Rocky called it right. He talked about how aggressive Kobayashi is in racing circumstances. You saw it right there.
Jerry Nelson taking a look there with Chad Knaus, Jimmy Johnson behind, viewing what just happened to their team car.
Stevie, what would you be thinking if you're on someone's pit box right now and you saw that from your car?
Well, I think this is the time that you remind your drivers, right? Don't let the sun coming up, don't let the energy of the moment think that this race is coming to a close. I just asked that question, is 9 hours too much? And your veteran wisdom says, the race is going to play out. There's going to be another yellow. These drivers have been sitting. Someone like Kobayashi has not been in the car, and of course, he pushes, he finds pace, but I think this is the time you got to let everybody know you've kept yourself in position. That would be the message I would give, that look, we had a plan, whatever that plan may be. I've heard 4 hours, I've heard 6. That move isn't unacceptable when the Rolex is on the line, but I'm not sure it's on the line yet with 9 hours to go.
If you're asking about Magnussen,
just came on the radio and actually is still talking about what happened.
His car is in the lead. He's not in it. Ranger Van der Zande
he opened the door, so he wasn't going to lift, and then all of a sudden he closed the door, and the team confirmed, yep, he closed the door on you all right. So Kamui saying, hey, I thought the door was wide open. I wasn't going to lift and going into that corner, but then he closed the door on me.
Well, it's kind of ironic watching the Action Express Racing pit box there with Gary Nelson. Hark back to 2017 when Felipe Albuquerque got turned by Ricky Taylor in the going in a similar move, a little bit deep into the corner, but that's what that corner delivers. It kind of funnels down there, and you've got to coexist.
Well, we talked about, you asked, what would I do? I mean, well, look who's on the pit box. I think, obviously Gary Nelson and Action Express have huge success and experience in this race, but then you throw Chad on top there. You know, we talk about Jimmy's 7 titles, all 7 were with that man on top of the pit box, and you just have to ask yourself, you know, I know he is a race fan like the rest of us, but what else is he absorbing for 24 hours in his new role as Director of Competition at Hendrick Motorsports that perhaps he'll bring home and just make that organization a bit better after having a championship here on the NASCAR side?
And see, that was my observation. It was Chad Canales actually the one, and I wanted to confirm that was talking to Kamui Kobayashi, and you should hear the calm in his voice. No panic at all. And so he's been through this, right? 7 championships. He's been through this, seen all of this, Steve. Very calm, kind of walking Kobayashi through. Is there any vibration? How's the car? And it's been fine. But yeah, you can hear Chad Canales and that experience coming through on the radio.
So fun to watch the GTLM battle as well while we're talking about DPI. And it has been good. Collado in that Ferrari number 62, the red car, trying to make his way by the 4 Corvette, driven by Tommy Milner. And all 4 GTLM cars up the lead are within touch with each other. That 8th full course caution brought them back together. And as Collado continues to battle up front in GTLM, Connor DeFilippi leads the class in a BMW. Stay with us. We'll go non-stop. You won't miss a thing from Daytona.
Oh, guys, it's ads, but it's non-stop this time. It's still ads, though. The lights at the top of the cars are kind of just lights, I think. Are you talking about in the window? Because some have it, like, on the rails of the roof. Those are kind of just lights, but some, like, have it in the window, which I think is their position. I'm gonna do another racing stream after this. It's up to you. Thank you. Appreciate the stream. Been great. You're going with it. Yeah. Well, thanks. Thanks for hanging around, Corey. Obviously, I've seen you chatting a lot. But yeah. Really, the next one that I know that I'm pretty positive I'm gonna do is Le Mans. I hope to do something before then, but you never know. I don't know for sure. But definitely I want to try to do Le Mans, just like this. But yeah, have a good day/night. You said you're near Long Pond, so I know you're in the same time zone as me. So if you're just getting down to sleep, enjoy that. 52. That's the one that lost electrical power, I think. It just kind of shut off. No problem. Kevin Magnussen is not in the car. His team is first right now. Ranger van der Zande is winning. Yeah, it does kind of suck a bad
Beautiful
That would have been
Daytona
next
Beach,
weekend.
Florida. What should you be doing? Oh, racing, of course, because it's Rolex 24 weekend, the 59th installment of this great event. Getting in between stints. Pipo Durrani getting ready for getting back in to action in the Wheel and Engineering Cadillac, and the crew making sure they will be sharp when the time comes. And when the call comes, they respond.
That's my prep, Dave. Yeah. I like that. You know, Cal can work out a little bit. I'm going to be in the chair if you need me.
GTLM battle continues to rage on the infield portion of the Daytona Road Course. You see the yellow Corvette going by there. That's the 3. That is the lead. Antonio Garcia behind the wheel now.
Yeah, he's chasing down.
What do you mean? It's still 24 hours.
Oh, that's right. Yep. Sorry, Cal.
BMW here, just dealing with GTD traffic, and there's not a lot of difference between these cars. Remember, the GTD cars have ABS brakes, so they can really pilot into those brake zones. But Jan Heijlen's one of the more aggressive drivers in this field, and boy, is he quick. That car this year has really got a stunning driver lineup. Pat Long, Ryan Hardwick for the full season, but unfortunately Ryan had that incident here this week in the Michelin Pilot Challenge practice session. Got concussed and had to step aside. They put Trent Hinman in, but that certainly does not hurt their driver squad any. With Pat Long, got Klaus Bachler in the car, Jan Hejlen, really strong driver lineup, and they're still very much in the mix. Right now they're running in 5th. Curiously, the top 3 in GTD are not full season into WeatherTech contenders, so they could steal the big points here today if it remains as it is right now.
On board with the lead in GT Daytona, Philip Ellis behind the wheel.
It's a great story. Winward Racing making the step up to the WeatherTech Championship.
Yeah, we saw them mostly at Michelin Pilot Challenge, right? Before?
That's right, yeah. They've been pretty busy over there for the last couple of seasons, run the GT4 program as well. Russell Ward is in the car. Bryce Ward also runs. That's his dad, South African. Grew up within earshot of the Kyalami race circuit, and spoke to him last year about that. He said, it used to drive me crazy. I'd be literally in the classroom at school and I'd hear these race cars. So he had to develop that hunger at a very young age.
Yeah, we heard Scott Dixon talk about, sorry Dave, I jumped in on
no worries.
We heard Scott Dixon talk about the car not being quite as good as he had hoped as we see these great battles continue. I try to wonder, what do you then try to do? Is there a point in the race where you're willing to take a little extra time on a pit stop to try to kind of take a survey of the equipment and how the equipment's responding? How much can you look at the data, maybe see something inside the data about car performance? And will it change? You continue to talk about, the later start time, the later finish time. We're going to have a longer day run to the finish, so you would think handling would be more of a premium in the daytime.
Yeah, I agree with you, Stevie. I mean, it's a longer run from sunrise to get to that checkered flag here today. So I would imagine they might be a little bit patient here, maybe get a couple of stints as we get the track temperature start to rise a little bit. See what that does to the balance. As we said during the break, mate, you don't want to dial that car into the nighttime conditions, and that's going to be the warmest day we've experienced all weekend long. So the racetrack will change and evolve a little bit. It's really just kind of almost guesstimating what you're going to get. They didn't experience those track temperatures during the testing here this week. So some of it is looking at your notebook, but let's not forget, this is the first race that they've run that Cadillac, so they may not have the data that some of the other teams have to work with to know what the car would like in these conditions.
Tell you what is optimum right now, the 57 car leading in GT Daytona. They just ran the fastest GTD lap of the race. Philip Ellis leading, but right behind him, Rafael Marciello in the 75 Mercedes. Mercedes 1-2 putting on a show in GT Daytona.
Marciello is just a monster. AMG Mercedes factory driver. Just continues to win races on a regular basis.
Whoa! Official sunrise is 7:13, so
he is recognized as one of the fastest GT pilots on the global stage. So you know he's going to be on the attack.
Actual
Great to see
sunshine
Kenny
you
Bull
should
back
start
here.
to be seeing on the track.
75 car. There's a long history of Mercedes. Won an IGTC title, actually secured that title, the Silver Crown at Laguna Seca a couple of years ago, so he knows the brand well.
And that was a fairly late announcement that I saw with the 75 car. Kenny got the boys together and said, we're going racing, and why not? The chance at a Rolex for this Mercedes team. And right now they're working their way through the inner part of the Daytona course. And there's third place right there, the 21 now coming up on them. That's Chris Soni in the Ferrari.
You mentioned Kenny Bull. Put a smile on my face, Cal, because anytime Kenny Bull's in the race, there's a lot of flashy cars in Daytona, but his car is going to be flashy. I caught that 75 in the paddock earlier this week, and it's got all the signature. Got that sun energy colors, got the brightness. Good-looking Mercedes.
Yeah, he's a character, isn't he?
Oh, yeah. Great guy.
I don't know about the chrome wheels this time. I don't know if that's allowed in IMSA, Cal. And we've seen that a lot in NASCAR.
Yeah, I read he actually bought some property actually on the Bathurst circuit, so I'm not sure if it's permanent residence.
Oh, my.
And so it's something Conrad Strait is the address, so that's pretty cool.
Sounds like a road trip.
There we go again with the road trip. You see the DPI leader going by. That is Van der Zande. Meanwhile, GT Daytona. Here they come through the tri-oval.
Ranger Van der Zande is
That Ferrari
currently
got
leading.
a big run there, popping the draft. Just got to be patient here. Read this traffic. Look at the run they're both pulling up on. The Winwood Mercedes side by side. Marciello's in super deep. Too deep. That ABS right there, trying to stop those tires from locking side by side with the Ferrari now. Has to give it up.
Down into the International Horseshoe. Ferrari through to second.
He threw it in there. You can see Marciello, the way he drives, he's on maximum attack. This 31 cars concern me, Stevie. I'm not sure if it's just our audio is broken in terms of the microphone or whether that car's an exhaust issue or something.
Yeah, it definitely sounds like there's some sort of issue for this car. You know, it seems like pace-wise and acceleration-wise it's still there, so it doesn't seem like it's an internal issue on the engine. Just take a listen right here, especially at, what is this, turn 6 onto the banking, you'll hear the 6 sound of the acceleration.
Concern is if it's creating any internal damage to the engine, Steve. What could it do when you got cracked exhaust like that?
Yeah, if you have some sort of exhaust issue, you can completely change the back pressure, change the heat issues. You think about a valve issue, really anything up inside the engine. These things are such finely tuned machine. Even though they have to run 24 hours, there's not an extra 24 hours in them. You know, they are built to the limit, and it is with the expectation.
Yeah, you're right. The 01 is Scott Dixon. Not right now, but he is on that team.
Well aware how these cars are sealed up. You know, in the NASCAR world, you hear an exhaust issue, you start to question where that exhaust might be going.
Right.
So I know the engine location of these cars is much different, but could it find its way back up into the cockpit, and will we see some driver fatigue?
Leader just crossed the line. That's third in class. Mike Conway behind the wheel of the Wheel and Engineering red Cadillac. Meanwhile, looking at the battle for the lead for GT Daytona.
We dealt with one Mercedes. Now Krasumi is putting the pressure on the other one, trying to get that Ferrari to the front.
In the 01. So his team is currently winning.
This Ferrari is being campaigned by AF Corsa, and they're kind of like the works team for Ferrari, run all of their World Endurance Championship GT programs. It's not uncommon for them to run about 7 or 8 cars at Le Mans, so they're a massive operation with a lot of skill and technical expertise to work from.
Marty, what do you know about this 31?
Well, Dave, I think when we went on board a moment ago, that might have confirmed it for the 31 team. They had suspicions they might have a cracked header, but they weren't sure. And then when they went on board, when we went on board a moment ago and heard that sound, they all said, "Oh, maybe it is." So that was something they thought might be going on with the 31, and they may have confirmed it just now as Pippo Durrani is about to get in the next time they pit.
So I assume, Cal, you know, they probably, maybe a report on performance change, but some of the metrics they can see from the data system, something has changed within the engine, I would assume. That's why they think they have an issue. But something like a cracked header is basically purely audible, right? Unless you are able to ride on board and hear it, it's pretty hard to diagnose.
Long way to go. I mean, if it stays as it is, the performance seems to be there in the car still, but if it gets any worse, will it be a factor in terms of stopping them from grabbing another win here at the Rolex?
And as I mentioned, you know, in a front engine car, you talk about, you know, driver fatigue, but if that exhaust breaks completely, where does that exhaust go? Does it start burning, melting, something other of major importance?
Early morning hours at Daytona, fantastic battles on the racetrack. The crews trying to reserve a little bit of energy for the finish to the 59th Rolex.
Somewhat normal. Wasn't shaking, I don't think, too terribly bad, like it's going to come off. I think it's fine. Magnussen, he's on the team that's leading right now. Right now, Ranger van der Zande is in the car, and Kubica, I saw him before. Oh yeah, Kubica was the 20 car, I think. That car has been out for a long time. They only completed 56
drivers and teams an opportunity to check out some sights and sounds. Well, the new Team Hardpoint EBM driver lineup, Earl Bamber, Catherine Legg, Christine Nielsen, and Rob Ferriero, they had the chance to go down to the Brumos collection in nearby Jacksonville. Enjoyed a personalized tour by none other than Hurley Haywood and Brumos owner Dan Davis, who also, by the way, waved the green flag to start the 59th Rolex 24 at Daytona. What a collection, 35,000 square feet. It's one of the premier gatherings of classic road race cars in the world. Also, a number of Brumos Porsches that have won here at Daytona. Look at that collection. Cal, have you been? Would you like to go?
Have not been, but would certainly love to be down there, and you couldn't have a better man take you around. Hurley Haywood just tied with Scott Pruitt for 5 overall wins here at Daytona. He knows this place like the back of his hand, and that team is always renowned for putting out beautifully prepared race cars, Stevie, and it's pretty cool.
I was just checking my contacts to just make sure you had my number. So if you got the invite, I was just hoping text would come through because there's so many gems. I mean, Mr. Hendrick has a pretty famed car collection of Hendrick Motorsports that I've been able to see over the years. Both race cars, street cars, you name it, it's there. But in this new life of mine of television, when I have more weekends and days available, you have found these gems of these different kind of hidden spots with all these different vehicles. I'm obviously aware of Brumos and what they've done in the Porsche organization, but I didn't know that collection existed. That is a bucket list item now for me to go check out. Plus, what they say, Jacksonville,
that's not far.
Sawgrass. I mean, Cal, you and I probably get a little 2-for-1 in.
Sounds like a couple of days out for us, man.
Like this has been a productive hour, Dave. Productive hour.
Planning.
While we keep an eye gently on the GT Daytona battle up front, that's still the 57 of Ellis holding off Cressoni in the Ferrari. Cal, wasn't it a couple years ago, or maybe even last year, when the works team in GTLM, the Porsche, ran a tribute paint livery to the Brumos guys?
Yes, yeah, they did, and that was really cool. I mean, they put some iconic liveries together. That Coca-Cola one was pretty special as well. I believe David McNeil may actually own that car now, and talking of car collections, I hear that David has a pretty impressive one that he has as well.
There are, yeah. I'm not entirely sure the whole reason. Ford was with Ganassi, I think, and Ganassi backed out. No, was it Ganassi? I don't remember. Whoever Ford was with backed out. And so yeah, Ford's just not in IMSA anymore. That happened a couple of years ago now.
Ellis going hard out at Ferrari out front.
No, it wasn't Ganassi, or was it? I don't remember.
As I said,
but it was some team that was affiliated with Ford that backed out. So therefore,
those
Ford
cars
is
we
just
do
not
not
in
anticipate
IMSA.
running the full season.
But making some noise and looking for that Rolex watch.
Something about the GT category there,
there's
Cal.
a few.
We're going to take a look at this pass. You mentioned it. It was a battle for the lead.
I think there was at least one
We've seen
leading
this
driver.
57 cars had great lap time, but just at the end of the straightaways, we saw a little bit in the late going yesterday.
They showed her in the promos
that
and
they
stuff.
get a run and couldn't quite seal the deal, and then from behind, Cressoni clears him pretty easily. So I wonder if they're running a little bit more downforce in that 57 car, Stevie, which has given them the grip, the balance, and that will certainly help with tire dig over a long fuel run as well.
Yeah, it's that balance, right? The sun's coming up, so you would want that downforce for track conditions. The question is, if you have managed your tires correctly, and at the end here, you expect to be on newer tires for the sprint, those are all kind of the guesses. That's part of when we talk about experience in any sort of motorsport. That's the thing that you learn week in and week out, year in and year out, of kind of what the target is. And as we go through these classes, now we're back up to a battle. I think this is DPI here.
Second place, Steve.
It's what makes this event so special for me is these DPIs are amazing. As Jimmy talks about it in the piece we ran, they're beautiful race cars. Watching them go around the racetrack is great. But something about the GT, both the GT Le Mans, the GT Daytona, it's like the little kid in me. The kid that grew up loving race cars, they're there.
That onboard is getting really dirty.
Days, Marty, looking at the cars I dreamt of as a little kid, played matchboxes of. I mean, these are the cars everybody wants to own.
Well, what did Nate say in his essay earlier? He said cars you would spend your life savings to drive, right? I mean, that's what makes this race so cool, is these cars and how cool they are. Well, right now, Mike Conway behind the wheel of the 31. That cracked header obviously not bothering them too much. They're trying to track down A.J. Allmendinger for second up there in the Acura. And I tell you what is bothering these DPI drivers, Calvin, as they're like 2 or 3 laps from coming to pit road. Remember, they double stinted their Michelins. All of these drivers complaining about the grip behind the wheel. So how much is their hands full right now as they come to the end of this stint and a double stint on the Michelin tires?
Yeah, they're certainly going to be feeling the effect right now, Marty. And you called it when they went back out and stayed on the same set of tires. Give them that initial tire temperature to get back up to speed. But certainly this will be the stage with approaching probably an hour on this set of tires where they'll start to be feeling a lack of grip. But it's all about management. You get 38 sets of tires to work with this race weekend, and with these short fuel stints, you know, you could be looking at, I think they're close to 30 stops already today, Stevie. So you got to really factor that in and decide when you want to do those doubles. You certainly want to have the best grip available when we get to the end of this race and have something to fight with.
Yeah, it amazes me. You know, Coca-Cola 600. Dale Jr. said it at the top of the show nearly, 15 and a half hours ago about how that's the longest NASCAR race, and one of the attractions that brought him here with his father 20 years ago was the ability to run a 24-hour event. And I think for a guy like me that loves the strategy of auto racing, Le Mans and Daytona, I mean, this is it. This is the ultimate test of how creative you can be to put together a puzzle. And, you know, if the 600 is a 500-piece puzzle, this is going to be a 5,000-piece puzzle with that many pit stops and that length of race.
GT Daytona battle rages on. Ferrari now in front, Mercedes second and third. Waiting to get in, Pipo Derani. Pit stops coming up for the leading DPI class.
Well, it's officially 7:11 here. Sunrise for me. Sunrise for Daytona in 2 minutes. Hey, what's up? Um, 7:13, so the sun should be rising exactly now at Daytona. Is there any in-car camera? I think so. Yeah, there actually is.
Sunrise is a very important
I'm
part
only
of the
going to
Daytona
be
24.
on
And
for
the
like
sky is
a very
spectacular.
short amount of time, so I would put it on if I were staying on longer, but I'm getting off in like anywhere from 5 to 15 minutes from now, so just leave it the way it is for now until I get off.
You're done sleeping no matter how many hours you've been up.
There's a point in the morning that the sun is really hitting your eyes when you go up through turn 5 and 6, and it can be pretty blinding.
This part of the day is so special. It's like everybody reaches for another gear.
You almost catch a second wind because the sun comes up, it's the next day, and if you're on the lead lap, you're fighting a little bit harder. The engineers and strategists are back timing a little bit more to finalize what they're going to do.
Sunrise is a special time. It's both kind of relieving to see it and also depressing because you're like, oh, we're almost done, and then you look at the clock and you're like, oh, no, we're not.
Nowhere near done at
There you
Daytona.
go. There's some sun.
Over 8 hours remain in the twice around the clock marathon known as the Rolex 24 at Daytona. The sun is trying to peek over that little bit of cloud cover here in beautiful Daytona Beach. It's been a warm weekend, cool at night, no precipitation, just the kind of day and night we need for good racing at the World Center of Racing. Official sunrise coming up in just a few minutes. We'll see what that does to the racers as they get ready to continue on. Great battles around the racetrack. DPI, very, very close. 5 cars still very much in it.
Thank you, Vincent.
And here
Appreciate
at GT
that.
Daytona, the 3.9-liter twin-turbo V8 Ferrari holding off the 6.2-liter normally aspirated V8 in the Mercedes. It's been a good battle. Calvin Fish next to me, Dave Burns, Steve Letarte down in the bubble, and Marty Snyder on pit road, watching just another fantastic Rolex 24.
And this lead trio and GTD have about a minute plus lead over the rest of the chasing pack, led by Corey Lewis aboard the number 1, not 48, the number 1 with the 48 car of Jimmy Johnson, take that number plate for the weekend. But Lewis and Paul Miller Racing very much in the game. Jan Halen aboard the Wright Motorsports. What a week they've had, Dave, with all of the drama that they had around the Raw weekend. We're switching to a backup chassis, but showing their discipline and showing their expertise to still have a Porsche that's very much in with a shout.
As Steve talked about earlier, the cars that you would like to own, 9 manufacturers represented in the GT Daytona category: BMW, Acura, Audi, Aston Martin, Ferrari, Lexus, Mercedes, Lamborghini, and Porsche. Boy, they're fun to watch.
I don't belong behind the wheel, but I'd love to try one. Let's just be,
yeah,
I mean,
absolutely.
I don't belong there at all, but maybe no.
There's a school with your name on it, Steve, I believe.
I could see you and Diff as teammates, Steve.
Now we're getting somewhere. So I joke, we talk about driver licenses and all that.
And honestly, I didn't put on the in-car camera until like an hour ago because, or maybe a little longer than that now, but not that long ago because I just figured out that the reason why it wasn't working before was because I had ad block on.
Soften the driver lineup, and Diff. Now, if we were on 2 wheels, it'd be probably a gold, but on 4, I'm going to keep him as a bronze with me.
Yeah, but you don't want to ride a mini bike like Lee would have to be on.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. The short jokes are coming now.
Well, one of the best ones is that Lee actually won a bike as a kid, and because of his name, they sent him a girl's bike.
Oh, that's spectacular.
That is fine. Pink tassels on the handlebars and everything is pretty cool.
Mark that one down. Lee Diffie will be back on the broadcast a little later on this morning, and will also take us to the checkered flag this afternoon, which is 8 hours and 23 minutes away. Nothing short of endurance even at this point. Overnight, the 25 car has maintained its pace, and Calvin, on a recent resumption of play, took it to the lead. We weren't sure that the BMW would have the same pace that the Corvettes did, but Connor DeFilippi is showing it can lead.
And Dave, I think that's the impressive thing. Yeah, Connor DeFilippi did get the lead on a restart and has been able to hold the Corvettes back. The Corvettes have really dominated this race, and they're only 2.5 seconds behind for the 4 car. And as you see on the left-hand side of your screen, 1.8 seconds back for the 3 car. But Connor DeFilippi in the BMW got the lead on a restart, was able to hold it, and he's held that gap as well. So the BMWs are strong. This GTLM battle is certainly going to go to the end of this 24 hours.
BMW Team RLL looking for another win at the Rolex 24. Corvette trying to prevent that. See Antonio Garcia trying to track him down.
Yeah, and unfortunately, we're not going to see those BMWs campaigning the full season. They're committed to the Michelin Endurance Cup, the 4 endurance rounds, and I think everyone's kind of getting geared up for what potentially may happen with all of these big manufacturers with the announcement this week of almost like a GT convergence, where this GT Le Mans class will not exist next year. It'll be a pro division in the GTD category, which I think is just the best way forward, Dave. I think it's just going to have so many more manufacturers willing to step up and run those pro lineups.
GT Daytona Pro, starting next year.
All right, so I'm going to be the guy that asks the question. Walk me through it again, Cal. So currently we have GT Le Mans and we have GT Daytona. The GT Le Mans can run any driver lineup they want, right? All professional drivers, where GT Daytona has an amateur requirement. Is that accurate?
That's right. So with these cars, these GT Le Mans cars, which also run in the GTE Pro category in the World Endurance Championship, these are kind of bespoke. They're not like a global platform, whereas the GTD cars, what we call a GT3 spec car, and they run all over the world. So many manufacturers, I think there's a dozen who have current homologated cars. So this just opens up the floodgates, Stevie, for a pro division with all of the manufacturers who haven't had to make the investment to build these kind of bespoke GT Le Mans cars. I think it's just going to be awesome.
I think, motorsport in general, this is going to sound silly, but the world is shrinking for everyone with technology, with transportation, with opportunity. The best thing for motorsport is that it becomes a world event, that a manufacturer, a driver, a team can operate in more than one country and in more than one series. I think that's the success and the future, in my opinion, of all of these types of events.
And last year, Calvin, here at the Rolex, convergence was the big talk, right? Before the pandemic, John Doonan, the new president of IMSA, helping announce that they were going to get together with the world, more together, so that the same cars that raced in the top division here could race at Le Mans. It's been good.
It really has. I mean, with the conversion at the prototype level, LMDH is obviously what we're talking about there. That will come on board in 2023. But significant announcements in the off-season that both Audi and Porsche, who no longer have like an official factory prototype program, they have signed up for LMDH. They are committed to that formula. We anticipate them being here competing in this championship. This week, Acura, we're looking at the number 10 car from Wayne Taylor Racing, the Konica Minolta squad. They are going LMDH as well. And there's potential for maybe 5 or 6 of these huge manufacturers to commit to that formula with works teams and also
Renger van der Zande is in the lead for DPI right now.
Now we've got the GT convergence as well. I think the future is really bright. Coming off the pandemic year, to have 49 entries at this race, Steve, and with this kind of template being laid out, the groundwork being laid out for what the future is, and people signing up already, is great news.
Well, I think, to do our job correctly, you and I are definitely going to have to add another road trip and go over to Le Mans, just to, check everything out, make sure when it all happens, we're ready to cover the Rolex accurately.
It's a special place, mate. It really is. Put that on your bucket list.
And bring your sticks.
That's right.
Leaders, car, and drivers.
Hey, Dave, closing in on 8 hours.
The 01 is leading. Renger van der Zande is currently in. That car also has Scott Dixon and Kevin Magnussen
we've talked about
as
this
well.
a couple of times, Calvin. The Acuras have been able to go a little bit longer than the Cadillacs, and on that stint, in that pit stop exchange, Helio Castroneves in the car now. They jumped the 31 and the 60 car by going a couple of laps further than everybody else. So this Wayne Taylor team might be playing strategy into their advantage. Helio behind the wheel right now, and just that's one thing to file away. See, even though that gets you excited, a little pit stop strategy, but those Acuras continually, every run, able to go a couple laps longer than the Cadillacs are.
Well, why that's significant, Marty, is if you back time the finish here, is if you can suddenly do it. Say there's a yellow and there's X amount of minutes on the board. If you can do it in one less stop than your competitors, that's 45 seconds plus the fuel going on board advantage. So that is massive. The other thing is maybe they're not running like full power, full rich mode. So maybe they've got a bit more speed to burn, or maybe they're just going to have that fuel advantage, which could come into play.
Acura number 10 continuing around the circuit, chasing down race leader Renger van der Zande in the Cadillac. Sun rising at Daytona. It's in our eyes. We love it. Great day coming up in the Rolex 24.
Alright, so I've been on this stream since 10:30, and now it's almost 7:30. I hate to do this, but I said I was gonna get off, between 7:30. It's that time, so I apologize for kind of not doing the whole thing, but I just can't. I know there are other streams out there. There's one called Audi Sport or something like that. There'll be someone talking about it probably, but I know that guy was streaming earlier. He probably still is. So anyway, like I said, I apologize, but I'm gonna have to get off here with what was it, 8 hours left or something. So sorry I can't do the whole thing, but I really appreciate every single person that came in tonight. This was unexpected to get this kind of traction, and there's a lot to think about. I might set up donations, but at the same time, I don't know if that's really right to do that on a stream like this, but I'll think about it. And thank you to everyone that subbed as well. You really don't have to do that at all. I'm just obviously doing this for fun, but it means a lot that people were willing to sub, and the whole donation topic got brought up because people actually wanted to donate, which is amazing. But I might have that set up. I'll figure everything out. But anyway, thanks for watching. Once again, sorry I have to leave, but it's just the way it is. But anyway, thank you so much for watching. This is really great.